101 You are not right. Minato's team went back to rest first. As for Obito, he was taken away by Minato with a smirk on his face. He also shouted, "When I become the man of Hokage, I will definitely..." I couldn't hear the last part clearly. Could it be I will definitely have 3 sons and 2 daughters with Kakashi? Fuyu didn't care, the child was still young, just a little tantrum. It's a small matter. When he grows up, he will understand Dad is actually doing this for his own good. And during this period, a pervert wearing a mask and claiming to be Uchiha Fuyu appeared on the battlefield, but he didn't settle accounts with that kid. Of course. Those who understand understand. Although everyone doesn't know why he used an alias, they all know that the name of the masked man is actually Uchiha Obito. After all, Uchiha Obito has long been famous in the ninja world. Just heard from Minato and the others that they have returned from the mission in the Wind Country, which means they have been to the ancient country of Lulin. Is it a time travel or a parallel world? If it is a parallel world, maybe he can become the richest man in both worlds. If he were here, he would have to ask him about it. What's the point of hiding it? As for worrying about ruining the future? Obito is already like this, why worry about it? Fuyu pondered for a moment, then looked at Suzune seriously. After we go back, have someone make a new poster. Okay. What kind do you want to make this time? Suzune was relieved when she heard it, with a smile on her face. It seems that Fuyu also knows that doing this is a bit too much for Obito. However, as soon as she sighed in her heart, her smile froze again. Just heard. Fuyu whistled and said leisurely, change the poster. Just change it to a photo of Obito wearing a mask. Hat. Obito rubbed his nose. Although he suddenly felt a little cold, he didn't care. He still said angrily, I'm so angry. It's so hateful. Bastard. Wait. He is the man who will become the Hokage. When the time comes, I will definitely make that guy bankrupt. Opened the door, I'm back. Changed his shoes in the entrance hall. Looked inside with doubt, just when he thought that grandma had gone to dance. Is Obito back? Obito's grandma came out with her hands behind her back, hunched over and slightly bent over. Grandma. Obito was stunned, didn't you go to dance? Grandma just wanted to wait for Obito to come back at home. Don't worry about me. Grandma can do whatever she wants. Obito said with a smile, I have become a very great ninja. Those enemies turned around and ran away when they saw me. Grandma knows. Konoha pervert. Konoha lightning. It's really amazing. A strange look flashed across Grandma's eyes, and then she said cheerfully, it's almost time to eat. Obito, sit down first. Okay, Grandma. The two walked in and stepped on the tatami for the first time in a long time. Obito lay down directly on it, moaning comfortably, and sat up again after Grandma poured him a cup of tea. Grandma looked at Obito with a smile, as if she was very happy to see her grandson come back. Where's Lin? How are Obito and Lin? After the words fell, Obito seemed to be choked, and sprayed out the tea. He quickly picked up the cloth to clean it up, lowered his head, and said a little disappointedly, I have given up. He raised his head again with a confident smile, I am now a man who wants to become Hokage. Women will only affect the speed of my ninjutsu. Is that so? Grandma's eyes flashed, but she quickly recovered and said happily, what about the relationship with Kakashi? Then that idiot. Who has a relationship with him? Your reaction is a little wrong, my Obito. Why is Kakashi so panicked? Grandma's mouth twitched, but she quickly calmed down. With a kind smile, she said happily, if you want to become stronger, bonds are very important. Every powerful man has a man who pursues his dreams with him. This is the case with the first generation and the third generation. Since it is your choice, Obito, I believe Kakashi will definitely become your best partner and opponent. Bond. Since women are no longer effective, let's use men. At the same time, in a dark and damp cave somewhere in the ninja world. That's right. Recently, that Uchiha Fuyu has not done anything weird. He has been sleeping until almost noon before getting up. Then, he took his nephew, the fat Uchiha kid, to eat. He ate a lot. I suspect that the fat kid is Uchiha. Haidamai. Is harmful. A certain Baizetsu said sinisterly, and the Uchiha elder he hugs the waist of the old woman Hyaga all day long. It's really a disgrace to the Uchiha clan. After saying that, he raised his head and carefully glanced at the silent Madara-sama with his eyes closed, and then quickly shut up. After a while, Madara slowly opened his eyes, looked at Baizetsu, and said in a low and old voice, "No other strange places. Their milk tea is very delicious." Madara was confused. "Oh, no." Baizetsu said quickly, "That guy is quite boring. Uchiha, has it become so corrupt?" Banara sighed. Back then, he was ready to launch a coup to change Konoha, but the other Uchiha refused. Unexpectedly, it had only been a short time before the Uchiha began to become greedy for pleasure. Banara shook his head and ignored it. Since he had already left, why bother so much? Looking at White Zetsu, he said calmly, "Where is Uchiha Obito? He is old. If it weren't for the vitality of White Zetsu being delivered through the outer path demon statue, he would probably have died by now. But now only by staying in this place can he maintain the delivery of vitality and continue to live." So, he, Uchiha Madara, began to get annoyed. There is nothing he can do in this way. But during the time he was away, he needed a spokesperson to prepare for his resurrection and guide Nagato to the right path. We have begun to strengthen his inner bond. White Zetsu nodded and said, "It went very smoothly," and he also recognized Kakashi very much. Sometimes, he spends more time looking at Kakashi than Lin. Is that so? Madara slowly closed his eyes again, looking at his rocky back, and said calmly and indifferently, "Just follow my original plan." After a pause, his tone seemed much colder, "Let him fall into darkness." "Okay, Madara-sama." White Zetsu said with a smile, then walked out carefully, looking at the other White Zetsu clones at the door, and whispered, "Don't let Madara-sama hear me, where's my milk tea? I want the half-price one." "Damn, this is someone else's errand. Why is your half-price? With so many White Zetsu, the money is all gone. It's really strange, why we want to drink. I don't know. Could it be a real illusion? No. No. If there was, Madara-sama would have discovered it long ago. Why don't I drink it later, so that everyone will drink it? We are the same." The White Zetsu were talking at once. Suddenly, "Hey, what do you want to do with my milk tea with your whirlpool face? What is this? He, it's really interesting. I'll go ask Master Madara." The words fell. While the White Zetsu were stunned, the whirlpool-faced White Zetsu had already walked over to Master Madara. 102 Departure. Recently, the number of milk tea shops in the Land of Fire has increased significantly during a certain period of time. Fuyu checked the turnover in the system. Of course, other people couldn't see it. It's just that during this period of war, business has been average, but it has increased significantly in the past few days. Is peace coming soon, so everyone started drinking milk tea to celebrate? Sure enough. It seems that the advertisement this time is very good. It is estimated that some people heard it, so they came to try it out, so there was such a significant increase. Fuyu nodded with satisfaction and prepared to continue to increase publicity efforts. I believe that when peace comes, the turnover will definitely increase several times. But I don't know what the situation is in the Rain country. From the system look, the sales are too different. Of course it seems that Hanzo of the Salamander is very faithful to his promise and has not taken action against the stores in the Land of Rain. I thought that with the style of that old guy, he would directly break his promise and destroy all the stores. He actually did nothing. Danzo did not go out during this period. After all, the root organization lost more than half of its ninjas just after leaving the village some time ago. If he really goes to the Land of Rain this time once those guys know about it, maybe Sarutobi Hiruzen will only be able to cry while holding Danzo's clothes. Their sincere bond moved even a rich man like him. Fuyou sighed and shook his head. I don't know how the Land of Rain is doing now. How are those guys now? To the leader, it is indeed according to the original request. Except for some stores, their people have not entered our sphere of influence. The Rain Country Jonin answered respectfully, and then seemed a little hesitant. It's just they look quite rich. And the taste is good too. Once when he passed by Fuyou milk tea, he originally refused, but his heart told him to go in, and he didn't know why. Maybe he loves the Rain Country. So, his heart told him to go in and buy a cup to see if he could find out any news. But later, if he didn't have a cup when he passed by there, he would feel uncomfortable. And Fuyou barbecue. Now the Rain Ninja will go there to celebrate after completing their mission. How strange! Did they really succeed? Hanzo's eyes flickered, and there was a hint of he seemed to be a little sad and melancholy, and said in a low voice, it actually succeeded. After 2 questions, it seems that Hanzo is also a little unbelievable. The Land of Rain is not a good place to do business. It rains everywhere, all year round, and it will be bad if there is a flood. In addition, it is surrounded by 3 major countries and other small countries. There are ninjas from various ninja villages in the country, and there are some messy forces. It is quite chaotic. You actually want to sell milk tea in such an environment? It's just a dream. Not to mention that everyone is so poor that they don't have money to buy a cup of tea. Even if they have money, they dare not go out casually. Result: now someone has succeeded. Especially him. Sometimes I feel itchy and I will go in to buy a cup. At first, I thought it was an illusion. He, the demigod of the ninja world, couldn't control himself? Later. No. It seems that it may just taste good. Salamander Hanzo pondered for a moment, then looked at his cotters. I heard they have another foreign trade. Yes. Akatsuki brand underwear, which is the logo on their uniform, black background with red clouds. The Jonin nodded and said, the main material is similar to the ninja net armor, with a layer of silk fabric inside, soft and smooth, not afraid of stuffiness, breathable and moisture absorbent, strong flexibility. I heard it sells quite well. He also made 2 pairs, which were really good, and even Kunao couldn't pierce them. Well. Salamander Hanzo nodded, pondered for a moment, and waved his hand, go down. After the subordinates went down, he sighed and shook his head again, without saying anything else, but frowned slightly, and was silent for a moment. He stood up. Muttered to himself, I feel a little thirsty when I talk about this, let's buy another cup when we go back later. Especially the second cup is half price and cup is enough, but I have to buy 2 cups, but I feel it's a loss to buy only 1 cup. The demigods of the ninja world are also very entangled. Evening. After dinner, Minato came to find playing mahjong. I heard that Obito and Kakashi seemed to have gone to the dance hall, and the 2 planned to take advantage of this time to practice ninjutsu. And Rin went there too. Of course, I guess she went there just to be a light bulb. What a bad fate. Fuyou took Suzune and set off to Minato's house. A common 2-story house in Japanese style. Minato bought it himself. Already paid. As for Kushine, the mascot of the village, she received a fixed salary, and it is estimated that she will be gone after the Kyuubi played a few games of mahjong. So, Minato has his own house at a young age. He is really young and promising. And he, Uchiha Fuyou, There are only a few dozen stores, and he hasn't bought a house yet. Knocked on the door. Minato opened the door happily. Are you here? Then, leading them in, on the second floor there is a special chess and card room. Minato really loves his wife. As for the Nine Tails, I guess he loves her too. Everyone is here. The card game has begun. Minato seems to be particularly happy. After hitting a bamboo, he still said happily, the house has been bought. Kushina and I are going to wait until the war is over. Before he finished speaking, Fuyue said with a black face, stop. Let's play mahjong. Let's not talk about the war today. Brother Minato, don't raise the flag randomly. Don't let Obito not die, but you die instead. That's right. Minato laughed loudly, I'll talk about it when I come back. Then it was the Nine Tails' turn, 30,000. Bang! Fuyue touched it. The Nine Tails suddenly became gloomy and stared at Fuyue. I feel that there is a malicious smell in you, a very disgusting smell. After he finished speaking, another fox face was puzzled, why did it disappear again? No way. You just touched me, and you're threatening me? You're really addicted to animal food and have a bad temper. Fuyue rolled his eyes and said unhappily, maybe it's the power of the Sharingan. Recently, he has become stronger again. It is estimated that the chakra of the Sharingan makes the Nine Tails feel uncomfortable. Is that so? Forget it, it's none of my business anyway. The Nine Tails pursed his lips, I just let you win this time. Yes, yes, the Nine Tails is unparalleled in the world, and I am confused. Damn Uchiha! The Nine Tails glared at Fuyue, I just let you win. If you keep giving up, you will have to give up more than 10 times. Fuyue rolled his eyes, opened a new hand, and seemed to remember something. He suddenly said, how about I prepare a mahjong competition after the war is over and invite contestants from all ninja villages to come. After the words fell, a fox's eyes narrowed slightly, boy, you have a lot of ideas. Time flies. In the blink of an eye. A few days have passed. Minato's team has also finished their rest and has to go out to perform tasks. Of course, Minato will still leave the team. After all, there can't be 3 Jonin in one team. What S-level mission are they going to perform? If it weren't for the special situation now, Kakashi and Obito would have been separated. Minato patted Kakashi's shoulder with relief, as a captain, you must take good care of your subordinates. After Kakashi nodded calmly, he looked at Obito who was smiling beside him and paused for a moment, put on the mask. Obito. 103 Itaki, I want to lose weight. My name is Itaki. I am 4 years old this year. Today, I didn't go out to eat with Uncle Fuyue, nor did I go out to exercise with the Great Elder. Recently, I don't know what happened. The Great Elder seems to be very busy. He goes to the dance hall early every day, and then, after waiting for Grandma Beiwa to come to the dance hall, the two of them start bickering, just like quarreling. Of course. Fortunately, there was no fight, and every time they quarreled, Grandma Beiwa would ignore the Great Elder coldly. Itaka stretched lazily, and just lay on the porch, leaning his face sideways on his fleshy hands, basking in the sun. The sun is also very warm today. I don't want to go out. I just want to lie there lazily. My mother said that the war is about to end and my father will be home in a few days. I don't know if my father will beat me when he comes back. After all, my father told me very seriously before he left, stay away from your Uncle Fuyue. He was very well behaved. Every time Uncle Fuyue came, he would try to slip away, but he was always caught by Uncle Fuyue. Itaki. It's my mother's voice. Itaki _ Omega. _ He opened his eyes, tilted his head in confusion, and looked at his mother. Is there anything wrong? However, My mother had already walked behind him and lifted his collar with a helpless look on her face. Omega? The weather is so good today, aren't you going out to play? There was some helplessness in Misaka's eyes. I don't know when Ataka started to like lying on the porch to bask in the sun. Although Ataka has been very well behaved since birth, children still need to be lively to be cute. Where is Izumi today? Why didn't he come to play with you? Izumi said he would go out with his mother today. Ataka had no other expression, still looking like a quiet little adult. Is that so? Mikoto nodded, stretched out her hand to rub Ataka's little face, and said with a smile, is Ataka very lonely today? Children should smile more. Chubby. Puffy. Suddenly, Mikoto frowned and looked at Ataka. Hey, has Ataka gained a little weight these days? After the words fell. Ataka? Shocked. However, Mikoto didn't care. She pinched her chubby face again and said with a helpless smile, Fuyu is really a jerk. He takes you out to eat secretly all day long. Children can eat enough, but not too much. She stood up with a smile on her face, holding her chin with her right hand. Fuyu really likes children. I heard. I have always wanted to take the genius of the clan, Uchiha Obito, as a child. Thinking of this, she smiled helplessly and shook her head, with some distress between her eyebrows. Suyin should also work hard. After the words fell, turned around and prepared to start tidying up the housework. And Ataka, still standing there blankly. The chubby hands hung down, like a fat hamster struck by a bolt from the blue, staring blankly at the front with his crystal eyes. I don't know how long it took. The breeze blew by. Ataka came back to his senses, his cute eyebrows slightly wrinkled. He looked down at his belly with a serious face, and murmured in a low voice, it seems I really got a little fatter. After saying that, silence fell. Only after a moment, little Ataka raised his head, his chubby face was firm. 4-year-old Uchiha Ataka. I have to lose weight. I must lose weight before my father comes back. However, suddenly, Mom's voice came again, Ataka, Uncle Fuyu is here to ask you to go out and play. After lunch, he packed some for Sister Mikoto, and then, after sending the happy Ataka home, Fuyu walked towards the Hokage building. After a while, his elder brother will be back soon. When he sees that his younger brother takes such good care of his sister-in-law and nephew, he will be very happy. Especially Ataka, he is fat and white because of him. What a lovely child! Fugaku will definitely be very pleased and grateful to his old friend for taking such good care of his nephew. So, we have to keep working hard. After arriving at the Hokage building, the road was smooth. After all, he is no longer an ordinary businessman now. You know, the handwritten words given by the Hokage who was moved by the will of fire in his heart are still hanging at the door of the milk tea shop. Moreover, from the beginning, his hidden identity was not ordinary. The younger brother of the Uchiha clan leader. Although it was announced to the public that he was removed from the Uchiha clan, most families just took it as a joke. After the ninja at the door went in to report, he was allowed to go in. Fuyu Mitamanyan saw him coming in and immediately said happily, "You are so free to come to my place today." Smiling. How kind. Just like my own relatives and elders. Of course. This is also thanks to Fuyu's good relationship since he started his business. It's love. It's a bond. It's recognition, recognize him as a businessman who loves the village. After Fuyu sat down, Mizuta Manyan took a sip of tea, smiled calmly, and said, "What do you want to see me today?" "I'm going to do some small business." Fuyu went straight to the point without any hesitation, "So, you need some land." "Not bad. Your business is really getting bigger and bigger." Mizuta Manyan sighed, nodded, and then said doubtfully, "It's just a small matter. Just tell the nearby villagers, is there anyone asking for a lot? Are you going to ask me for help? At this point, the tone became serious. This is not okay. Konoha people should I be friendly? How can my husband help you fight? What is the case? I didn't promise immediately, it seems that you are not a little bigger. The wasteland in the village tail, and the wasteland in the outer area. The wealthy wood leaf map on the aquarium door, smiling, just a little bit. Mizuta Manyan was stunned and said unhappily, it's almost the same as your Uchiha clan's land, and you're still young? Impossible. At this point, he shook his head helplessly, it's not that I don't want to help you, you have to go to the Hokage for land issues in the village. However, after saying that, Fuyu didn't answer him immediately, but handed over an envelope with a smile. Mizuta Manyan pushed it back directly and snorted coldly, boy, are you testing me? That's it? Oh, Lord Mizutaman misunderstood. Fuyu hurriedly explained, saying, did Lord Mizutaman buy a cup of milk tea yesterday? Yes. I passed by and happened to be a little thirsty, so I bought a cup. What does this have to do with it? You won the prize. Fuyu said seriously. I won the prize. Mizuta Manyan said in surprise. That's right, Lord Mizutaman, you were the 100th person that day. We held an event to stimulate consumption that day. The 100th consumer was just forgotten by the store manager. I checked the news today and found out that it was Lord Mizutaman. Fuyu said happily, this is your winning amount, 8 million taels, you won the prize with your real ability. 104 something is wrong with you. Did I really win the prize? Yes. I'm really lucky. Lord Mizutaman, you're exaggerating. I, Uchiha Fuyu, am a real and honest businessman. How could I do such a deceptive thing? It seems to be true. You are really an honest man. You even delivered it in person. Not bad. That place. What place? Oh, by the way, I heard that the Uchiha clan leader led the Uchiha ninja to set up a great work on the battlefield, blocking the Mist Ninja and making the Mist Ninja dare not move forward. This achievement. He stopped there and didn't say more. Fuyu nodded in understanding, I understand. What do you mean by understanding? Go and rest. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. Then I'll go first. Seeing that Mizutaman was in no mood to pay attention to him because he won the jackpot, Fuyu didn't care and walked out with a smile. Done. Next just wait for Fugaku to come back. After all, sometimes there must be a process, just like a certain bidding, although it has been decided, the ball still needs to be caught, but how to catch it is up to them. Smiling, he greeted the ninjas in the Hokage building. Harmony brings wealth is his business philosophy. He is not Fugaku, who is expressionless to everyone, even his children and wife, as if others owe him a danzo. Stretched, he walked towards the store. However, after walking for a while, Fuyu Sr. A familiar and childish voice. Fuyu turned his head in confusion and immediately saw Shisui holding a notebook behind him, feeling a little embarrassed. He smiled slightly, what's wrong? Shisui. I remembered that I hadn't seen Shisui for a while. After all, Fuyu was also very busy. It seemed that Shisui would graduate soon. Then, after the Nine Tails Rebellion, it was Shisui's stage, and he became a ninja that was feared by the enemy like a certain soil. It's just that he is still a student now. He is a famous genius of the Uchiha family after Uchiha Obito. I heard that the second elder values him very much and is ready to make him a link to ease the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha. But Fuyu thinks using Uchiha Obito as a standard, is this Uchiha really hopeless? As for the elder, he has been very busy recently and has no mood to care about this. The second elder seemed to have criticized him severely some time ago. The elder dresses like a clown every day for Uchiha, and you juniors still have the face to eat and drink. The second elder was very sad. Of course. Also because of his close relationship with the Great Elder, the new generation of Konoha Dance King, Uchiha, and the tension between the villages has indeed eased a lot. After all, he was selling discounts in Konoha every day. What a loss! Fuyu-senpai. Shisui seemed a little embarrassed, although he knew that Fuyu-senpai was actually very kind and generous, and would treat them to food when he saw them. Just look at Ataka, you will know. We just met a while ago, and he is chubby again. But I am still a little embarrassed. I. Don't be nervous, talk slowly. Fuyu activated his approachable temperament, seemed to remember something, and said gently, "Is it about the new book? The next volume of Jiraiya-sama has not been completed yet, but I heard it will be soon. The news brought back by Minato is expected to be written during this period. As expected of a great writer in the ninja world. He is still taking some spare time to write books at this time. His passion for writing books is unmatched." Really? Shisui was stunned and said happily. This is really a pleasant surprise. But after a while, he remembered that he didn't call Senior Fuyu to ask this. After hesitating for a while, he finally shook his head, bent down, closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and seemed to have made a decision. He handed the notebook in his hand to Fuyu. "Senior Fuyu, this is the book I wrote, please help me take a look." Fuyu was stunned. Looking at the slightly red face of Shisui in front of him, the corner of his mouth twitched. "Is it you? Master Shisui? You think there are no books to read, so you write one yourself?" He came back to his senses, took the book from Shisui's hand, looked at Shisui who was relieved, and smiled helplessly, "Then I'll take a look." After the words fell. "Sorry to bother Senior Fuyu," Shisui said happily, then he calmed down and looked at Fuyu in front of him expectantly. Especially at this moment. Senior Fuyu frowned from time to time, raised his eyebrows from time to time, making him nervous again. Is it really not possible? Just lost. Fuyu closed the notebook, looked at Shisui's eyes from expectation to disappointment, smiled slightly, and said, "Not bad, the writing is fluent and the handwriting is beautiful. I didn't expect Shisui to have such talent." Really? Shisui was happy. But Fuyu's tone changed, but emphasized, there are also problems. The story is not clear and there is too much preaching. Especially the will of fire, which made him feel uneasy. 90% of the whole book is an analysis of the will of fire. Boy, are you writing a paper? You should show this to the third generation. Of course. As a temporary editor, it is also right to point out the problems of new writers. So, he hugged Shisui and said happily, "Come on. Let me tell you about the routine of this cool article, and you will understand it then. Novels should keep up with the times. What do you think of Jiraiya's novels?" After the words fell, Shisui was stunned, and quickly said, "Be strong. Don't give up." Although the protagonist's engagement was broken off and the ninja village was destroyed, he still never gave up. You still didn't get the point? Shisui. The most important thing is there are many heroines. The descriptions are good. Shisui, Sigma, LLL. Is that so? At the same time, here in Kirigakure, although the withdrawal of Uegakure and Sandagakure has increased the pressure they face from Konoha, and at the same time the last time they made the 7 ninja swordsmen become the 3 lucky treasures to fill the village's financial gap, the pressure on the village has increased, but they still haven't given up. Unless Konoha compensates Danzo, otherwise, they will not give up. Of course, this is what they say to the outside world, but in fact, the pressure on the land of water and the village is not light. Many people are beginning to get tired of the war, so it is estimated that it will not last long. The third Mizukage crossed his hands and placed them in front of his chin. His half-closed eyes made his handsome face look particularly gloomy. What do you think? It still feels like a loss to retreat like this. After all, our Kirigakure has suffered too much. Except for the death of a Reikage in the Reikage village, their Kirigakure is the worst hit. As for the Sand village, their third Kazekage died before the war. But if it's not over, it won't do any good to the Kirigakure if it drags on. That's right. The price of detonating tags has skyrocketed. The Kirigakure is almost out of money. Negotiate with Konoha. They won't. It's just Danzo. For the sake of peace in the ninja world, they won't even give it to us. Damn it. We still have to make Konoha suffer and suffer heavy losses before they will negotiate with us. But what should we do? Just as the Kirigakure were discussing. Suddenly, a mist ninja raised his hand. I have an idea. After everyone looked at him, he smiled confidently. We can capture a Konoha ninja, seal the tailed beast on them, and then, after rescuing them and bringing them to Konoha, we can directly remove the seal and let the tailed beast out. It will definitely cause Konoha to suffer heavy losses. At that time, Konoha will definitely talk to us. The eyes of the mist ninjas lit up and looked at each other, but after a while, they looked at the mist ninja. This method is indeed good, but what if Konoha gives up directly and refuses to take it back? Wouldn't it be that the tailed beast was released directly from our side? So, we must capture a very important ninja. The mist ninja still said confidently, according to my investigation, the members of Konoha Kakashi's team. Kakashi's team, that Konoha pervert? And Konoha genius, Hitaki Kakashi. It's a very powerful team. The Konobe bridge was destroyed by them. Sorry. When I mentioned the Kakashi team, the Konoha anal fist appeared in my mind. That's right. Everyone was silent for a while, and then said, "Are you going to catch that woman?" Medical ninjas are really important, and at the same time, the two boys, who have experienced war, must have a good impression of each other. This is not uncommon in war. Young people are full of energy. Normal. The third Mizukage also nodded seriously. If it's her, with the bond of Konoha, the two boys will definitely not give up. However, just after he finished speaking, the mist ninja shook his head and said seriously, "We are not going to catch that woman," but after a pause, the son of Konoha White Fang, Konoha genius, Hitaki Kakashi. At this point, his tone was quite serious. According to the intelligence, this boy has a complicated relationship with Konoha pervert, Uchiha Obito. They often stay together. Once they look at each other, it seems that they only have each other in their eyes. The deep bond is rare in the ninja world. At the same time, he is also the object of admiration of the woman. If he is caught, the two of them will definitely not give up. After the words fell, the mist ninjas were confused. What a complicated relationship. The new generation of Konoha, is it them, the mist ninjas, who are wrong, or Konoha is wrong? 105 What's going on? A literary star in the future ninja world is rising. Fuyu looked at Shisui, who was holding a notebook, with a light in his eyes, and jumped away, and nodded with satisfaction. I believe that the advice of this former failed writer, the current ninja world, the future richest man, will definitely benefit him a lot. For example, Jiraiya has been collecting materials for many years, from small to large, but he still doesn't fail when he should, but later, after what he said, he directly applied his routine, and now he is very successful, isn't he? What? Plagiarism? How can a scholar's work be called plagiarism? At most, the subject matter is similar. Fuyu stretched himself. It was still tiring to tutor children in writing. Thinking about it, it was still a little early in the evening, and he was about to go back to find the female secretary to chat about the recent work situation. Fuyu. It was a familiar voice again. I met a lot of acquaintances on the road today. Fuyu turned his head in surprise, and sure enough, looking at Nanoya wearing a white headscarf and thick glasses, he was slightly stunned. You are back? It seems that a lot of things happened there recently. Nono smiled gently and nodded. There is a lack of funds, and the focus has been temporarily changed, so I was transferred back. Has it fallen to this point? Fuyu remembered Danzo, who had a quarrel with his best friend last time and resolutely mortgaged himself, and sighed. It's not easy for him. It's true. With so many people staring at him, he must be a little exhausted. And now I don't know if the tongue trouble eradicating technique has appeared. If not, Danzo has to be cautious and be wary of his subordinate's betrayal. After all, interests hurt people. Fuyu glanced at Nono, who seemed very happy, and said with a smile, "Welcome back." "Thank you." Nono nodded. "I'm sorry to trouble you for the orphanage during this period. It's just a small matter." Fuyu shook his head slightly. "The children miss you very much." "I'll go back first." Nono bowed again. "Thank you." "Yes." Fuyu waved his hand with a smile, watching Nono leave. It can be seen that she is really happy that she is no longer a spy. In fact, she didn't have to go out during this period of time. It was not until after the Nine-Tailed Rebellion that Uegakure and Kumagakure started a war. Konoha was unable to react because of the chaos. So she was sent out by Danzo. The result was unexpected. There were a few accidents in the Chunin joint examination. Now that I think about it, is also partly responsible. Fuyu smiled helplessly, sighed, and didn't think much about it. He walked directly to the store. The store has been doing good business recently, and it seems that it is also because some ninjas have returned, so it is much more lively. "Boss!" Uncle Sato called out, and then continued to do his own thing. Fuyu didn't bother Uncle Sato, and nodded quietly. Child labor in the ninja world is still quite cheap. Just a little money can get a newly graduated ninja to come and work. If it is in peacetime, it will be even cheaper. "Boss!" After delivering the takeaway, Might Dai shouted happily, and then gave a thumbs up, and the teeth at the corners of his mouth seemed to shine. "I have learned to stand upside down, and do a 360-degree backflip with my eyes closed. I won't spill it. This is the sweat of youth. You are awesome. You will definitely be a delivery man in Akina Mountain in the future." Fuyu twitched his lips, but didn't say much. Since the square dance moved to the dance hall, Mighty was rarely seen. After all, it was a war period, and the village also had tasks for these veteran genin to perform. Of course, after completing the task, they would come back to deliver food and exercise at the same time. Without disturbing the future delivery king, he turned around and entered the office. "Business has become busy recently, and I must have a good talk with the female secretary." A few days later, the battlefield near the Hidden Mist village. Two figures are running in the forest. "Idiot!" Kakashi's eyes moved slightly as he looked at Obito, who was wearing a mask in front of him, but his tone was slightly changed as he said, "You should have given up on me and went on the mission." "Shut up! You are an idiot. I, Uchiha Obito, will not give up my partners." Obito roared, but calmed down again. "I have asked Lin to call for support, and I believe she will be back soon." "Idiot! Hey, Kakashi, who are you talking about? I am here to save you." "Idiot! Kakashi, idiot! Big idiot!" Kakashi was silent for a moment, and then said, "There is an advertisement for you in the camp, the masked one." Suddenly, Obito was like being strangled by the neck, and he couldn't say anything. Finally, he glared at him. This Kakashi is so annoying as that bastard. Especially that bastard. If I had known, I would have killed him with a tiger seal. It's so infuriating. Obito touched his mask. He was going to change a mask after returning. However, they let me go on purpose. Kakashi frowned and said, "I have a tailed beast in my body, and they set a taboo. They plan to let me go to Konoha and then release the tailed beast." He stopped. "Konoha is not far ahead, leave by yourself." "Idiot! What do you want to do, Kakashi? Obito's expression moved slightly, as if he understood something, and looked at Kakashi seriously. I will definitely take you back. However, just as the words fell, swoosh! Dozens of figures appeared in front of him, including the current ninja sword 3 people. Konoha Genius, Hitaki Kakashi and Konoha Anus. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Thunder Finger, Uchiha Obito. The words were not finished. You've got the wrong person. Masked Obito lowered his voice. I'm Uchiha Fuyu. After he finished speaking, there was a sudden silence at the scene. The corner of the mist ninja's mouth twitched. You're kidding. Especially Kakashi, he was speechless. It's already this time, are you still pretending? Then he looked up at the mist ninja in front of him with a serious face. Among them, there are 3 ninja swordsmen. It seems that 2 of them don't have a good relationship with the fat man, but think about it, the fat man betrayed them directly in order to escape. There are so many jonin, it seems that the mist ninja has taken their strength into consideration. So, how to escape? Thinking of this, Kakashi's eyes dimmed again. After all, he has the tailed beast of the mist village, and Konoha will never accept him. There is only one way. I have a way. Obito also said at the same time, then turned his head to look at Kakashi in surprise. You thought of it too? That's right. As usual, I was well prepared before coming this time. He patted his ninja bag confidently. You know taro balls, just change it and it will be the same as my ninjutsu, then the 2 of us. Before he finished speaking, Kakashi said expressionlessly, let me die. Before Obito could react. Suddenly, under the surprised eyes of everyone, Kakashi directly used his chest to hit Obito's right hand holding the kunai. Obito's face changed, and he roared, Kaka. Before he called out his name, he was stunned again, and his voice instantly lowered, Xi. He lowered his head and looked at the right hand that went through Kakashi's body directly without a drop of blood. The 2 looked at each other with big eyes, both of them were confused. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. What happened? 106 I'm not here. Failed. Yes, Master Madara, failed. Space-time ninjutsu. Madara slowly opened his eyes, his cloudy eyes seemed to have a slight fluctuation, and he pondered for a moment. He only opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. Indeed, there are only 3 Magatama. The White Zetsu looked at each other and nodded, you're right, there are only 3 Magatama. After saying that, they seemed to understand and looked at Madara. Master Madara thinks he has awakened the Manjiki. Is that the ability of the Manjiki? After the words fell, Master Madara did not answer them immediately. After glancing at them lightly, he muttered to himself, it seems that I was not wrong. He is indeed the most suitable. I didn't expect that the Manjiki would be opened so quickly. It's just a pity. After all, he has not been able to fall into darkness. And Madara's cloudy eyes were confused again. Why is it a time-space ninjutsu? He got powerful power in order to chase Hashirama and defeat Hashirama. What about Uchiha Obito? Hollowed? In order to be able to attack the opponent through defense? How terrible is this guy's obsession with that ninjutsu? Well, it's not bad. Madara closed his eyes slowly again and leaned back in the chair. Keep staring at that kid. Madara-sama, do we need to implement other plans next? White Zetsu continued to ask. Uchiha Obito doesn't seem to have fallen into darkness as we thought. It doesn't matter, sometimes being alive is actually more terrifying than being dead. Madara suddenly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a coldness in his eyes. Flashed by. 3-tailed Jinchuriki Konoha's hypocritical guys will not watch that brat bring chaos. I see. The White Zetsu nodded in understanding, and immediately flattered him with a smile. Lord Madara is so smart. He even thought of this. Lord Madara is so great. You are worthy of being Madara-sama. If there is nothing else, we will go down first, so as not to disturb Madara-sama's sleep. As soon as the words fell, Madara glanced coldly at the group of white Zetsu who were acting weird again, and seemed to remember something, and said calmly, I heard you spent a lot of money these days. The white Zetsu's steps suddenly stopped and their faces were stunned. Oh, have they been discovered? At the same time, the situation in Kirigakure Ninja Village was also reported to Konoha. The Minato team went deep into the Kirigakure Ninja Village camp, stole the three-tail out, and killed the third Mizukage with a team of 4. That's right. Finally, Lin went to look for support and brought Minato over. Then, oh my goodness! The plans of the Kirigakure Ninja Village all failed, and even the third Mizukage who was protecting the village also died. After the news came out, the ninja world was shocked for a while. This is another Kage who died after the third Raikage. Anyway, when Fuyu heard the news, he was stunned, especially the Three Tails Jinchuriki. It turned out to be Kakashi. Is it a mistake? What a bad fate! Yu sighed. Is it him who is wrong, or Obito who is wrong, or White Zetsu who is wrong? And the third Mizukage is gone just like that? Minato's team is a bit fierce. Is this the power of the bond in Konoha's legend? What a terrible love! Kakashi Obito, the bond is deep. After hearing the news, Fuyu was so scared that he drank 3 cups of milk tea before he recovered. And these few days, the news of the Kirigakure's surrender was also reported back, but due to the death of the third Mizukage and the loss of the Three Tails, the Kirigakure is also preparing to seek an explanation from Konoha. They will come to Konoha in a few days. By then, it is estimated that 1 danzo will not be enough to compensate. According to the character of the third Hokage, for the sake of peace he may have to hesitate again. If he hesitates, maybe Kakashi will have to follow his father's old path, and then, Obito, who has lost his bond and seen the darkness of Konoha, will embark on a road of no return. And in order to bring Obito back, Lin began to embark on a journey to pursue Obito. Fuyu suddenly felt a little stomachache. The more he thought about it, the more possible it was. In fact, love did not disappear, but just transferred? No. He sighed helplessly, forget it, I still don't want to think about it. If he dares to turn evil, just paste his posters all over the ninja world. See how he hides. Or the kind with the tiger seal and the body bent. Fuyu stood up and stretched, I have to go find Itachi for dinner now. It seems that Fugaku will be back in a few days. The news has been passed back. Since the Kirigakure wants to negotiate, there is no need for the Uchiha clan to stay on the front line. The remaining Kumigakure probably won't be able to resist for much longer. Therefore, peace is getting closer and closer, and his eldest nephew is getting cuter and cuter. I don't know if it's an illusion. Itachi seems to be avoiding him a little recently. Has he grown up? Want to have his own independent space and don't want the elders to accompany him? Shy. Sorry. That's right. It's almost time to go to ninja school. Fuyu sighed with melancholy, and walked towards Itachi with Ling Ian, ready to educate him and let him understand. It's not shameful to have the elders following. Itachi, what's wrong with you? Chuan looked at the sneaky Itachi curiously. For some reason, Itachi had been acting cautiously since just now. Did someone bully you? It's okay. I'll beat him up with you later. If it doesn't work, we'll tell Uncle Fuyu, and he'll definitely help us. After the words fell, Itachi, Omega. He hid behind the wall and took a sneak peek. When he saw that Uncle Fuyu didn't come, he was relieved and turned his head to look at Chuan with a cute little frown. He was hiding from Uncle Fuyu. But he didn't explain to Chuan. It's just that he couldn't stay here any longer. You know, he promised his father to stay away from Uncle Fuyu, but kept following Uncle Fuyu to eat. So, it can't be like this. He must leave here now. Itaka looked at Chuan seriously. Are there other doors here to leave? Other doors? Chuan looked at Itaka in confusion, but thought for a while. Yes. There is a back door, but why? Didn't Uncle Fuyu say that Itaka should wait for him here? Did something happen? Well. Can Chuan help me? Hearing that there was another door, Itaka breathed a sigh of relief, but still did not explain why he wanted to slip away, and said calmly, "Take me out of there. Don't wait for Uncle Fuyu." Chuan blinked her eyes and looked at Itaka curiously. "No, Uncle Fuyu will understand," Itaka said seriously. After the words fell, Chuan blinked curiously, then nodded. Since Itaka had thought it through, she could only do this. "Okay. Then I'll go get the key, Itaka, please wait a moment." After that, jumped towards the counter, took out the key and looked at Itaka waiting not far away, thought for a while, frowned, pulled out a piece of paper, and muttered to himself, "Let's leave a note for Uncle Fuyu. That way, Uncle Fuyu won't worry." After writing it down in a few strokes, he nodded with satisfaction, returned to Itaka, and said with a smile, "Itaka, let's go." Took Itaka's little hand. Flesh. Very warm. Very comfortable. 107 Worry. At this time, the day agreed by Kirigakure Ninja Village to negotiate is getting closer and closer. And these days, the Konoha high-level officials are also very troubled. After all, it seems that it is not so easy to want peace now. Especially when the third Mizukage died at the hands of Konoha, and the other party's three tails is also in their hands. What if Kirigakure Ninja Village asks for a big mouth at that time? Even if the third Mizukage died in the war, Konoha Ninja does not need to be responsible for it, but what about the three tails? This tailed beast must be returned. This is the policy set by Hashirama-sama back then. It is impossible for Konoha to just take it and not give it back, right? If so, what will other ninja villages think? Konoha is arrogant and no longer desires peace. It is ready to collect tailed beasts to start a war. That will be bad. So, for the sake of peace in the ninja world, they have to return the three-tailed beast. If they don't return it, it is estimated that the Kirigakure Ninja Village will not end the war so easily, and if the war continues, coupled with the Kumigakure Ninja Village that has not yet ended the war, the peace that is about to come may start a war again. If they continue to fight, other ninja villages have unusual movements again. Konoha really can't bear it. But Kakashi. Maybe by then Sarutobi Hiruzen took down the pipe with a melancholy look on his face, secretly glanced at Danzo, sighed, and said, "What do you think we should do?" After the words fell. "Humph. What was that look in your eyes just now?" Danzo snorted coldly, "Once you're in Konoha, you belong to us. There's no reason to go back. If you lose, you lose. If you still have demands, then keep fighting. What's the matter? You want others to pay for the failed sneak attack? You really don't take him seriously. However, not right." Hiruzen shook his head, frowned slightly, and his eyes were quite solemn. "We can't fight anymore. We really can't fight anymore." Yuta and Kohara beside him also nodded in agreement. The war has lasted long enough, but Kakashi. He said this with some worry in his eyes. Sakumo has already sacrificed himself for Konoha. It would be inappropriate to sacrifice Kakashi for this. Midamanen said with the same worry, "Kakashi is Konoha's genius." "I think so too." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in agreement. "We were wrong about Sakumo. Do we have to sacrifice Kakashi this time? You know he became like this for Konoha. We absolutely can't do this. But what should we do now? The three tails is on Kakashi. Can it be released?" "There is no way." Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with a wry smile. "Once he becomes a Jinchuriki, once the tailed beast is released, the Jinchuriki will also die. Is there no way?" The three of them discussed solutions one after another with a distressed look on their faces. And Danzo, he felt relieved a lot when he saw this scene. At least it seemed that everyone had the same goal. Sure enough, everyone was for Konoha. However, after a while, maybe it's not that troublesome. Mizuto Kato-en frowned again and said, after all, the third Mizukage died in the war, and Kirigakure has nothing to say, and the three tails was also sealed into Kakashi by Kirigakure. But it must be returned to Kirigakure. We can make compensation. By the three tails. Jinchuriki? How much do you think it's worth? Even if Kakashi belongs to Konoha, I'm afraid 100 or 200 million won't be enough. Sarutobi Hiruzen pretended to cough and said seriously. The first generation didn't sell the tailed beasts that expensively, so it can't be doubled. Maybe we can talk about it. Mizuto Kato-en suggested. Impossible, even if it's possible, Konoha doesn't have that much money now. Yuditen Koharu was a little distressed. The words fell. Suddenly, the three of them turned their heads together and secretly glanced at Danzo. Immediately embarrassed again, quickly turned my head back. I couldn't help it. It was just that I suddenly thought that Konoha actually still had some money. However, get lost. Danzo just doesn't believe it. All are excuses. You just want my body. With a dark face, the original relief disappeared, his hands crossed, placed in front of his chin, and said gloomily, let's give up. For Konoha. As a Konoha ninja, you must make sacrifices. Paused for a moment, glanced at everyone, leave the three-tailed beast to Kirigakure. Before he finished speaking. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen interrupted him directly and frowned, Danzo, you just now was just now. Now is now. Ninjas can't speculate with common sense. Danzo said seriously, this is all for peace. Give me a little more time, maybe there are other ways. It's like this, what can you do? We can't do that. You will regret it, Hiruzen. I am the Hokage, Danzo. At this time, the two quarreled again. Yuditen Koharu and Mitomunde-en looked at him helplessly, but didn't say much. I'm used to it. It's just that. I really didn't mean it just now. Danzo is a little sensitive. After being together for so long, don't you understand them? Suddenly. Hiratsuki. Konoha will definitely be destroyed in your hands. At this moment, Danzo felt that his heart was broken. The mouth of a close friend is a lie. After all, it has changed. Sure enough. Only power is real. Is he afraid of sacrifice? No. He's not afraid. It's just that Konoha can't live without him. Danzo slammed the table angrily and stood up. He was going to return to his root base. He didn't want to see Hiruzen during this period. At least, he had to wait until the Mist Ninja left, and he felt that his anger would subside. On the other side, Team Minato. After successfully retreating, the four set off towards the Konoha camp. Especially Obito, he went deep into the enemy's territory alone to save Kakashi, rushed out of the encirclement, killed the third Mizukage, and successfully led Kakashi to retreat. Now, he even walked with the wind, quite arrogant, and hugged the frowning Kakashi. Ha ha ha, I saved you, no need to thank me. After saying that, idiot, Kakashi rolled his eyes and slapped Obito's hand away, but seeing Obito's optimistic mood, he felt much more comfortable. Just three-tailed. Just when Kakashi was worried. Pa! He slapped his shoulder directly. Don't worry. Minato said with a smile, don't worry, the teacher is here. He knew what Kakashi was worried about. This is indeed a problem. As Kushina's boyfriend, he knew that now that he had become a Jinchuriki, the tailed beast could not be separated. And the third eye, although he is kind-hearted, loves the ninja village, and protects ninjas, he is still the head of a village. If it is for Konoha. Minato frowned slightly, and looked at the camp in front of him and relaxed again. Let's ask Jiraiya later, maybe Jiraiya has a way? Then, looking up at Obito in front of him, there was some worry in his eyes. Where does Obito's strange power come from? At this time, Obito, who was originally cheerful in front of him, stopped again and looked at the billboard in front of him. Wearing a mask. Pinching the tiger seal. When I drink this cup of milk tea, you have already lost. There is still one? That bastard. Sooner or later, he will go bankrupt. I really get angry every time I see it. My eyes suddenly turned involuntarily, and there seemed to be strange patterns in my pupils. Minato behind him looked at Obito, whose body seemed to be a little twisted, and was slightly startled. He quickly shouted, Obito. After the words fell, Obito was shocked, and recovered again. He turned his head and looked at Minato strangely. Teacher, what's the matter? It seemed that he didn't notice what happened just now. 108 Let him come tonight. That night, Obito returned to the camp and took down all the billboards again. Then, he went to rest comfortably. It seemed that he had a good dream. There, he realized his dream. He became the Hokage. Kakashi surrendered at his feet, followed him, and kept shouting Uncle Obito. And that bastard went bankrupt under his own orders, could no longer sell milk tea, and became a poor ghost, and then, holding his Uncle Obito's feet, kept begging, let the Hokage forgive him. It was so cool. And that dream seemed very real. Fuyu, what's wrong with you? Ling Yin looked at Fuyu, who was frowning and serious at times, and asked worriedly, is there something wrong? Looked very distressed. However, no. It's just. Fuyu shook his head and smiled slightly. I woke up this morning and felt a little flustered. I guess I didn't sleep well last night. It's all Ataka's fault. Why are you shy? The chubby one is so flexible, which makes his uncle very worried every day. Sure enough, he's still not fat enough. I don't know why the boy is so afraid of him spending money these days. Is he worried that he will go bankrupt? Don't be kidding. Don't you know that his uncle Fuyu has plenty of money? He's so cautious even when ordering dishes. What if his elder brother misunderstands this? Is he going to think that he treated his nephew unfairly? Enjoying Ling Yan's craftsmanship, Fuyu no longer thought about it, forgot all the messy things in his mind, and began to hum. Suddenly, just when Fuyu just moaned comfortably. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Fuyu was stunned, sat up, ignored Ling Yan who was tidying up her clothes, walked over to open the door, and looked at Uncle Sato at the door. What's wrong? Boss, I hope I didn't disturb you. Uncle Sato looked at Fuyu with messy clothes, hesitated for a moment, and said, or I'll come back later. What are you thinking about? It's said to be a normal thing. What are these guys thinking about all day? Fuyu rolled his eyes, said unhappily, speak of things. Does he look like the kind of boss who would mess around with women in the office? Oh, okay. Hearing the boss's order, Uncle Sato stood at attention quickly, and then said seriously, it's not a big deal. It's just Chief Fugaku is back. After the words fell, Fuyu was suddenly stunned, raised his eyebrows, and stood there. Stupidly stunned. A dull look on his face. Immediately, Uncle Sato and Ling Yan who saw it panicked. Fuyu, boss, what's wrong with you? Fuyu's mouth twitched, and he came back to his senses and muttered to himself, maybe I know why I have had a terrible feeling since I got up this morning. Is he back? A low sigh. Chief, do we need to send someone back to the clan to inform Mikoto-sama? Yes. Fugaku came back to his senses, nodded calmly, and then, after a slight pause, send someone to tell Fuyu. Yes. The Uchiha ninja nodded in response, and then led people to register for entering the village. After a while, after registering, Uchiha Fugaku and a group of Uchiha walked into the village. Next, he needs to report his work to the Hokage-sama, and then he can go home. Although he missed Itaki in his heart, and he didn't know if Itaki remembered what he said and stayed away from Fuyu, but as a ninja, how could he go home directly at this time? And during this period of time, a lot of things really happened. Fugaku's eyes moved slightly, and it seemed that a red light flashed, but after a while, he regained his calm face, and walked forward slowly with the same expressionless face that others owed him hundreds of millions. The village still looked the same, but it seemed to be a lot more lively than before he left the village. Perhaps the war is about to end. In a few days, representatives from the Hidden Mist village will come, and during this period, most of the ninjas outside will gradually come back. As for the Hidden Cloud village, it won't last long. Looking at the Fuyu milk tea shop and Fuyu grill not far away, I don't know if it's been too long since I went there, so after seeing it, he suddenly felt itchy inside. But it's not the time yet. After the work is explained, come with everyone later. He pondered for a while and continued to move forward. Although he was disappointed that Fuyu gave up being a ninja and became a businessman, there is no doubt in this aspect, Fuyu still succeeded. As a brother, he can only wish him the best now. Fugaku looked ahead expressionlessly, but in his heart he felt relieved after returning to the village. Let Fuyu go home for a meal tomorrow. That stinky boy is always annoying. No longer like the Udaudu who loved ninjutsu, trained diligently, and followed him all day to ask about ninjutsu when he was a child. A smile seemed to flash across Fugaku's mouth, and after a while, he returned to his original expressionless appearance, making the surrounding villagers afraid to approach. After all, the Uchiha clan is a powerful clan of Konoha, with high eyes and often looking down on people, and not listening to people's explanations. Some time ago, there was an Uchiha kid who shouted something like "no no no" in the heavy snow, rain, and lights. It was as if the sky was about to fall. Like a lunatic. I can't afford to offend him. I really can't afford to offend him. However, the Uchiha old man in the dance hall danced beautifully. And Fugaku didn't care, or he was used to it. The conflict between the Uchiha family and Konoha has been going on for a long time. He continued to walk towards the Hokage building with a few ninjas with long swords on his waist with an expressionless face. Suddenly, at this time, Fugaku seemed to have caught a glimpse of something, was slightly startled, stopped, frowned immediately, looked at the nearby side, pondered for a moment, and walked over directly. "Chief?" The Uchiha ninja behind him asked in confusion. I had no idea what the chief wanted to do by suddenly walking to the other side. But he hurried to follow him. After a while, "Father, Lord Fugaku," the two little ones looked at the expressionless Fugaku who was walking over a little embarrassedly. It turned out to be Itaki and Izumi. The Uchiha ninja who followed also breathed a sigh of relief, and immediately looked at the two little ones in front of him with a smile. "Are you on a date?" "No, no, no." Izumi shook his hand in panic. "No," Itaki said calmly. "Itaki is annoying. So fat." Izumi's face froze, and the blush disappeared. However, Fugaku didn't care about the child's feelings. He nodded lightly and didn't say anything else. He frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, then looked up at Itaki's chubby face and stretched out his hands. "Fugaku. Omega. Fat again." A calm voice sounded slowly. The words fell. "Itaki, Sigma, degree. 109. It's all Danzo's fault. It's a good day again." In recent days, the village has become more and more lively, probably because many ninjas have returned. And perhaps the representative of the Hidden Mist village will visit Konoha. Konoha seems to have specially cleaned up during this period. The streets are obviously much cleaner. The ordinary and simple life is about to begin again. But his eldest brother, after coming back, seeing the chubby white child and the happy wife, seemed very grateful for his care for the family during this period, so he kept sending Uchiha Ninja came to invite him to his home for a meal. Just 2 brothers, this is too formal. Does it need to say so much to him? This is what he should do as a younger brother, so he seriously asked Uchiha Ninja to go back and told them to tell their elder brother. You're welcome, I'll go again when I have time. Fuyu was ready to wait for Fugaku to calm down before going to his house, otherwise, it would be so formal to thank him in a long-winded way. They are not strangers. They are brothers. But from what Uchiha Ninja said, it seems that if he doesn't go in a few days, his elder brother will come to his house in person with souvenirs. Alas, although his elder brother has a paralyzed face, he is also a warm-hearted guy who loves his younger brother. Walking on the street, under the call of Fuyu Master, Fuyu, who is close to him, nodded one by one. He has patronized almost all the shops in the village, and he is generous and magnanimous, so he is deeply respected by everyone. Especially for organizing free activities for the elderly, his reputation among the elderly is now comparable to that of a certain person who loves to help old ladies cross the road. Of course, not all Uchiha are suitable for doing good deeds. For example, in the early days of Konoha, a certain paralyzed face almost scared a little girl to death because he helped her up. Therefore, the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha cannot be reversed by doing good deeds. After so many years, a stereotype has already been formed. It's good to have a few smiling ones. Once all Uchiha are smiling, Konoha will probably think that Uchiha has some conspiracy in secret. Fuyu sighed and continued to walk slowly. Suddenly, asshole, take my poke. Familiar roar, familiar voice, and familiar action. Fuyu dodged sideways and dodged directly. The same moves are useless for rich people. Asshole, if it weren't for Minato teacher stopping you, you would have been in the hospital now. Obito, who was held by the waist by the helpless Minato, kept struggling. In the end, he couldn't struggle free and could only pout. Sooner or later, you will go bankrupt. This wish is harder than the man you want to become Hokage. At least Kakashi still has the hope of becoming Hokage, and Obito wants him to go bankrupt. He has to ask the system. And if Uchiha wants to become Hokage, he probably has to wait until the 3rd generation of people sacrificed. Fuyu smiled indifferently and didn't care. Don't bother with a child. When the time comes, just advertise him in other ninja villages. As for whether Obito's personal reputation will have an impact on catering, it's not a big problem. He can attract customers because of the system, not other things. As long as he has curiosity, that's enough. Fuyu looked at Minato, who was smiling helplessly. Are you on duty again this time? Fuyu, something happened. Minato shook his head, let go of Obito, and patted his shoulder. Let's adjourn now. After saying that, he turned his head and looked at the calm Kakashi, hesitated for a moment. Kakashi, be careful, there is also the seal matter, Kushina, and I will come to deal with it tonight. Yet. Kakashi nodded, thank you, teacher. Don't worry. The teacher is here. Minato touched his head and said with a smile, the seal of the Hidden Mist Village is not perfect. In terms of sealing techniques, the Uzumaki clan is still the best. Although Jiraiya teacher dealt with it, we still have to be careful. After saying that, Minato shook his hand and smiled at the 3 people who left. Only when they walked away did he look helpless. What is the village going to do? Fuyu also roughly guessed Minato's distress. It has been a big fuss these days. After all, he is a Jinchuriki after all. Fuyu also roughly guessed Minato's distress. It has been a big fuss these days. After all, he is a Jinchuriki. Fuyu Minato hesitated for a moment, then thought that although Fuyu was a businessman, he could advertise on the battlefield, so he had no worries and said seriously, Hokage-sama will not sacrifice anyone from Konoha. Hehe. You're right. Fuyue pursed his lips to show that you were right. He is a businessman who loves the village and admires the Hokage the most. According to teacher Jiraiya, Danzo-sama also refused at first. After all, Kakashi is a ninja of Konoha, and he became what he is now because of Konoha. Minato sighed helplessly, but in the end, after a long discussion, Danzo-sama still felt that the three-tailed beast in Kakashi's body should be handed over to the Hidden Mist village. This is the best choice for the village. After all, the first generation sold the tailed beast for peace. Now. He didn't finish his words. Then what about peace? Fuyue gently interrupted. Suddenly, Minato felt like someone was pinching his neck, and he couldn't speak for a while. Yes. In the end, there was no real peace. He smiled bitterly and continued, of course the Hokage will disagree. After all, the incident with Sakumo-sama has made the Hokage feel guilty, but he can't get away from Danzo-sama. Danzo-sama is also for Konoha. I heard that the Hokage is going to see if he can buy the three tails temporarily and return it after Kakashi passes away, but Danzo doesn't agree. He thinks it's a waste of money, especially now that Konoha has experienced a war and really can't afford so much money. Even if he can afford it, he will probably be blocked by Danzo-sama. Danzo has done so many things in the past few days. He didn't even know. Full of eyes, a lot of people are watching him from behind, but he still does so many things. He is really worthy of being called the Dark Ninja, constantly courting death. It's time to increase it again. Otherwise, when he gets bored again, will he set his sights on the Uchiha bloodline again? As soon as he finished speaking, Minato looked at Fuyue in confusion. Hey? What should increase? Nothing. Fuyue said unhappily, glaring at the confused Minato. If it hadn't been for Minato and his apprentice last time, he probably wouldn't have had to waste so much money. If Kakashi was sacrificed, he didn't know what Obito would become at that time. Create a world with Kakashi. This reason is not as good as the previous one. What if the ninja world mistakenly thinks that the Uchiha actually have some weird orientation? It's all his fault. No, it can't be blamed on him. Who knew Obito was so good at licking? Jiraiya had to admit defeat. At least after Dan appeared, he gave up. Now he is content to be a licker behind Tsunade and never participate in Tsunade's life. What about Obito? Good guy. A villager said that he saw him 3 times with despair in his eyes and shouted no in the middle of the night. Until the final battle with Kakashi, he let it go. Then, he set up the dream of Hokage and began to pursue his dream. Without women in your heart, ninjutsu will naturally become successful. As for Kakashi, it is probably the same as the relationship between Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. It is a bond and recognition. It is the pursuit of power. Looking at Minato, so, what are you going to do? How can a teacher give up his students? Minato smiled helplessly, looking at the sunset in the sky. I plan to talk to Danzo-sama in a few days, before the Mist Ninjas come. No matter what, I will not give up my students. What does 110 have to do with me? A few days later. Root base. Since he left the meeting room angrily last time, Danzo has been staying in the base without going out. He decided not to get involved in this matter. Tired. He is tired. It is just a 3-tailed beast. The first generation didn't care at all. He sold it and gave it away at a discount. Then, he used the money to subsidize the early days of Konoha. You can imagine. When he gets the power of the first generation, he can suppress the 9-tailed beast, not to mention the 3-tailed beast. So. No matter. It's none of his business anyway, so let Hiruzen worry about it. And now he is worth 600 million and still owes 100 million. It is really not suitable to take care of such boring things. Danzo took a sip of hot tea. It seems that after leaving the matter, he is relaxed. Refreshed. Sublimated. The vision is also far-sighted. Now he is ready to leave after leaving the Kirigakure ninja village. Lest. See Hiruzen's heart-wrenching eyes again. He can't die yet. Konoha still needs him. Hiruzen has changed. He is no longer the Hiruzen of the past. Konoha has also decayed. If he is gone, who will bear the darkness of Konoha? Even if he bears the darkness, he still has no regrets. It's all for Konoha. Unconsciously, Danzo felt that he had become great again. I guess Hiruzen and the others are already in a mess without him now. But so what? This time, he didn't care. Danzo's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a gloomy and cold smile. Let's see what you are going to do this time, Hiruzen. After the words fell, Danzo-sama. The root ninja came in, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, Namikaze Minato wants to see you. Namikaze Minato? Jiraiya's disciple? Uchiha Obito's teacher. Danzo was stunned and seemed to remember something. Namikaze Minato. He was quite active in this war, especially he learned the Flying Thunder God technique from the second generation. I heard that many ninja villages have told their ninjas to give up their missions if they meet him. Of course, he is still a little worse than his student Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito. He is so scary. But Danzo looked at the root ninja in confusion. Why did he come to me? It seems to be related to the matter of Hitaki Kakashi. The root ninja continued to say respectfully. Hitaki Kakashi? What does this have to do with me? Danzo frowned. Didn't I say I don't care? Do I need to let him leave? Let him. Danzo groaned slightly, still frowning. Forget it, I'll just give Hiruzen a face and let him in. He didn't finish his words. Danzo-sama. Another root ninja hurried in. Danzo's mouth twitched suddenly, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. Sure enough, he lowered his head and looked at the bounty order handed over by the root ninja. Familiar avatar, familiar introduction, everything was so familiar. It was below. The original 6 became 1, and there was an extra 0 behind it. Has he done anything recently? No. He hasn't left the village since the last time. Why did it increase again? Danzo's face froze, his eyelids raised, and then, expressionlessly, he made a seal with his hands, fire style. Bounty order turned into Ash's technique. Then he raised his head and looked at the root ninja again. Tell Minato Namikaze that I'm busy. I'm practicing ninjutsu in seclusion, and I can't go out during this period of time. After saying that, standing up, he turned around and walked back. But his back looked particularly desolate, and his footsteps every step became particularly heavy. Danzo's face was uncertain, and he murmured in a low voice, looking to me to discuss the matter of Hitaki Kakashi? I don't care about it anymore. What's the point of coming to me? It seems that you are greedy for my body. There was some sadness in his eyes. It must be Hiruzen who asked him to come. It's for his body worth 1 billion. Danzo felt that he really couldn't trust others now. Hiruzen, you have changed. Hee. Hiruzen rubbed his nose, and for some reason his nose suddenly itched, and he sneezed immediately. Of course, he felt much better after sneezing, so he ignored it. Looking at the information that had just been delivered to the table this morning, he was stunned and stared at the new bounty order. 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros. What a guy. That guy is so rich. No, what has Danzo done to anger the heaven and the people? It's almost doubled. Hiruzen came back to his senses, shook his head and said, no wonder I haven't seen Danzo these days, so that's why. A sigh. 1 billion. This is equivalent to the funds that the daimyo prefecture has sent in several years. What a pity. That's his best friend. They have shed blood, sweated, and fought together. Even if he is a little moved, how could he do anything to Danzo? But Danzo still doesn't believe him? Hiruzen took off the cigarette from the corner of his mouth disappointedly, shook his head, carefully placed the new bounty order on the corner of the table, and then crumpled the old one into a paper ball and threw it away. Don't get me wrong. There is no other meaning. It's just caring about a best friend. Having such a bounty order here is like a best friend silently supporting him behind him. It's reassuring. It's already 1 billion, I don't know if it will increase further. Hiruzen muttered to himself, sorted out his mentality, and said calmly, in a few days, invite Danzo to go to Fuya barbecue bar for a meal and chat, let him understand the relationship between us has not changed at all. He is the light of Konoha, he is the darkness of Konoha, the two of them cannot do without each other, only in this way can Konoha become stronger. Also, the protection on Danzo's side must be strengthened. Shimura Danzo's bounty has increased again. And this time it's not 1 or 2,000, 5 or 6,000, but almost doubled. A full 1 billion. How much money would that be? Konoha. Shimura Danzo. Sure enough, he is not an ordinary person. For a while, the whole ninja world was shocked. In a milk tea shop in the Land of Fire, a ninja with green eyes looked solemn. Finally, he sighed and seemed to have made an important decision. Then, he shouted to the waiter, "Taro ball pearls, full, 2 cups. The second cup is half price." It has increased again. And on the battlefield, the hidden cloud ninja village is still holding on. At this time, the atmosphere also seemed a little solemn. Beside the conference table, everyone sat around on the conference chairs, looking at the bounty in the middle of the table seriously, as if they were thinking about something important. I don't know how long it took. The 4th generation Reikage crossed his hands, dragged his chin, and said gloomily, "Shimura Danzo. 1 billion. After the words fell, the faces of the cloud ninjas condensed, and then they talked angrily. Finally, with melancholy and helplessness on his face, a cloud ninja sighed and said in a low voice, "We have lost. Lord Reikage. Konoha has 1 billion, they will definitely be able to drag it on." After the words fell, the cloud ninjas all lowered their heads in disappointment. Without saying a word, they have already lost. It is impossible for the daimyo prefecture to give them so much money. Even after the previous few battles, they will not be able to get money from the daimyo prefecture for a period of time. Especially, they were defeated. "We have already lost. Surrender. Lord Reikage." There was despair in his tone. The ninjas laughed bitterly. They lost. Yoyutkaneo, Konoha has 1 billion. A burst of rap that made fun of the bitterness sounded. 111 don't come over. Soon, the representatives of the Hidden Mist Village came. And not long after, the Hidden Mist Village also sent a message of longing for peace. This makes people a little confused. Aren't the Cloud Ninjas very tough? Didn't they say that they would never withdraw their troops without paying a danzo? What's going on now? Although the overall situation has been decided, and the Hidden Cloud Ninja Village can't make any waves, what if it succeeds? What if Sarutobi Hiruzen really can't stand it and sells out his best friend? For this, Fuya felt very disappointed. Why did they suddenly withdraw their troops? Early in the morning, the whole ninja village was quite lively. After all, the arrival of the Hidden Mist Ninja Village means that peace is really coming. Therefore, everyone in the village is very happy. As soon as I went out, I passed by Fuya milk tea and I bought a cup of it. Fuya milk tea became popular again. At the same time, led by the Konoha ninja, the Mist Ninjas also entered the village with a stinky face. Of course, there are only 3 people left in the 7 ninja swordsmen, and the 3rd Mizukage is dead, the 3 tails is on someone else, and now they are defeated. It is normal for the Kirigakure to be in a bad mood, and no one cares. Is this Konoha? A cloud ninja said disdainfully, "It doesn't look special." After saying that, suddenly seeing the familiar sign rich milk tea, he was stunned. You know, rich milk tea is quite famous on the battlefield. What kind of messy slogans are refreshing and energetic? Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is his spokesperson is a pervert in the ninja world, a pervert with Konoha anal hand and thunder finger. I don't know what the boss is thinking, he actually let a pervert be the spokesperson for the catering industry, who would buy this? Not disgusting? Just. Why do I feel itchy all of a sudden? The Kirigakura looked at the milk tea shop in front of him with doubts, and had an urge to go in and take a look. Curiosity. It must be curiosity. Want to see how disgusting the pervert's shop is? Just when he was about to suppress his curiosity and turn away, suddenly, two figures. Each of them walked out holding a strange cup in their hands. The white-haired man was stunned. Zabuza-senpai, Terumi-mei-senpai, why did you buy it? Yes. How did I buy it? Terumi-mei, Sigma. Looking at the milk tea in his hand with a surprised face. Just now she passed by here, then went in, and then came out with another cup of milk tea. Is it an illusion? But there is no feeling. And Zabuza didn't care. He had drunk it the last time he came to Konoha. It's not strange that he suddenly wanted to drink it again this time. As for illusion? How is it possible? Although this spokesperson is a pervert, the taste is pretty good. But, if possible, Zabuza would rather never step into this sad place again. Zabuza's bandaged face showed a trace of sadness, which flashed away, and then he shook his head calmly and said nothing more. And the mist ninja pointed at Zabuza and Terumi-mei angrily, as if they were traitors who betrayed the ninja village. You should know that the Mizukage died at the hands of Konoha, and it is said that his death was quite miserable. When he was buried, he was covered with a white cloth so that no one could see the Mizukage again. You can imagine it. The Mizukage died a very miserable death. And now even the tailed beasts in their village have been robbed. How can you still have the mood to buy Konoha's milk tea? Traitor. However, no matter how the mist ninja pointed at him, Zabuza ignored it. He just hoped that it would end soon and leave this sad place soon. The mist ninja pointed at Zabuza and Terumi-mei angrily, and they all became incoherent. Finally. In that case, I'll go in and buy a cup too. He suddenly said. I also want to go in and try it. If you want to buy it, just buy it. Why are you so angry? But this time when you come to Konoha you have to be careful. What the Kirigakure wants is not war, but compensation, enough for the Kirigakure to survive the period of emptiness. Although the Kirigakure is not as miserable as the Sand Village, it was still hit hard in this war, especially the exaggerated increase in armaments in this war. It almost emptied the Kirigakure. In addition to the defeat, the attitude of the daimyo can be imagined. If we don't find a way, it is estimated that the blood mist this year will become thicker. More people will die. What's more, Konoha is rich now. The increase of 400 million in the past few days, Konoha with 1 billion in hand is quite confident. Even the Cloud Ninja has surrendered, and there is no confidence to fight anymore. Konoha is indeed the most powerful and richest ninja village in the ninja world. It actually produced such a person. Even the god of the ninja world back then could not match this bounty. It makes people envious and jealous. Why doesn't their Kirigakure ninja village have one? If Danzo-sama is from their ninja village, even if they don't sell it, as long as there are 1 billion in the village they will have more confidence than others. Konoha. A place with outstanding people and beautiful scenery. Zabuza and the other two drank milk tea and sighed helplessly together, but after thinking about it's time to go back. Although they felt itchy when they saw the rich barbecue bar, they didn't have much money and couldn't afford it. They should go back and ask the captain if he could treat them to a meal. However, just when the three of them were ready to leave with milk tea in their hands. Hey, 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 isn't this a ninja from Kirigakure Ninja Village? A rather annoying voice came. I heard that you guys were scheming and not only sacrificed the Mizu cage, but also lost the tailed beast. How dare you come here now? The words fell. Zabuza and the other two immediately frowned, feeling unhappy. They turned their heads and saw a young man with a lush beard appeared in front of them. How dare you provoke them with only one person? As a female ninja, Mei Terumi would certainly not tolerate it. Anyway, as long as no one died, it would be fine. As for the rest, it was common for ninjas. So, where did this old man come from? He is so old, but he didn't lie down at home. He actually came out to cause trouble? Aren't you afraid of being pissed off? Mei Terumi directly retorted, it's just Konoha's tricks, using cheap moves. You can use it too. Asuma pinched his nose and said indifferently, I didn't ask you to use it, why don't you use it? Weak is weak, and you have the nerve to come here to ask for money. He knows it. Kakashi became the Three Tails Jinchuriki, and the old man and his men seemed to be ready to hand Kakashi over to Kirigakure for the sake of peace. He would stop it no matter what. Looking at the Kirigakure who seemed to be angry and wanted to take action, Asuma was eager to try and said arrogantly, come on. Come on. Do it. Do you dare? As long as they took action, he would lie down immediately and then fall unconscious. You must pay money for beating the son of the Hokage. Even if it's not as much as that of Danzo, at least you have to pay a Kakashi. He, Asuma Sarutobi, is also very precious. Damn it! The white-haired Kirigakure was angry, and he didn't even drink the milk tea, and rolled up his sleeves. Let me see how powerful the old man of Konoha is. Just when he was about to do it. Wait a minute. Zabuza grabbed his hand, don't do it. What's wrong? The white-haired mist ninja said angrily, he said that about us mist ninjas, are we going to just let it go, Senior Zabuza? However, Zabuza didn't answer him, shook his head, and stared at the front with a serious look. Senior Zabuza. Senior Terumi Mei. Just when the white-haired mist ninja was furious, Zabuza shook his head again, his expression serious, and said in a very low voice, Konoha's assassin. Uchiha Obito. Even if he wasn't wearing a mask now, he still recognized him at a glance. After all, so far, he can't forget the scene during the Chunin joint examination. After the words fell, everyone was shocked. The white-haired mist ninja also calmed down, and immediately retracted his outstretched right leg. He couldn't help shaking and clamped his thighs. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. It's so terrifying. Even Asuma's mouth was stiff. Is Lord 2 coming? Don't come over. He just wants to extort some money. It's a small matter. It's just a small matter. However, Uchiha Obito was also confused. He just came out to find Kakashi for training and happened to pass by here. This is... What's going on? Why are you all staring at him? At this time, the surroundings fell into a weird atmosphere. Everyone was staring at him. Obito suddenly thought, should he wear a mask first? 112 Here I come again. At this time, the two sides looked at each other. Big eyes against small eyes. Especially the mist ninja had even the weapon was drawn, and he was looking at Uchiha Obito with a vigilant and serious face. Damn it! Have they fallen into the trap? Konoha, is it going to give them a warning before the negotiation? His face suddenly became uncertain. No matter what, we must not let these Konoha ninjas underestimate us. And Obito? What do these mist ninjas want to do? Are they going to attack Konoha because of Kakashi? Especially when he saw Asuma's aggrieved and resentful expression, Obito felt that what he thought was possible. Asuma was bullied. He clenched his fists angrily. Damn it! It was obviously the mist ninjas who made Kakashi what he is now, and now they are still bullying Asuma in Konoha. It's really bullying. So. He stood up, the hidden mist village. Uchiha Obito. Zabuza stared at Obito gloomily, and paused for a moment. Konoha anal hand. Konoha thunder finger. Konoha pervert. Uchiha Obito. What does this guy mean? Why did he say it again? Are you going to provoke him? Uchiha Obito looked at Zabuza with a dark face and clenched his fists. The mist ninja, Konoha, is going too far. Both sides stared at each other, not daring to give in. No matter what, for the sake of their own ninja village, they would never admit defeat. The atmosphere suddenly became solemn, and the ordinary villagers watching the show around also realized that something was wrong, and hurriedly moved away and continued to watch the show, so as not to be accidentally injured. And Asuma on the side had cold sweat on his forehead, and seeing Obito who suddenly became serious, he knew that Obito was serious. He was really going to attack this group of mist ninja. Originally according to Asuma's plan, he was going to attract the mist ninja to take action himself, and when the mist ninja came over, he would quickly lie down, foaming at the mouth, and twitching all over. Next. I believe that the fact that the mist ninja beat up the son of the Hokage during the alliance will definitely attract the attention of the old man, and his son of the Hokage was seriously injured. The mist ninja and his men will have to compensate him properly. When the time comes, maybe they can help Kakashi. But now, once Obito takes action, it's over. One Kakashi is definitely not enough to compensate. Even if the money he got from the fraud is added, it is probably not enough. Perhaps only his old man's best friend worth 1 billion can come forward. So. Asuma is sweating profusely now and doesn't know what to do. Let Lord Tou lie down with him? 2 people will definitely get more. But. Is it possible? Obito has awakened the 3 Magatama Sharingan now, how can he lie down so easily? If it's like the previous times. After lying down, he stood up with his eyes covered, as if he had become a different person, shouted, "When I drink this Kyupa, when I open these eyes, you are doomed to fail. Then. What should I do? Even the son of the Hokage can't bear it." However, this sweaty and panicked look was also seen by Obito. He thought Asuma was bullied but didn't dare to say anything. He stared at the mist ninja even more angrily. Damn it! This is Konoha. Mist ninja! How dare you be so arrogant? If it weren't for Kakashi, Minato teacher also warned him, he would have taken action directly. He. Uchiha Obito. Never afraid of any challenge. After the words fell. What about Konoha? Zabuza frowned slightly, looking at Obito with cold eyes. Are you warning us not to be so arrogant in Konoha? He lowered his head and looked at Obito's hand. Suddenly felt a dull pain behind him. If there was a choice, Zabuza really didn't want to see this guy again. But now, for the sake of the hidden mist village, Zabuza Mamakai will never back down. At most I will just go to the Konoha hospital to lie down again. Just a little thought. Konoha's medical ninjutsu is still pretty good. The white-haired mist ninja hesitated for a moment, looking at Zabuza senpai who was clamping his thighs, and remembered the rumors in the village during the Chunin joint examination. Zabuza senpai sacrificed his back for the mist ninja, and it seems that he was humiliated by the 3 Konoha ninjas afterwards. There is no good person in Konoha. They are all scumbags who don't respect the virtues of ninja. Zabuza senpai is not easy either. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, stood up with 2 trembling legs, and roared with a firm tone, "Let me help Zabuza senpai." Suddenly, Obito was stunned, his brows furrowed, staring at the mist ninja in front of him, and clenched his fists. The mist ninja actually refused to leave? Is he really determined to make trouble for them? In this case, the scarlet light in his eyes turned. "When I open these eyes, Before he finished speaking, Asuma covered his mouth directly. Asuma looked serious, and there seemed to be a hint of pleading in his tone, saying, "Obito. Brother Obito. Lord Obito. Just leave this to me, you can't do anything. They are representatives of the Hidden Mist Village, and they are here to form an alliance. Forget it, forget it. I, Asuma, will not touch porcelain anymore, everyone go back to their own homes and find their own mothers. At most. For Kakashi, I, Asuma, volunteer to stay in the hospital for a few days. You can do it later, and I will stick my butt out." Asuma seemed to have made some decision, looking at Obito with a wronged look and determination. However, at this time, "What are you doing?" A familiar voice came from the side. Asuma and Obito were stunned, turned their heads and looked at Kakashi, who looked puzzled and calm. "Kakashi? Yet?" Kakashi nodded. He was bored and was going to go out for a walk to see Konoha, but this scene happened. He looked at the two people's strange postures with strange eyes. Hugging each other. Why is Asuma still sticking his butt out? Is he doing something weird? The corner of his mouth twitched, and there seemed to be a great fear in his heart telling him not to ask more. He rolled his eyes speechlessly, then turned his head and looked at the Mist Ninja holding a weapon, and frowned immediately. Mist Ninja. Konoha genius. Three-tailed Jinchuriki. Uchiha Onsho's best friend. Stop. Kakashi's face was full of black lines. Why did this Mist Ninja talk so much nonsense? What do you want to do? After the words fell. Swish. Several more figures appeared beside Kakashi. Kakashi, Obito, Asuma, Hong, Shiranui Genma and the others also came over, and ha ha ha, the part-time writer of Rich Milk Tea, Might Guy is here. A green shadow appeared in the crowd, and Might Guy, who had just returned from delivering takeout and practicing, also came and said excitedly, "Everyone is here. Youth makes us meet again. This time, 6 people from Konoha." The Mist Ninja also became serious and said in a low voice, "Konoha. It seems the Konoha ninjas were well prepared. In order to attack them, they actually surrounded them directly. It seems this time they can't get away. And Konoha, I didn't expect that at this time, the Mist Ninjas would dare to make trouble in Konoha. Do you really think that Konoha will abandon their partners directly? Impossible." 6-3. Everyone's eyes suddenly became serious. Hong hesitated for a moment and opened her mouth, but looking at Obito, who was stopped by Asuma, she sighed inwardly and said nothing. Obito. He must be the most uncomfortable. Kirigakure, Konoha, is going too far. Just when the atmosphere between the two sides became more and more solemn, and the battle might start. Suddenly, ha ha ha, a hearty voice came. Everyone's eyes were immediately attracted. Kakashi and Obito heard it, and the corners of their mouths twitched, as if they thought of something, and turned their heads speechlessly. Sure enough, a handsome figure appeared, attracting everyone's attention, holding a microphone in his hand, with a faint smile, and said, "First, never act on impulse, second." The words were not finished. "Move away." X2. The atmosphere seemed to suddenly calm down, not as solemn as before. Uchiha Fuyu stopped the war by himself. 113 Talking about business. After a while, the atmosphere became awkward again. The Mist Ninja looked at the guy who exuded the temperament of a rich man. Just when he was wondering who this guy was, Minato arrived, and the 3 leading jonins of the Mist Ninja also arrived, especially the Snow Clan and the Kagaya Clan. The 2 bloodline families of the Hidden Mist Village actually sent ninjas. It can be seen. The Hidden Mist Village really attaches great importance to this negotiation, otherwise, how could it send such a powerful bloodline jonin? Of course, what Fuyu cares about more is that handsome jonin, who seems to be the same age as Kakashi and the others, but this time he seems to be the leader of the hidden mist village. Minato helplessly negotiated with the mist ninja for a while, and Fuyu watched the show on the side. If they didn't fight anymore, it would have nothing to do with him. And these little brats actually dared to interrupt his appearance? Write it down. Wait. Finally. The two jonins talked, and nothing happened to either side. At most, the mist ninja sneered at Konoha's shamelessness and hospitality, and then Minato smiled without giving in, implying that the hidden mist ninja village had lost. After a few words, the two of them took their own cotters and prepared to leave. I will remember it. Konoha. Hey, what do you remember? If you dare, do it. I'll show you how powerful I am. Obito, forget it. Master Tou, let them go this time. Idiot. Everyone talked a lot, and finally, they stopped Obito, and they were relieved. Originally, after Fuyu's disturbance, everyone lost their momentum, and with the arrival of the jonins from both sides, everyone retreated. And they didn't want to fight in the first place. It's just that Konoha, Mist Ninja, bullied too much. Now, after Minato's instructions, Kakashi and the others also went into the milk tea shop to have a cup. Suddenly I felt itchy and wanted to drink a cup. Fuyu milk tea, it's so delicious. Even Obito, who wanted to bankrupt Fuyu milk tea, couldn't help but go in. Minato looked at their backs and smiled helplessly. In fact, he was a little worried. A few days ago, he was going to visit Danzo, but he didn't expect to be rejected. Now Danzo is not seeing anyone because he has no time to practice ninjutsu and has to retreat. Of course he saw it. Danzo obviously doesn't want to see him. Those are all excuses. And the Konoha high-level officials are also hesitating and have not made a decision yet. After all, it is not clear what the requirements of the Hidden Mist Village are. But no matter what, Kakashi is his student, and he, Minato Namikaze, will never give up. Just when Minato secretly made up his mind and was ready to pull Jiraiya to protect Kakashi together, suddenly he was stunned. Looking at Fuyu, who was walking towards the Mist Ninja with Hinata Suzune. What is Fuyu planning to do? Minato hesitated for a moment, followed him, lowered his voice. Fuyu, what are you going to do? Is it Kakashi suddenly realized? However, Fuyu rolled his eyes. Imagine, talk about business. I'm just an ordinary businessman, I won't get involved in ninja affairs. He did what he should do. If Sarutobi Hiruzen still hesitated to sell his teammates in the end, he could only say Obito is destined to be lonely for the rest of his life. This is fate. And he has to become the richest man in the ninja world. How can he care about these things? Is that so? Minato looked a little contemptuous. Which ordinary businessman would advertise like this? Don't be kidding. And at this time, the Mist Ninja also noticed them, stopped, and looked at them with a frown. Konoha Ninja. The matter should be resolved, what else do you want? After saying this, his eyes condensed. Although our Mist Ninja village was defeated, we Mist Ninja are not easy to bully. Don't get me wrong, it's just. Fuyu smiled indifferently, his face was shining, and he lowered his voice. Do I have a big task to take? After saying this, everyone was confused. Even the female secretary Ling Ian had a black line on her face. However, Fuyu didn't care, and continued to talk happily while looking at the confused Mist Ninja. Talk, you won't suffer any loss, and you won't be fooled. Maybe it's beyond your expectations? It's just a task commission, don't care, there's no other meaning, come on. Fuyu grill. I'll be the host, we can eat and talk, eat as you like, even if we can't reach an agreement, it doesn't matter. That's it. Under the warm hospitality of Fuyu, the Mist Ninja followed him in, perhaps attracted by Fuyu barbecue. The merchants in the ninja world are pretty good. Even a guy like Kato, who was courting death, Zabuza had to endure it again and again. In the end, he couldn't bear it anymore and took action. You can imagine. But... Konoha ninja, Namikaze Minato, what are you doing here? What he talked about next was serious business, as long as the female secretary followed. After a while. Happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. The handsome Jonin shook Fuyu's hand a little uncomfortably. He is a ninja, and he is a businessman. Ninjas don't shake hands. But from the hand without heavy calluses, he also understood this Uchiha Fuyu might really be just a businessman. But it doesn't matter now. They accepted such a generous commission from the Mist Ninja Village. Even now when I think about it, it's still a little unbelievable. I actually came to Konoha to accept a mission? No one would believe it if I told them. Then I won't disturb you to eat. Eat as you like. Don't be polite. I've already paid for it. Fuyu smiled slightly, and left with Suzune and Minato, who seemed to have not recovered yet. The main purpose is to hire the Mist Ninja to help catch seafood, and then secretly use the generous commission to protect his industry in the land of water. The first one is not important. The important thing is the latter, to let his industry enter other countries, so that he can upgrade. As for the way of ninja commission, I guess the Kirigakure Ninja Village won't care too much. It's just like putting on a layer of skin to find a local agent, but the Kirigakure Ninja Village is not an agent, but only provides protection and supervision. They are ninja villages, they are ninjas. It just so happens that the ninja village is in a period of emptiness now. Otherwise, if it were normal times, the Kirigakure Ninja Village would have been impatient, so how could they talk about business? He is doing a serious business, and he is least afraid of supervision. Every supervisor will eventually become his customer. I guess Minato didn't expect that they really came to discuss business. Then let's go back, Minato brother, you should go back to accompany your girlfriend. Fuyu drove Minato away with disdain. He still had to go back to the office with the female secretary to discuss the next work. It's a business secret. No one else can be there. However, Minato smiled bitterly and looked at Fuyu. Aren't you afraid of directly entrusting the Mist Ninja like this? You know, although you are not a ninja, you are also a Uchiha. How will the village look at the Uchiha family? Sorry, I was removed from the Uchiha a long time ago. Fuyu shrugged, but seeing Minato's nervous eyes, he smiled and said, don't worry, I'm doing a serious business. Then he looked respectful. The third generation is broad-minded and won't care about these trivial matters. Anyway, if Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to abdicate, he will not be Hokage after a while, who cares? Besides, you should know that he holds the evidence of the previous senior executive's corruption and bribery. Okay. Minato shook his head helplessly, just let me know, I'll go report my work first. Go. Go. Suzune and I have to go back to deal with the next work. Fuyu said righteously. However, as soon as the words fell, Fuyu! A voice called him from behind, which made him shudder involuntarily, and turned his head with a smile, but when he saw only a figure behind him, he was relieved. Sister Mikoto. Fugaku didn't come. What's there to be afraid of? 114 Go have fun. At the same time, after Fuyu left, the Mist Ninjas hadn't come back to their senses yet, and they looked at each other in surprise. What is this? They have been ninjas for so many years and have never encountered such a thing. Accepting commissions in enemy villages during the war? No one would believe it if they told others. Senior Kyuju, we the handsome and cold Snow Clan Jonin seemed a little hesitant. Since we have accepted it, we Mist Ninja will definitely complete it seriously. Kyuju Yagura shook his head and said, this is a mission commission. It's just that the commission is a little big, the time is a little long, and the reward is a little generous. There is nothing special about it. The three-tailed Mist Ninja Jonin was still a little hesitant. He is from the Uchiha family. After the words fell, Kyujuyagura was silent. Of course he knew what his partner meant. Although he looked young, he was actually not young. If they accepted this mission, they would definitely be at a disadvantage in tomorrow's negotiations, but if they didn't accept it, wouldn't they be at a disadvantage tomorrow? And there was no other way. He gave too much. Yagura Kujutsu aside, in fact, when Konoha had 1 billion in hand, we had already lost. Konoha still had the confidence to continue fighting, but we had no choice, unless we shifted our target to Sand Village to make up for the loss of Kirigakure. This is also the reason why Kumagakure announced a ceasefire not long after. No money. I don't know which bastard secretly hoarded explosive talismans and kunao, causing the price of explosive talismans and kunao to rise. Military expenditures accounted for a large part, but they still lost the war. It's too deceptive. If we knew who it was, Kirigakure would kill him. Kumagakure is really something. Without doing a market survey first, they just started a war casually, and everyone had to follow suit. Of course. I guess no one would have thought that the explosive talisman, which is not often used, would rise so much. Now he seriously suspected that the mastermind behind the price increase of the detonating talisman was Konoha. After all, the last time they fought Konoha, the Uchiha clan ninjas took out a lot of detonating talismans. Too exaggerated. So, maybe Konoha had been prepared a long time ago, and they were all tricked by Konoha. Konoha. Deeply scheming. So terrifying. Do you think we have any other way if Konoha doesn't return the 3 tails? Gaji Yagura shook his head with a wry smile. Konoha has already won. Konoha's 1 billion. His appearance laid the foundation for Konoha's victory. Without sufficient funds, it is estimated that other ninja villages would not dare to declare war on Konoha without authorization. After the words fell, the Mist Ninja also sighed helplessly, but 3 tails? What about the 3 tails? The 3 tails have always belonged to our Kirigakure ninja village. Gaji Yagura shook his head and pondered for a moment. As for how to deal with it, let's talk about it during the negotiation tomorrow. Suddenly, he remembered a rumor. Why did Uchiha Obito appear in the advertisement of Fuyu milk tea? There is a rumor the founder of Fuyu milk tea, Uchiha Fuyu, is actually his biological father. Although he looks a little younger, doesn't he look quite young? So, young appearance is not the point. Gaji Yagura narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, the unusual relationship between Uchiha Obito and Kakashi, so, is it the love of a father for his child? He seems to understand something. The next day, the Mist Ninja and Konoha officially started negotiations. Although the process was a bit bumpy, but unexpectedly the 3 tails on Kakashi was not taken back by the Mist Ninja. But according to the Mist Ninja, in order to maintain the alliance with Konoha, the 3 tails will be temporarily kept in Konoha, and after Hitaki Kakashi dies or has an accident, the Kirigakure ninja village will come to retrieve it. And Konoha also promised that the 3 tails will definitely be returned to the Kirigakure ninja village in the future. Then the 3rd Hokage said a lot of things about Konoha being honest, peace-loving, and absolutely not treacherous. Therefore, in the end, Konoha made compensation, and Kirigakure kept the 3 tails in Konoha temporarily. Of course, this was on the surface. In secret, it was unknown whether Kirigakure would send an assassination team to assassinate Kakashi and let Kaka sacrifice as soon as possible. It was only after the meeting. Kirigakure patted Konoha with emotion ahem, Uchiha Obito's shoulder, and said, "You have a father who loves you, Dad." Obito was confused. What does that mean? His father is long gone. Everyone was also confused. Of course, Fuyu didn't know the specific situation, and he didn't care even if he knew. He didn't expect such an episode to happen. Today, he came to the Uchiha family with gritted teeth, and then, he took Fugaku out to have fun with him. As for the reason, yesterday, Sister Mikoto came to him, and said with some worry in her eyes that Fugaku was in a bad mood after he came back. How good? His face looked particularly gloomy, but no matter how she asked, Fugaku refused to say anything, and kept a blank face, and was in a daze from time to time, and the whole person became more blank. Of course, Sister Mikoto was not worried that Fugaku had cheated, and Fugaku would not do such a thing, but the Uchiha family knew their own affairs, and they would be mentally ill if they said they were mentally ill, and they would be mentally stubborn if they said they were stubborn, so they hoped that he could come and enlighten Fugaku. So he came to take Fugaku out to have fun. Don't be blank-faced, we are here to have fun. Fugaku put his arm around Fugaku's shoulders and said happily, I am familiar with this street, you can do whatever you want, I will pay for today. Fugaku glanced at him lightly, I am familiar with it too. Konoha is such a small place, how could he, the captain of the Konoha Guard, not be familiar with it? You always have a blank face, and go home immediately when you have nothing to do, which one is the same? Fuyu shook his head, I'll take you to a more exciting place later, and have fun together. The words fell. Fugaku looked at him coldly, stiffly, and a little embarrassedly, Uchiha won't go to that kind of place. What kind of place? Fuyu looked at his elder brother in confusion, his eyes seemed particularly innocent. Finally, when Fugaku raised his eyelids, he nodded suddenly and said, Fugaku, you are not honest. So you know that kind of place. How about ordering a dragon suit tonight? I, the head of the Fugaku clan, will pay for the whole place? Of course. Uchiha Fuyu didn't know these. I've never been there. Minato is more familiar with it, but he doesn't dare to go now. Jiraiya is a senior expert, but he won't be back for a few days. So, brother, take me to see the world? Don't worry, I won't tell my sister-in-law. Get lost. Just a joke, don't be nervous, this is just the beginning. Fuyu grabbed Fuyu who wanted to go home for tea, walked to the meatball shop happily, and bought a few strings of 3-color meatballs. In fact, he didn't like to eat this, it was too sweet. But Fuyu liked it. Itake probably liked it so much, and he learned it from his father. He handed it to Fuyu and sighed, you bought it for me back then. At that time. Good guy. I was completely confused when I first came. In the future, the nephew will be exterminated, and someone is hiding secretly. The ancestor will be resurrected, which is scary. Then, Fugaku took him to train and play every day. As a result, an unexpected life system came, and he didn't want to be a ninja anymore. Looking at Fuyu, whose mouth corners were slightly raised and with a faint smile on his paralyzed face, he lowered his voice, don't worry, don't tell my sister-in-law, we're going to have fun today. I'm just kidding. We'll go watch the elder dance later. Itake will probably be there too. Don't look at him because he's fat. He's actually quite flexible. He's a famous new generation dancer. Uchiha has a successor. Come on, one more string, and bring a few strings for Itake too. Fugaku looked at Fugaku with a paralyzed face, do you want me to get fat too? No, no, no. Brother, you misunderstood me. I'm showing my love for my nephew. It's love. 115 My brother, Master Fugaku Manjiki Sharingan. It can only be opened after experiencing huge negative emotions, such as the death of the closest person or emotional collapse to the limit, and producing special chakra. After experiencing this kind of life stimulation, people have more or less mental problems. Some people become lickers, some people become dreamers chasing dreams, some people become bastards who don't recognize their relatives, and some people embark on the road of pretending to be powerful and getting beaten. It is estimated that Fugaku should have opened the Manjiki on the battlefield, so his emotions have not been adjusted, so he has a dark face all the time. Of course, Fugaku's problem is not big, just a little more severe depression. In the end, he didn't break out even when he was dying. Besides, he was originally facial paralysis. He was a little withdrawn since he was a child and rarely talked to people. Therefore, whether it was serious or not was the same, and ordinary people couldn't tell. It's not a big problem. Just relax and you'll feel better. And speaking of relaxation, since Fugaku refused the one-stop service, he could only change another way. Of course. The main thing is that Uchiha Fuyu doesn't know much about this. Even though he almost became Jiraiya's apprentice, isn't this a missed opportunity? What a pity. No one has taken him, a newbie, to see the world. As for Minato always says he doesn't know. Now he's probably playing mahjong with his girlfriend and a vixen. I heard that they'll get married after a while. Being able to have two disciples who are famous in the ninja world, and at the same time, he has also earned the title of Yellow Flash of Konoha, and now he has married a beautiful wife and a vixen, and he can become the CEO of Konoha in the future. To some extent, he can be regarded as reaching the pinnacle of life. Of course. Fuyu suspected that Fugaku's mental illness was not so serious after he opened the Mangeki, which might also be related to his second pregnancy. Perhaps he was able to vent his whole body and mind during that time. So, he didn't have time to dwell on it. As for now. Hey, Master Fuyu. As usual, pack this and that for me. Fuyu shouted generously, do you see the man next to me? My dear brother. The head of the Uchiha clan, these are all bought by my brother, remember to send them all to the Uchiha family later. I'm here to spend money today, take the money, no need to count. Okay. Chief Fuyu is generous. No problem. Fuyu nodded with satisfaction, just like a local boss, he held his head high and took out the money directly. All in one go. Nothing can make people vent more than spending money. So, let's take Fuyu to spend some money today, I think it should be able to have a lot of effects. But why does Fuyu's face look more and more stiff? Is it because he hasn't spent enough? Then let's go to the next room. Buy all of these. Okay, Master Fuyu. Stop. He is the boss today. Do you know who he is? My brother. The head of the Uchiha clan. Rich. Head of the Fugaku clan. Call Master Fuyu. Okay, Master Fuyu. Do you need to deliver it to your house? Of course, we can't deliver so many goods by ourselves. At this time, Fugaku next to him. He raised his eyelids, twitched the corners of his mouth, and calmly looked at Fuyu, who was almost like a second-rate guy. This guy? How did he become like this now? Come on, brother. Take this money. Let's buy whatever we want today. Fuyu patted his chest and said proudly, let's spend money today, let's not talk about anything else. Fugaku. Holding the money in his hand. He was very familiar with it. This Fuyu was not going to train him to be a prodigal son. Before he came to his senses, we came to another store. Boss Fugaku. All of these are bought. Do you know who this person next to me is? Patriarch Fugaku. Who in Konoha doesn't know the captain of the guard team? That's good to know. My brother. My dear brother. Today, call Master Fugaku. Master Fugaku will pay for everything. Okay. After a few words, he bought a few more things. But Uchiha Fugaku felt even more depressed. He had the urge to not give up this stupid Oudoudu. However, before he could react, he was pulled to the next store. At the same time, the revenge consumption of the Uchiha Patriarch was immediately known to many people. How strange! Isn't this the usual serious and expressionless Patriarch Fugaku? Why is he so generous today? Of course. Since he spent his own money, they couldn't say anything. It's just a little interesting. And on the opposite street, A blonde man holding a red-haired woman was laughing and saying, Fuyu is really... How should I say it? What is he doing? Patriarch Fugaku is also very hard-working. The red-haired woman next to him also laughed, Fuyu is still unexpected. And the Uchiha clan leader is too serious, as if someone owes him money. What Mikoto said is okay, she is quite good at playing mahjong. After all, Patriarch Fugaku is also the patriarch of the Uchiha family. Minato smiled helplessly and shook his head, you know the relationship between the Uchiha family and the village, and Patriarch Fugaku should also be cautious. At this point, he raised his head again, looking at Fuyu with emotion in his eyes, this time, I have to thank Fuyu for his help with Kakashi's matter. Although Fuyu was a little unreliable, he was still quite reassuring. However, Kushina seemed a little disappointed when she heard Minato's words, and whispered to herself, Jinkraki. She didn't finish her words. Minato smiled and touched her head. Becoming a Jinkraki is not a good thing, just look at Kushina, and Kakashi has now accidentally become a Jinkraki for the sake of safety, the village will also let Kakashi be monitored by Konoha. So, Kushina is the only one who understands Kakashi the most now. After seeing Kushina recover, he smiled confidently again, don't worry, this will definitely change. Then the Jinkraki will also be recognized by others. Yet, tomorrow I'll ask Fuyu to come home with Kakashi. It just so happens that I have to ask Fuyu about Obito. Since it's not a self-taught ninjutsu, it may be the bloodline of Uchiha. Although it might be better to ask the head of the Fugaku clan, he is more familiar with Fuyu, so some things can be said. So where are we going next? To the dance hall. To the dance hall. Kushina said excitedly again, it seems that Obito and Kakashi will go dancing today, let's go watch them dance. And I tell you, do you know Fugaku's nephew? That chubby little hamster is so cute when he jumps. Jumping and jumping. He. Itaki? He is indeed a cute child. It just so happens that except for the last time I went there to stop Kakashi and Obito, I have never been there. So let's go and see it now. It's getting late. Finally. Although he spent a lot of money, Fugaku didn't look happy. Instead, his face became more and more paralyzed, as if others owed him a current danzo. It seems that spending money to vent is not suitable for Fugaku. Sure enough. Does Uchiha still have to dance? At this time, Fugaku stood up from the chair expressionlessly. Fuyu was stunned and asked quickly, what's wrong? It's time to go back. Otherwise, I'm afraid I can't help but beat you to death. This is too much. Mr. Fugaku sounds so nice. Is he shy? Sure enough, Fugaku is actually a shy and arrogant Uchiha who doesn't know how to express gratitude. Fuyu smiled awkwardly, rolled his eyes, and said, this is just the beginning. The sun has just set, and the happy time has just begun. There are still programs to come. What do you mean by me? Don't worry, will I hurt you? Let's not go to that kind of place. Let's go to see the elder dance. Itaki is probably there too. As a father, you should have never seen Itaki dance. Without waiting for Fugaku to answer, he directly pulled him towards the Fuyu dance hall. And Fugaku helplessly flashed by, and regained his calm face, but there seemed to be some curiosity in his eyes. Itaki? 116 Itaki, you win. Itaki, what's wrong with you? I want to lose weight. Little Izumi was shocked as he looked at the chubby Itaki holding the milk tea. Is it true this time? Yet. Itaki glanced at the milk tea and nodded calmly, a little fat. His father said. Being too fat is not conducive to using Uchiha Taijutsu. How can he continue like this if he wants to become an Uchiha ninja? So, it's time to lose weight. And if it wasn't for Uncle Fuyu last time, maybe he would have already started. Uncle Fuyu. Terrible. And Izumi looked at Ataka's chubby cheeks and nodded, peppied up his fist and said, "Let's do it together." Yet, Itaki actually wanted to say that he could do it alone, but seeing that Izumi was so interested, he nodded and took another sip of the milk tea in his hand. A small sip. From tonight, he will never eat this kind of thing again. This is. The 4-year-old Itaka made a firm vow. He wants to lose weight. Then, he looked at Chuan with confusion, holding a stack of small notes in his hand. "What's it? A guest ordered a meal?" And Chuan seemed to notice Ataka's curiosity, and said with a smile, "This is the note I left for Uncle Fuyo when you secretly left some time ago. I was worried that Uncle Fuyo would be worried. I didn't expect it to still be there. And I have been saving it and preparing to take it home to collect it. Look at this one, we left it when we left from the back door, and this one when you seemed to have diarrhea and hid in the toilet, and this one you left a long time ago, and..." Speaking of this, Chuan seemed to notice something was wrong, blinked her crystal eyes, raised her head, and looked at Itaki, who had a calm face but now stared at her with his eyes wide open. "Itaki? Chuan? You left a note?" "Yes, what's the matter? After all, Uncle Fuyu is here to pick you up, and we must tell Uncle Fuyu before we leave." "Thank you so much." Itaka pinched his chubby hands and was silent for a while. He looked like a little adult at a young age. He hesitated for a moment. "Please don't do this again next time." "No wonder. Why is he caught every time he runs for a while?" "So. That's it." He walked away disappointed. Now he just wanted to be alone for a while. Leaving behind Izumi, who was still staying there, with a puzzled look on her face. "What's wrong with Itaki?" Izumi frowned in distress, but she really couldn't figure it out. Because Itaki knew a lot from the beginning, which made her very troubled. Finally, after hesitating for a while, "How about ask Uncle Fuyu later?" At this time, Uchiha Izumi, her mother is from Uchiha, but her father died on the battlefield. Fuyu and Fugaku huddled in a corner and did not disturb Itaka's date. Children in the ninja world tend to mature early. It is common for 5 or 6-year-olds to think about peace in the ninja world, not to mention having a girlfriend. Of course, this may also be related to chakra and the current environment. Ninjas in the Warring States period did not live long, and children would be sent to the battlefield when they were only a few years old. Hashirama and Madara fought from childhood to adulthood, and then they formed a deep bond. What a pity! Later, Hashirama got married. What a sad story! Uchiha Hajiki's daughter. Fugaku also glanced at Itaki, and he knew Itaka's situation. Especially he had only been out for a while. Why did Itaka become chubby again? Of course, he couldn't say anything. Itaki has tried his best. Not a bad girl. After the words fell, he quietly watched the central dance floor. After a while, a smile of relief appeared on his originally calm face. Itaki is training hard. He has learned Uchiha fluid technique well, and he is also very talented in Uchiha throwing technique. I saw it a few days ago. His son, Uchiha Fugaku, is indeed a genius. Maybe Itaka can enroll in the Ninja Academy early? Of course. That Uchiha Obito is not bad either. Although his physical technique is average, his speed is fast enough and his movements are unexpected enough. No wonder he can make his current reputation in the Third War. It is said that the second elder also looks at this with a new eye and is ready to pay attention to Uchiha Obito again. As for the elder, Fugaku's mouth twitched, looking at the old man in colorful and strange clothes, and the elder of the Hyuga family opposite the elder. He was also a little confused. He rubbed his eyes and glared at Fugaku. You did it? No wonder the second elder always lamented that the elder had given up his dignity for the sake of Uchiha. It was really hard. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have thought that the elder had been stimulated by something. However, Fuyu seemed to understand what Fugaku meant and shrugged. When you get old, you always want to find some excitement. You have to understand this. Otherwise, who can threaten the elder? Are you feeling a little relaxed? After the words fell, Fugaku was stunned and nodded calmly, thank you. You're welcome. If it doesn't work, I can only take you to have fun. Don't worry, although I don't understand it either, you're a newbie. What's the look in your eyes? I really don't understand, but I've asked professionals. Minato. Before he finished speaking. Ahem. Fuyu turned his head and looked at Minato, who suddenly appeared behind him with a bitter smile, and Kushina, who looked suspicious, and was slightly stunned. Especially Minato's eyes that seemed to want to treat him to meatballs. Fuyu immediately smiled awkwardly. Minato said the weather is really good today. Today's weather is indeed good. Minato looked up at the light and nodded, not bad. Really good. Minato and Fugaku had known each other for a long time, and greeted each other. Minato also praised the cuteness of the chubby weasel meat. It can be seen that he may want to pinch it, but he is a little embarrassed. After a while. Is Fuyu free tomorrow? Fuyu looked at Minato in confusion. Yes, what's wrong? 3 missing 1. Got it. Playing mahjong with Minato's wife and the vixen? Simple. It's just that it involves the 9 tails, so Minato is also very cautious. So, he didn't say it directly. Yet, bring Suzune too. Kushina said cheerfully, then pulled Minato, let's go, let's go. Let's go eat barbecue. I haven't eaten it for a long time since Minato left the village. Speaking of this, I felt sad. 9-tailed vegetable beast. Lost everything. Of course, it's boring to eat alone with a tailed beast. Then he looked at Fuyu, does Fuyu want to come with us? No. Fuyu shook his head, watching the departing Minato and Kakashi and the other 2 who were also pulled away by Kushina. But Kakashi and Obito kept arguing. Rin behind him seemed a little lost. What a bad fate. At this time. Father. Itaki also noticed this, and his small body slipped over with Izumi. Itaki. The fat hamster forever. Yet. Fugaku nodded, stood up, and was about to ask them to go back. It's still early. Fuyu looked at the time seriously, nodded, then smiled at Itaki, touched his head, and said, as usual, just in time to have a midnight snack before going back, don't be hungry. After the words fell. No, I won't eat. Itaki shivered. He vowed to lose weight. 117. Nothing is impossible. The next day. As agreed, he came to Minato's house. It was Minato wearing an apron who opened the door. A good family man. Cleaning. Minato smiled embarrassedly, it's ready, please come in. After a while. Kakashi also arrived, but Obito didn't come with him. It seems that their bond is not deep enough. They didn't reach the stage of being inseparable. And Kakashi seemed to have guessed why the Kirigakure ninja village allowed the 3-tailed beast to stay on him this time, which was so unexpected by everyone, so I thanked him solemnly. Next. Let's play mahjong. Kushina was almost annoyed by the 9 tails, but she was quite depressed to let the 9 tails play. After all, who wants to lose without a reason? When I used the Sharingan to come to the sealed space, I could see that Kakashi was a little shocked. After all, in the eyes of these little ghosts, he was just an ordinary rich man. However, he was actually a rich man with hidden strength in secret. It's really incredible. And Fuyu probably guessed why Minato invited him today. It was probably because he saw the changes in the 9 tails. Therefore, he wanted to try to talk to the 3 tails in Kakashi's body. Otherwise, it would be a time bomb, which was really worrying. Who knows when an accident will happen? But Obito actually used Kamui? It should be Kamui. After all, from what Minato said, it seemed that his whole body was in a state of emptiness and could not be touched. It's a bit incredible. You know, Rin is still alive and well, and the Three Tails Jinchuriki has become Kakashi. What happened in this that made Obito awaken the Kamui again? What is he trying to escape from? A world without Kakashi? Does he still love Rin in his heart? This liquor, I guess even Jiraiya, the old liquor and old girlfriend, said he couldn't take care of her. Finally, after reminding Kakashi to keep it a secret, he shook his head and started playing mahjong. Kakashi is still pretty stable. As long as Minato is there is no need to worry about any accidents. What's more, it's just a 3 Magatama. Even if it's discovered, what's the problem? Just find a random excuse to get away with it. After all, although the sudden appearance of 3 Magatama is shocking, it is not uncommon for Uchiha. As long as it's exciting enough. Oh, is it the three-tailed? Compared to the carefree fox of the 9 tails, the three-tailed is a little more stable and quiet. I didn't expect to see you here. 9-tail. The three-tail chukar that appeared from Kakashi seemed a little surprised. Where is this place? According to the following order, the 9-tail should explain the situation here in Konoha, as well as Kakashi, and then let the three-tail rest assured. However, the 9-tail is not a patient guy. With everyone helpless, it didn't explain at all and just started. Forget it, never mind. Come on. Come on. If there is anything, let's talk about it at the mahjong table. Old mahjong fox. Mahjong. You don't understand, let me tell you. Play around and you will understand. Then, under the hospitality of the host 9-tail, the taciturn 3-tail and Kakashi also came to the table. I'm telling you. This thing has to be like this and like this. 9-tail, an old gambler who was rubbing mahjong, said in a dignified manner, do you understand? I understand. The 3-tail nodded and said. I guess you don't understand, but it's almost the same if you play a game. Kuwabai seemed not to hear and kept talking in a condescending manner, but suddenly froze, as if he noticed something. Do you understand? I understand. Really understand? Really understand? And I seem to be confused. 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 Really confused? Don't get confused. It seems confused. Kakashi pushed the mahjong away directly. Is that so? Then, Kuwabai was silent. No-tailed beast. How is this possible? It seemed to have been hit by something. Immediately, Kushina covered her stomach and laughed. Minato on the side was also embarrassed and smiled helplessly. On one side was his beloved, and on the other side was the vixen raised by his beloved. It was a dilemma. As for Fuyu just watch the show, and drag Suzune to watch the show together. The 9-tailed fox glared at Kushina angrily and yelled, keep going. You're lucky this time. You know, I was like this at the beginning, but I can't be lucky every time. You won't be lucky next time. Then, it started again. Then, after about 5 or 6 games, the 9-tailed fox retracted its claws, curled up, and wrapped itself with 9 tails in a bleak manner, and never showed up again. No-tailed beast. This made Kushina almost laugh to death. Ha ha ha. The fox food addiction is still strong. Minato, who was in a dilemma, quickly asked Kushina to comfort the 9-tailed fox, and she stopped laughing. However, forget it, 9-tailed fox. Kushina still had a cheerful smile on her face, patted the big iron gate, and said comfortingly, anyway, it's not the first time, you should be used to it. After the words fell. Get away. I just have bad luck. The 9-tailed fox patted over with one tail, I don't want to see you now. Then, they woke up. Kushina shrugged, saying that she couldn't contact the 9 tails, and guessed it was too embarrassed to show up during this period. It's not enough to have a bad temper. She is also very distressed. Minato seemed a little helpless, but he didn't think much about it in the end. He patted Kakashi, who hadn't recovered yet, and said gently, "Don't be afraid of the darkness in your heart. Since you can't hide from it, learn to face it." However, Kakashi was still a little confused. After all, today this scene was a big shock to a jonin. You know, the tailed beasts are terrible and evil. The whole ninja world thinks so, and even Konoha's documents have recorded it. The first generation Hokage was worried that the Nine Tails would cause chaos and endanger Konoha's safety, so he stretched out a hand to seal the Nine Tails. You know, even the god of the ninja world was so worried. You can imagine the strength of the tailed beasts. As a result, today the three views were a bit shocked. But after hearing what Minato said, he nodded and decided to face the darkness in his heart. Next. It was getting late. Minato invited everyone to stay for dinner, and he cooked it himself. After the worries were resolved, he was relieved. Therefore, he began to prepare dinner happily. At the same time, in a small forest not far from Konoha, several ninjas wearing Cloud Ninja forehead protectors were looking at each other seriously. I don't know how long it took. Do you remember the purpose of our visit to Konoha? But I heard that it is not easy to get the 1 billion. Konoha's guards are very strict. When the 600 million was obtained, the Sand Ninja and the Mist Ninja both failed, not to mention now, only we. He did not finish his words. Don't worry. I have received the news from the black market, and also attached a map of the approximate location of the root organization. This time we have a greater advantage than the Mist Ninja. This alliance is our chance. Then how to do it? All the Cloud Ninjas looked at him. He nodded seriously, turned his head and looked at the Cloud Ninja who was carrying several knives on his back. He could tell from a glance at the Cloud Ninja that he had an extraordinary temperament. He said seriously, "Lord Kiribi, this time I have to trouble you to help attract Konoha's attention." After the words fell, Killer Bee immediately stretched out his hand, shook it, nodded his head, and said rhythmically, "Yo-yo, yo-yo, Konoha has 1 billion people, and the guards are very strict, but for us, yo, nothing is impossible." Note, please vote, recommend, and subscribe. 118 Youth never gives up halfway. Today, the weather is fine. The wind is fine. The village is bustling with laughter. After all, today is the day that the Cloud Village agreed to come to Konoha to form an alliance. Therefore, the whole Konoha became lively early in the morning. It was more lively than when the Mist Ninja came. You must know that once the two sides form an alliance, it means that the Ninja World War is really over. There may still be a small part of the ninja world in chaos, but overall peace has been ushered in. This is a gratifying thing. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen and others also attach great importance to the visit of the Cloud Village. At the moment when the representative of the Cloud Village appeared, as the shadow of Konoha, he also came quickly. After the representatives of both sides greeted each other warmly. "Yo-yo, yo-yo, Konoha has 1 billion. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by the Cloud Ninja next to Killer Bee. When Master Bai came to Konoha, he was attracted by the scenic spots and customs of the villagers. "Please don't mind me. Master Bai hopes to walk around. If possible, I hope Konoha can send a ninja to accompany us and introduce us to the surroundings." He smiled slightly. "I heard about Fuyu milk tea and Fuyu grill on the battlefield. The food there is very delicious. I yearn for it. This time I came to Konoha, how can the Cloud Ninja not taste it? Ha ha ha." As a Hokage, hearing someone praise Konoha so much, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt much more comfortable in his heart and nodded. "In this case, let me take you around in person. Konoha still has many interesting places. Will this be too much trouble for Master Hokage? Just send a ninja." "No problem, it's all for the peace of the ninja world." For a while, the host and the guests were happy, both sides were polite and respectful to each other, and the air was full of joy. Next, led by the third Hokage, the leader of Konoha, a group of people simply walked around Konoha, and when they passed by Fuyu milk tea, they didn't need the third Hokage to introduce it. Everyone was itching to go in with curiosity, and then, when they came out, the representatives of both sides held a cup of milk tea in their hands. Even Killer Bee felt it was incredible. If it weren't for the Eight Tails telling him that everything was normal, he would have thought that he was in some illusion. It really deserves the reputation of Fuyu milk tea on the battlefield. The taste is really good. At this time, Kirabi, holding the milk tea, thought of the master and apprentice who was famous in the ninja world and made them, the Cloud Ninja, suffer a great loss. Suddenly, inspiration burst out, and his body swayed uncontrollably. Yo, Konoha has 1 billion, yo, Konoha has anal hand, yo, Konoha has yellow light, yo yo, yo yo, Konoha genius cradle. Genius cradle. On the third Hokage's side, one word and one jump made Sarutobi Hiruzen stunned. What is this guy doing? I had heard that there was something wrong with the partner of the fourth Raikage, but I didn't expect it to be so wrong. Even the Cloud Ninjas were helpless. After all, this was Lord Killer Bee, and they couldn't say anything. I don't know how long it took. Stick your butt up. Stick your butt up. You've suffered a great loss. You've suffered a great loss. The battle is over, I'm so ashamed. The song stopped, the dance stopped, and the whole body trembled while posing, and then retracted the action and returned to normal. Suddenly, pa pa pa. The villagers who were attracted by the excitement gathered around, and suddenly there was warm applause. What song is this? It's my own creation. It must be my own creation. And the dance is really interesting to watch, better than the old guy in the dance hall. That's Uchiha Taijutsu, not dance. Don't talk nonsense, it's just as he praising Konoha. Of course. I heard that on the battlefield, they encountered Minato-sama's team, and the losses were extremely heavy, which made people unable to look directly. Until now, the ninjas who came down from the battlefield can't describe it in words. Did they use some terrible forbidden technique? I know. I know. It was Lord Obito. That terrible ninja. Everyone outside the door talked a lot. In the milk tea shop. Calm down. Obito. Don't be impulsive. They admire you. Master Obito. Let's take a break today. Don't act rashly. It's not in line with your status. It's not too late to take revenge later. Idiot. Hey? Obito, what's wrong with you? A bunch of young people stopped an angry black-haired man, but suddenly found that his body seemed to be twisted. His face changed immediately. But as soon as he finished speaking, Obito came back to his senses. I'm so angry. The distortion disappeared and returned to normal, but his face was green and blue, and he didn't explain what happened just now. We are all ninjas. What's wrong with being a scumbag? What's wrong with being a pervert? It's all for the mission. Can this ninja world be more tolerant? Obito just. At this time. It's so lively. Today is another day full of youth. A green figure ran in, attracting everyone's attention. Hey? Everyone is here. When Might Guy saw Kakashi and the others, he was immediately happy, especially when he looked at Kakashi. He seemed to be on fire, and shouted with high momentum, Kakashi, I have become stronger, please accept my challenge. As soon as the words fell, I agree. A response. It was not Kakashi, but Obito. Obito stood up and slapped the table angrily. The future Hokage of Konoha, Uchiha Obito accepts your challenge. Might Guy was silent. It seemed. The original momentum withered for a moment, and the whole body trembled. Suddenly, he felt boring, as if he had entered the sage time. Youth is gone? Obito, I challenged Kakashi. Same, as long as you defeat me, you will defeat Kakashi. Obito finished speaking. Kakashi said nothing, rolled his eyes, then hesitated slightly and nodded. It's up to you. Just don't look for me. Come on. Obito, who was looking depressed and ready to vent, roared, let's go to the back. Just as the words fell. Oh? Kai, you're back? I just ordered a meal, hurry up. Sato poked his head out, looked at the friends gathered together, was slightly stunned, and then said with a smile, oh, are you at the party? In this case, you don't need me, I'll arrange for others later. Before he finished speaking. Boom. It seemed like another flame was coming out. Youth. Never disappeared. Might Guy took the order directly and roared excitedly, how can youth be taken over by others? Uncle Sato. Everyone. I'll be back soon. Just as the words fell. It was like a green light. Disappeared directly in front of everyone. As fast as the wind. Kakashi and the others twitched their lips, and said nothing more, looking at Obito who was stunned in front of them. Suddenly. Ah, damn it! Kai, this coward! He has changed! Obito shouted unhappily, turned his head and looked at Asuma. Asuma, help me! Suddenly. Asuma's anus tightened, his face became haggard in an instant, and he laughed awkwardly. Obito. Let's go to the dance hall. Those cloud ninjas seem to have gone to the dance hall. Help you? Don't be ridiculous, he would rather watch those old ladies dance. 119. Do you want to dance too? On the other side. Since the representative of the Cloud Hidden Ninja Village is also a physical skill expert, there is nothing to say. Let's take them to the Fuyu dance hall to have a look. And now it looks very good. Charming and shining, yeah, I didn't expect Konoha to have such a good place. The stereo surround singing. The neat dance steps made Killer Bee stunned. He had thought about promoting art in Kumagakure, but was stopped by his elder brother. Today, he didn't expect Konoha, which was already considered decadent, would be one step ahead of him. In this respect, it has already walked ahead of Kumagakure. Even the old man with grey hair is dancing. Konoha. Is it really decadent? The dynamic rhythm and music around him made his inspiration burst out again. It was only a moment, and his mind was full of inspiration. Killer Bee, didn't he want to be a great rapper? As long as everyone has fun. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled slightly and took off the cigarette from the corner of his mouth. Now it seems. Phew, that kid does have some vision, no wonder his business is so good. However. What a pity. Kiribi suddenly shook his head, frowning slightly, with a hint of regret in his tone. Although the neat steps look very shocking, they still lack diversity and innovation. Fall. Kyumujin kid, you are so arrogant. As the second-rate leader of the dance hall, the elder stood up unhappily when he heard someone slandering them. Do you want to dance too? Oh yeah, Konoha old man, the lights are flashing. Kiribi was about to sing a song, but was interrupted by the elder. Flamboyant, get on the dance floor if you dare. Let me see your ability. Yeah, oh, bad. I bit my tongue and almost died. The Konoha old man actually looked down on me. Kiribi stuck out his tongue and started to move his whole body again. Everyone immediately made way for him to enter the center of the dance floor. The lights flashed and the music started again. Flamboyant, flashy, it's not a lame joke. It's a gorgeous rhythm. I'm in a good mood today. Konoha is interesting. The rhythmic speech, coupled with the dance steps that followed the beat, made the Konoha Taijutsu old men around him solemn. It can be seen. They underestimated this cloud ninja. This rhythm, this dance step, his physical skills should be very strong, plus he can do two things at the same time. In such a tense atmosphere, he also improvised such a weird music. Although it is flashy, after watching it for a while, it is indeed quite real. Even Senior Beiwa, who has good eyesight, frowned and looked at Killer Bee, and said lightly, his physical skills are very strong. Everyone dared not underestimate him anymore. On the other side, Fuyu, who came to join in the fun, also looked at the scene below with some stomach cramps. What's going on? Why did the Cloud Ninja come here? And Captain Fuyu hasn't even come on the court yet, but both sides actually started dancing? There are a bunch of old men in Konoha around. It seems that even the rhythm is driven by Killer Bee. Killer Bee's physical skills are so terrifying. No wonder the second nephew can't dance with him even after awakening the Mangeki and mastering the Uchiha fluid technique. It's terrible. At this time, it seemed that because of the enemy's appearance, the whole dance hall was set off for a while. Cheers were heard one after another. The Cloud Ninjas hiding in the dark looked at each other and thought this was an opportunity, so they quickly retreated in batches. They came to Konoha for other purposes this time. Now that all eyes are attracted, how can they let go of this opportunity? At this time, more and more people entered the venue. With the dim lights, the departure of several figures did not attract too many people's attention. And Kirabi was really immersed in it, as if he had forgotten something and was immersed in the cheers around him. The rap style of the hidden Cloud Ninja village appeared in Konoha for the first time, which really made many people feel quite interesting. Fuyu shook his head helplessly, and then watched happily, thinking about whether to rely on Kirabi to open a dance hall in the hidden Cloud Ninja village. After all, the hidden Cloud Ninja village is different from the hidden Mist Ninja village. They have the confidence and strength. It was just a temporary defeat. I guess the Cloud Ninja will not easily accept the method I used on the Mist Ninja, because he is Uchiha. Suddenly, Fuyu was slightly stunned, and looked at a figure in the middle of the dance floor with a twitch in his mouth. Why is this brat here? It's that kid Obito. Although he didn't learn the Uchiha style very well, his unexpectedness and shamelessness may suppress this Cloud Ninja. Indeed, we can't let him be arrogant anymore. He is bullying us Konoha elders. And Kakashi is also on the field. Have you noticed that the two of them work together very well? It's a bond. It's the power of the bond. A cheer suddenly rang out on the field. Uchiha Obito, number. Who is shameless? Who said that? Hurry up and stand up. But now it's not the time to settle accounts with these old guys. This Cloud Ninja who slandered him dared to be so arrogant. He must be made to pay. Kirabi also found Obito and was surprised for a moment, then became serious instantly. A person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Don't underestimate him. Yo, Konoha pervert? Yellow Flash subordinates, ah boy. This guy is so annoying. As many people joined in, the field became happy again. Cheers continued. Especially the Cloud Ninja, he really has some strength. At first glance, he looks fancy, but at another glance this kid is not an ordinary person when he dances. Rhythm, rap, tapping, cheers are endless. I don't know how long it took. Again and again. Until both sides were out of breath. It stopped. Both sides looked at each other. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. Uchiha Obito looked at him solemnly, although we are enemies, I admire you very much. Your moves are simply ninja killers. Your teacher said the same thing, boy. Killer Bee made a 7 with both hands to Obito, and there seemed to be a confident light flashing at the corner of his mouth. You are also great, not just a pervert. Bastard, give me back my compliments. Obito's mouth twitched. And Sarutobi Hiruzen was also very satisfied with the arrangement of the Cloud Ninja's visit this time. It seems. It's almost done. Take off the cigarette from the corner of his mouth, estimate that the time is almost up, and then go out for dinner, and walk out with a smile. However, just when he was about to say something, swish! Several ANBU ninjas rushed in, walked to the Hokage in a panic, lowered their voices, and said a few words. Suddenly, a terrible aura emerged from him, attracting everyone's attention. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face changed, and he roared, "Someone surround the cloud ninjas!" After the words fell, before everyone could react, he rushed out alone quickly. The speed was so fast and the movements were so agile, as if something terrible had happened. 120 I am here, no one can hurt him, please subscribe. Time moved forward a little. Today, the weather is fine. It was sunny and windy. Danzo stretched his body, looked at the sunset on the horizon, took a deep breath of fresh air, and suddenly the whole person was much more energetic. I haven't seen the sun for many days, and seeing it again today, my heart is also a little warmer. The time has come, and it's time for him, Shimura Danzo, to return to the ninja world. Otherwise, if he hadn't shown up for too long, those guys would probably only remember his 1 billion, and forget that he, Shimura Danzo, was also a powerful ninja. He was the dark ninja of Konoha. Therefore, for Konoha, he couldn't stay out for a long time. He would appear in front of everyone from time to time, which would help to improve his prestige. Moreover, he was trying to save Konoha and change its decay, so how could he do nothing? This was the opportunity. Under his intimidation, the hidden cloud village chose to surrender without hesitation and formed an alliance with Konoha. There was news that today was the day when the hidden cloud village ninja would arrive. If he wasn't there, Hiruzen might have another accident. So, he couldn't do without him. Danzo sighed, then, with a dignified look in his eyes and a solemn expression on his face, he took a small step firmly with his unwavering belief in changing Konoha. However, just stepped out of the cave door. Swish! Several figures appeared around in an instant. Master Danzo is out, Master Danzo is out. Be alert. Everyone be alert. Don't let any strangers get close to Master Danzo. If something happens, we will all die. Someone! Hurry up and carry the sedan, be secretive. Master Danzo, is there anything you need? If it's a small matter, we can do it. Danzo was silent. His face was melancholy. This is not the life he wanted. Looking at the Anbu ninja in front of him. These were specially sent by Hiruzen to protect him. But why does he need others to protect his Anbu? With his strength, in Konoha, as long as there is no accident, he can go anywhere. In addition, he has his own root ninja, so why does Hiruzen send people to protect him? Hiruzen's move is a blow to his reputation. Don't he understand his little thoughts? Good and bad. Humph. No need. I'll be back soon. Danzo snorted coldly, rejecting these useless Anbu who got nervous at the slightest thing. Leave quickly. But Hokage-sama, your billion-dollar body must not be subjected to any accidents. Shut up. Danzo glared with his tiger eyes, and his whole body trembled. I will tell Hiruzen myself. No need for you. These guys. And Hiruzen. They are just attracted to his body, not a single one is sincere. And his former partners Mitamonen and Yudet and Koharu, they have all changed. Konoha is indeed rotten. Danzo sighed in disappointment, then waved his hand, told them to get out, and continued to move forward with 4 or 5 root ninjas. Is he no longer safe in Konoha? He didn't believe it. Besides, after this time, he will start his plan. Orochimaru has already made arrangements. If there are more Anbu ninjas following him, it will be too inconvenient to move. So, a gloomy flashed in Danzo's eyes. He must find a way to drive them away. Therefore, he can't panic during this period. After he was far away, he also looked around the lush forest with vigilance. Although he believed that he would be fine in the central area of Konoha as long as Konoha did not have a strong enemy invade, he still had to be vigilant. And the purpose of his coming out this time was to prepare to participate in the alliance meeting between Konoha and Kumagakure Ninja Village. It was not appropriate for him to not attend the last time in Kirigakure Ninja Village as a Konoha consultant. If he did not attend this time, it would be disadvantageous for his next action. Therefore, he must attend. This is prestige. Danzo walked forward with a serious face, and 5 root jonins around him protected him tightly. This road he had walked for decades, and he didn't know when it became so unfamiliar. 600 million or 1 billion. He didn't know. The cold and lonely heart couldn't help but tremble. If even his best friend couldn't be trusted, who else could be trusted? Hiruzen. Before he finished speaking. Suddenly. His lonely expression froze, he stopped, staring at the surroundings with his eyes fixed. No birds or people. Silence. Too quiet. It was so quiet that it made people panic. Konoha is not safe anymore? How did Hiruzen protect Konoha? Danzo cursed a few words in his mind, then, with a cold look in his eyes, he lowered his voice, I have found you, come out. After he finished speaking. The surroundings were still calm, without any movement. But Danzo and the root ninja did not dare to act rashly, staring vigilantly around. At this time, Danzo hesitated for a moment, and his left foot just took a step back. Suddenly, with a click, stepping on a branch, everyone raised their eyebrows and their eyes froze. Oh no! As expected. Swish! Several ninjas with masked faces appeared on the tree. Do it! When Hiruzen arrived, he saw that Danzo was fine and the surrounding cloud ninjas had been killed. He was relieved in his heart, and then his eyes became serious. This group of cloud ninjas. Are they not sincere to form an alliance? I treated the cloud ninjas with sincerity, but I didn't expect them to have bad intentions and target his loved ones, brothers and sisters. Don't they know that Danzo is his best friend? You. Danzo, this is the second time. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo, who was not seriously injured. Those cloud ninjas were really something. The root base was next door. In order to ensure Danzo's safety, he sent a lot of Anbu ninjas here. Less than 10 jonins wanted to steal people? Ridiculous. He was ready to criticize Danzo, but when he saw his silent expression, his heart softened. I've said it before, when you go out, you must protect yourself. Just as the words fell, a figure ran over in a hurry. Yan, what's the matter again? Hiruzen, Danzo. Midaman Yan saw that Danzo was fine. Although he was injured, he still had the demeanor of the dark ninja and stood alone proudly. He was relieved in his heart. Danzo is the root of Konoha, and nothing can happen to him. That's right. He looked a little lonely. But now is not the time to talk about this. Midaman turned his head again, looked at Hiruzen, and said quickly, the Cloud Ninja has also received the news. They think that they were just out to the toilet, but they were attacked by Konoha. They are condemning Konoha. Let's talk. After a pause, he glanced at Danzo again and lowered his voice, if the murderer is not handed over to them, they refuse to ally with Konoha and will continue to wage war against Konoha. The attitude is very tough. After the words fell, Danzo's eyes were also cold. Cloud Ninja. But now he turned his head and looked at Hiruzen. Hiruzen. He has known him for a long time. If it is for peace. However. Unexpectedly. Without any hesitation, just when Danzo was worried, Sarutobi Hiruzen directly hugged his best friend, snorted coldly, and said in a serious tone, Konoha will not give up anyone in Konoha. Powerful. Loud and clear. This time it's the Cloud Village that's wrong, not Konoha. Today I will never give up my best friend. All of a sudden, everyone looked at him. The figure standing in the moonlight. Heartfelt respect. The hero of Konoha Ninja. The strongest Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Even Danzo, who was hugged, was stunned, his heart trembled slightly, looking at the profile of his best friend. Maybe he really misunderstood his best friend. 121. The Heavily Guarded Grove. Code name. A deep voice sounded. Three-tailed. Kakashi, who was wearing the same animal-type mask as the person asking, looked at the ninja in front of him with some confusion in his eyes. Anbu Ninja? Full name, Konoha Assassination Tactics Special Forces. Of course, he is also an Anbu Ninja now. As for why he became an Anbu Ninja, he is still not very clear. The day after the third Hokage uncompromisingly rejected the Cloud Ninja, he received an order from above. I originally thought that after becoming a Jinchuriki, he would be locked up in the village like Kushina-sama, and he would not have to do anything but get paid, but I didn't expect Hokage-sama would actually arrange him to the Anbu. Of course. This is not what he is most confused about. Anyway, his father also worked in the Anbu back then. Even if these are usually confidential, he will more or less pay attention to them in life, so he is a little familiar with the Anbu. Therefore, he doesn't mind entering the Anbu. Just this morning, he reported to the Anbu according to the order, and then, he took a code name at random, and was taken to a strange place by the Anbu ninja. After receiving his Anbu uniform, he was then taken to this forest. So, he was also confused. Where is this place? Who is the Anbu ninja asking in front of him? Why is he, a new Anbu, being examined again? Hasn't he been questioned when he joined the Anbu? After a while. After registering the information, he was allowed to move forward, but why should he move forward? Where are the others? Did the Anbu send him to this place to carry out some secret mission? For a moment, Kakashi became a little nervous. But at this time, the Anbu ninja had disappeared from his sight, and he didn't get any useful information at all. After hesitating for a while, he took another step forward. But this weird atmosphere still made him a little nervous. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, still no movement, and no one told him what to do, and continued to move forward. 4 steps, 5 steps. At the 5th step, swoosh! A sound. Suddenly another figure appeared. Kakashi's eyes condensed, and he almost threw the kunao out. However, it's still the Anbu. What's going on? Kakashi looked at the Anbu ninja in front of him with a confused face. Code name. The low voice of the Anbu ninja sounded again. 3 tails. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, and still said the code name he randomly chose. Just this scene, didn't we experience it just now? We only walked 5 steps, why are we being checked again? Where is this place? Why do we have to do this? Why are the guards so strict? At this time, Kakashi's doubts are increasing. After the Anbu ninja finished the inspection. This time, the senior did not leave immediately, but glanced at him seriously, and then nodded. A new member? Looks pretty good. It seemed that he had thought there was no problem, and then he took back the kunao in his hand. Our mission is very important, we need to be vigilant at all times, and we can't let any strangers get close to here. Here. Before Kakashi asked the doubts in his heart, don't say too much, don't ask too much, just remember the work here. I can only say that those who understand will understand, and those who don't understand will not understand no matter how much I say. After all, it's enough for you to know it yourself. Just think about it carefully, and you will understand it in a few days. The Anbu ninja looked at the codename Three-Tailed meaningfully. It's very complicated here, and there must be no mistakes. After the words fell, he disappeared in front of Kakashi, who was still confused. What did this senior mean by a bunch of words just now? Why didn't he understand it at all? But after a while, he regained his calm face. At this moment, Kashi also vaguely realized in his heart his mission this time might not be simple. so there must be no mistakes. But what should he do? Can you tell me, Senior? Kakashi, who found that he still didn't know what to do, fell silent again. The morning after the failure of the Cloud Ninja stealing, the representative of the Cloud Ninja brought the remaining Cloud Ninja to the Hokage building angrily. He never mentioned what the Cloud Ninja wanted to do by sneaking away last night, and directly condemned Konoha for maliciously killing their companions who went out to the toilet. They need Konoha to hand over the criminals to them, otherwise, the Cloud Ninja will never withdraw. As for going to the toilet in the middle of the night, going so far to the woods, is it strange? It's not strange at all. They just need to be in nature, enjoy the flowers, the moon, and the grass to defecate. However, who would believe such a groundless and flawed reason? The third-generation Hokage was shocked, glared, and rejected the unreasonable request of the Cloud Ninja without hesitation, and said that Konoha would never compromise. Protect Danzo. Full of confidence and amazing momentum. Although he is old, he still lives up to the majesty of the hero of ninja. At the same time, after hearing the nonsense of the Cloud Ninja, the Konoha ninjas also united as one, showing the spirit of the will of fire of Konoha, never abandoning or giving up, and never giving up the bond of any Konoha people. For a while, the Konoha high level instantly stood on the same front, without any hesitation, and directly rejected the unreasonable demands of the Cloud Ninja. They failed to steal people, and they still dared to ask for compensation? It's ridiculous. You can say. At this moment, Konoha reached an unprecedented unity, and the fire of the will of fire was burning, illuminating Konoha. Finally, the Cloud Ninja compromised. There is no way. They surrendered because they couldn't fight anymore. How could they start a war? Not to mention that Konoha is full of confidence. Even if they start a war, the final result will still be the same, or even worse than now. So, this is a misunderstanding. Then, Konoha accepted it. It's all a misunderstanding. Then the two sides happily signed the alliance agreement, which marked the end of the Third Ninja World War. When he heard the news, Fuyo was stunned. What a deep bond! It is probably not weaker than the bond between the first generation and Madara. Otherwise, if it were anyone else, perhaps the third Hokage would have hesitated, and if he hesitated, someone would have to sacrifice for Konoha. But this time, for the sake of his best friend, he did not hesitate at all, and yelled directly at the Cloud Ninja, "If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking." He is indeed a ninja hero. It seems that his idea of using a knife to push Danzo out has failed. The admirable bond blocked his plan. Of course, it doesn't matter. Anyway, he found that Danzo was quite honest during this period. Since what happened that night, he has not appeared again. It is estimated that he has been shrinking in the root organization and dare not go out casually. How terrible the outside world is! At the same time, there are rumors somewhere in the forest of Konoha seems to hide some shocking secrets, and the security is very strict, and no one can step in casually. If you accidentally step in, you will definitely be checked every 3 steps and every 5 steps. If there is any suspicion, you will be killed on the spot. Fuyu roughly guessed what the place was. It is said that it is not far from the grove where the ambush of Danzo was. So terrible. What a terrible bond! Fuyu shook his head with emotion and didn't care. Anyway, he held the money that the 3 generations of people had embezzled. Information about bribery: if something unexpected happens, wait until Minato takes office and secretly hand it over to the daimyo. Although it is estimated that it will not have much effect, at least their reputation is ruined. The third generation Hokage cooperated with his friends to embezzle and accept bribes? What a serious matter! Of course. Now he has more important things to do. As for the rest, we will talk about it later. Looking at the haggard Kiribi opposite with a rich smile, he pointed to the dance hall in front of him and said generously, "What do you think of my place? 122 The beginning of the elderly going to the sea to start a new business. In this regard, Kiribi felt very satisfied, and the open dance atmosphere of Konoha shocked him greatly. So, the subsequent negotiations were also very smooth. Using the point to the surface, making a little concession, let the rich industry settle in the country of thunder, anyway, the wool comes from the sheep, it doesn't matter. What's more, the current ninja world business is not developed, so for the businessmen there are fewer restrictions. Therefore, it looks a lot, but it is not much. The Cloud Village was very wary of the Uchiha family, and only allowed him to open a store in a specific place, and there were not as many as in the Land of Water, but Fuyu didn't care. It was enough to open the industry. As for the rest, just wait for the people of the Land of Thunder to have a drink. After seeing that he had taken another small step towards becoming the richest man, Fuyu nodded with relief. The operation in the Land of Water was also very successful, and the store would be open in a short time. By then the money would come again, and he would be able to upgrade again. But according to the news from the people in the Kirigakure village, there seemed to be some chaos in the Kirigakure village. Zigwashin Pufferfish Ghost, one of the 3 ninja swordsmen, was promoted, and then, for some reason, the remaining 2 people directly rebelled against the village. At that time, the 3 of them had a fight, which caused a lot of chaos in the Kirigakure village. In the end, Biwajozo roared something, let this guy who embezzled, accepted bribes, and betrayed his partners be promoted, Kirigakure village is hopeless. And then left angrily. Of course, this has nothing to do with being rich. Just pay a little attention. It won't affect his business anyway. But these few days, because Fugaku came back, his breeding plan had to be terminated. It's been a while since I saw Itaki. I wonder how Itaki is doing now? And Fugaku, maybe he has recovered after being relaxed. Although he still has that expressionless face, at least he doesn't look particularly gloomy. It looks like Suzuki may come. Sure enough. Fugaku didn't fall into darkness thanks to Sister Mikoto. Perhaps his second nephew later became a shy and kind father from a stupid boy, not only because of Naruto behind him, but also because there was a woman in front of him taking care of the family for him. Women can soothe the darkness in Uchiha's heart. Perhaps this is what is called love. In order not to fall into darkness and be blinded by money, he has to work hard. Besides, Minato will also get married in a few days, but Obito has become a famous person in the ninja world, Kakashi has become the 3 Tails Jinchuriki, and the seemingly old 3rd Hokage still seems to be ambitious for his best friend. So, what about the 4th Hokage? Is Minato still qualified? Why not send the evidence of Mito Kadoen's corruption and bribery to the daimyo? Maybe give him a warning. Maybe the 3rd Hokage will be ashamed of his partner and want to abdicate. Also, what about Madara? Is he still alive? You know, Obito is alive and well now because of a series of accidents. People in Konoha call him Lord too. Who dares to speak loudly to him at that station? Even the son of the Hokage has to respect him. He has become the #1 figure in Konoha and no longer believes in love. Maybe he will go to gangs with Madara? Fuyu rubbed his forehead helplessly, then loosened his tight brows and sighed, forget it. Let's work hard to make money first. Money. 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 All this is caused by money. A bunch of vulgar guys. Danzo sighed, his face looked gloomy. Since he was ambushed not far from the root base last time, he found that Konoha was not as safe as he thought, nor as safe as Hiruzen said. Tired. Everyone looked at him with burning eyes as soon as he went out. How could he calm down? Just because you are worth more, can you stare at him at will? Can you touch him? Can you do whatever you want to him without caring about his feelings? He is just worth more, but those guys just stared at his body all the time. Vulgar. Vulgar. But it was caused by money after all. Danzo sighed, now only the root organization can make him feel safe. No. You know, the root base is a secret, How did those guys find it at that time? So, there is a traitor among us. Danzo's eyes were uncertain, his face was sometimes cyan, sometimes red, looking at the root ninja in front of him. Suddenly I felt. Why not go to Hiruzen? But Hiruzen's eyes also made him feel uncomfortable. Could it be? There is no place for him in Konoha anymore? Danzo's eyes kept changing, as if he was in some kind of entanglement. I didn't expect that his subordinates were corrupted by money. Of course. It could also be the Anbu ninja outside. If it's the Anbu Konoha, has it become so corrupted? Finally, he sighed again, looked at the respectful root ninja below, snorted coldly, and didn't reveal anything. Just. For his subordinates he was also a little alert in his heart. Is Orochimaru coming back soon? The main force should return to the village tomorrow. The root ninja said respectfully, and Lord Orochimaru will probably arrive tomorrow. Yet. Danzo nodded calmly, his eyes half closed, his eyelashes seemed to tremble slightly, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking from his face. He was silent for a moment, then said calmly, "If he comes back, tell me." "Yes. Danzo-sama. Konoha has decayed, money has blinded Konoha, and has led Konoha's ninjas astray, violating the first generation's philosophy of everyone for me and I for everyone. There is only money in their hearts." Danzo hesitated for a moment, as if he remembered something, his eyes condensed, and his expression suddenly became serious. "Now. Only I. Only you." The momentum was excited, can save Konoha. Let Konoha return to the right path. Even if we carry darkness, we are all heroes of Konoha. Danzo-sama. 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 The root ninjas cheered, looking at Danzo-sama on the high seat above with fanatical eyes, cheering non-stop. Swear to chase Danzo-sama to death. Danzo was relieved when he saw this scene, especially when he saw their burning eyes, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Maybe I misunderstood. This is the root. How could anyone betray him? So. The news obtained by the Cloud Ninja may have been obtained from other places? Sure enough. Has Konoha already decayed? Danzo sighed, stretched out his hand and pressed it, and stood up after calming down. His face was full of emotion, shook his head, and said nothing more. Under the gaze of everyone, he turned around and was about to leave. Everything originated from money. If I also have. Suddenly. Danzo was stunned and his steps stagnated. As if he thought of something, his eyes became uncertain. Since Uchiha that kid can go into business and open hundreds of branches, why can't I? Especially when I heard that he has opened branches in the Hidden Mist and Hidden Cloud Ninja villages. It's just milk tea and barbecue. That's right. Why can't he do it? If he has money. Danzo's eyes suddenly lit up, as if he found a way forward, and muttered to himself, "If I can get Hiruzen." Although Hiruzen has changed, he is still his best friend after all. And if he joins hands with Hiruzen, how can he fail? Something to say. 404 not found. 404 not found. Open Resti. 123 Jiraiya's new book. It has been a while, and the atmosphere of peace has gradually become thicker, especially the wedding of Lord Minato Namikaze and the return of the large army a few days ago, which made everyone cheer. Because it seems that there is really no need for war. So, the village has been much more lively recently, and the atmosphere has improved a lot. Of course. His daily income has also increased a lot. Since the strange increase in a certain time period on a certain day, we have found that the turnover in the same time period will also show a significant increase on the same day in the future. What does this mean? Repeat customers. And they are wealthy repeat customers. They come to buy every day, and they are concentrated in a few stores, all in towns close to the land of earth or the land of wind and other countries. This is why Fuyu is suspicious. Those places, because they are close to the battlefield, the economy is not very developed. After all, if you are not careful, a group of ninjas will attack and bring disaster to such small villages and towns. I didn't expect that they are so rich. Is it a businessman from a big city who is building his hometown and developing the economy? Of course. Anyway, as long as there is money to be made, Fuyu didn't care anymore. Taro balls and pearls, please fill them up separately. Hearing the familiar voice, Fuyu raised his head in doubt and looked at the silver-haired hedgehog head. Today, he had nothing to do and helped in the store, so he stayed in the hall. As for the female secretary, Ling Yian was still very busy. Although the system helped to break even, there were still a lot of troubles in the ninja world that had just been quiet for a while. For example, you may encounter a second-rate person who holds the milk tea you sell and then viciously asks you to pay protection fees. If you don't pay, he will block the door with your milk tea in his hand. Many store managers sent messages with headaches. Although the name of Uchiha is more convenient, some people are short-sighted. In addition, ninjas are mostly a group of guys who will not meddle in other people's business unless they are commissioned with tasks. Therefore, as long as the protection fee collected is lower than the commission fee, basically no one will hire ninjas. But what kind of business is he doing with his wealth? A serious business. Relying on love. He will never compromise with the threats of evil forces. So, Ling Yian was asked to arrange each commission. Of course. This is not the reason why Ling Yian did not talk about business with him in the office. After the operation of the third, fourth, leader of Konoha, he was moved by his love, so the land has been obtained and the house is being built. Suzune was also watching there. Therefore, the female secretary was still quite busy. Fuyu raised his head, yawned, took the milk tea beside him, looked at Jiraiya who was sitting opposite him drinking porridge, and said unhappily, going to the dance hall to peep again. Nonsense. This is to collect materials. It's a serious matter. After all, art is close to life. Didn't Fuyu say that? Art comes from life. Jiraiya smiled awkwardly, then said shamelessly, besides, the dance hall is full of old ladies, why would I, the toad immortal, go there to peep? Hee. At first he was also confused. But later he heard that a young man named Tapwater came to the dance hall. He was young, handsome, good at dancing, and a great writer. Therefore, after many old ladies began to promote their daughters, Fuyu probably guessed what was going on. If Jiraiya was in sales, the performance should not be wrong. Of course, Jiraiya is just a flatterer. He is a dog and a female customer. He enjoys the process of picking up girls. If he really agrees, he will probably be scared. Just look at Fushiko village. They gave it away for free, but they were so scared that they packed their bags and ran away overnight. It is easy to be beaten to death if you peep. I heard that because of the recent rumors in the village, some senior officials secretly like to peep. The business of the bathhouse in the village has plummeted. Now the owner of the bathhouse is also very distressed and is preparing to remove the wooden partitions and directly replace them with steel plates and stone bricks. Looking at Jiraiya who was drinking porridge comfortably, Fuyu seemed to remember something and said, "Are you free in a while?" "Hey? What's wrong?" "Fuyu is going to go with me to collect materials." "Sure, ahem, people with different ideologies cannot work together. I'm not that kind of person. But a friend of mine wants to ask when? What do I need to bring?" "Any time is fine, just at the entrance of the village." Jiraiya seemed to understand something, leaned over, and smiled, "Just bring money." "Forget it, my friend said it's too close and doesn't want to go." "Not honest at all." Jiraiya shook his head helplessly and drank another sip of milk tea. "Tell me, what's the matter? Isn't your Yunin biography finished?" He is indeed a great writer in the ninja world. He actually found time to finish typing during the war. Could it be that he couldn't collect materials on the battlefield and could only type patiently? Anyway, the alias Ninja Breaking the Sky has been completed. The protagonist finally became a ninja god, defeated the soul-harvesting god of death, saved his father, and lived a shameless life. This book has received good responses. Perhaps the war is too depressing, so many people like to read this kind of refreshing article, especially with Jiraiya's literary talent, many female protagonists, good descriptions, and each with its own characteristics. So, it is quite popular. Fuyu looked at Jiraiya, who was smug, and said, "So, I'm going to hold a book club meeting and ask you to sign autographs to continue to stimulate sales." "No problem. Just hurry up. I guess I'll leave the village in a while." "Yet." Fuyu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. He is just an ordinary businessman. Why does the traveling toad care so much about finding the child of destiny? As long as he codes the words, it's fine. Talk about money, not other things. However, Jiraiya, who was looking forward to the female fans coming to the book signing event, seemed to remember something. "Oh, I have prepared another book." "No problem. Sign." "Big cover promotion." "It's just some inspiration, I haven't started writing yet, and I still plan to add some time travel elements." "It's a good time to ask editor Fuyu now." Jiraiya said seriously, "The story is mainly about a genius from a certain world who traveled to a rural area in a world with only ninjas and lived with his father. At a young age, he began to take care of his alcoholic father. Then, he became a god with his own hidden weapon skills and family practice methods." "What do you think of the name Ninja Continent?" "Okay. This story is familiar." Fuyu twitched his mouth and looked at Jiraiya with a serious face. "Say, are you also a time traveler? When are you going to write Master Sarutobi, the doorman of Konoha? You think it's good, too?" "This is my confident work." Seeing Fuyu was satisfied, Jiraiya laughed happily. "We must be serious. Let's start collecting materials tonight. We will continue collecting materials when we leave the village." Sure enough, looking for the child of destiny is just a byproduct. Fuyu smiled helplessly, shook his head, and continued to drink milk tea. At this time, "Fuyu Senior, hey, Master Jiraiya." A childish and excited voice came from outside the door, just like seeing an idol. 124 The father with paralyzed face. Shisui. A man who is going to write a book because he has no books to read. It's just that he looks very dark under his eyes today. Recently, he must have stayed up all night to read books, right? Uchiha genius, is there any hope? Fuyu looked at Shisui, who was looking at his idol with excitement. "I like you." Shisui bent down and said excitedly, "Traveling Toad teacher. There are only a few people who know that the Traveling Toad is Jiraiya. After all, Jiraiya was not famous in the early days. This time he became famous with one book, but he didn't hold a book club meeting. So, not many people know about it. Shisui is one of them. It's just... Little friend, what did you say just now?" Fuyu and Jiraiya twitched their mouths at the same time, looking at the man who bent down and delivered his love. Shisui handed over the notebook in his hand like a book. Especially Jiraiya, suddenly he felt a stomachache. Being confessed by a little kid was the first time for Jiraiya, who had lived for so long and participated in the Ninja World War. Hands were shaking with fear. Looking at the Uchiha in front of him, who had a delicate appearance and a thin and slender figure. Are all the Uchiha so fierce these days? He remembered the warrior on the battlefield, Minato's disciple, Uchiha Obito. With a stiff smile, he looked at Fuyu. "Is there something wrong with the education of your Uchiha?" Only the little fat boy in the dance hall looked normal. Fuyu rolled his eyes, indicating that don't ask him, he didn't know himself. At this time, Shisui seemed to realize that there was something wrong with what he said just now. With a swish, his face suddenly turned red, and he looked more delicate. "I like the books of Traveling Toad teacher." He quickly explained, "Can Traveling Toad teacher help me look at my books?" Ha ha ha. Of course I understand. Don't be nervous. Relax. Jiraiya took the notebook happily and said earnestly, you can't be shy or nervous when pursuing the path of literature. How to get materials for shyness and nervousness. After saying that, he opened the notebook and read it carefully. And Shisui in front of him also looked at Jiraiya with burning eyes and expectation. Maybe it was caused by the sentence just now. For a while, the atmosphere seemed strange. I guess Jiraiya was also a little uncomfortable. After a while, he coughed and said seriously, the handwriting is good. The writing is also fluent. But it doesn't highlight the story. It was all preaching, and he, Jiraiya, was almost sleepy after reading it. And there is not a single woman in it. What's wrong with this book? Young man. Can't there be more heroines? It made him feel cold inside. Especially when the handsome boy in front of him was looking at him with hot eyes, he felt even weirder. Is it still like this? Shisui lowered his head in disappointment. Senior Fuyu also said it, but I didn't expect that the revision would still not work. After saying that, he cheered up again, I will work hard. I will definitely write a bestseller. Can the travel toad teacher sign for me? Of course. Goodwill. Never give up easily. Seeing the outstanding juniors in the village, Jiraiya nodded with satisfaction. It seems that he just misunderstood. He signed his name with great fandom, and looked at the die-hard fans in front of him, as if he remembered something. Tonight, this immortal is going to collect materials. Boy, do you want to go with me? After the words fell, Shisui was stunned and said happily, is it okay? Of course. Gama-sensei is also a necessary skill for writers. Yes. Traveling toad teacher. Shisui said seriously, what do I need to bring? Bring more money. Fuyu, who was standing by, rolled his eyes and looked at the two of them. Uncle policeman, there are uncles here who are teaching children bad things. Looking at Shisui who ran back excitedly to prepare, he shook his head and said nothing. Anyway, after going once Shisui will understand next time he goes out with Jiraiya, he must not bring money. He is still young. Please take good care of him. As for Itaki, I haven't seen him for a while. I heard that Itaki seems to be losing weight. Really? How does Fugaku, a father, teach his children? Is it not okay for children to be a little fat? He actually asked the children to lose weight? What's wrong with eating some meat? Is it too much? Not too much at all. Of course, Itaki is worthy of being Itaki. Even though he has become a fat Itaki, he is still determined in his heart. At a young age, he has begun to think about the meaning of obesity, understand the harm of obesity, and start to work hard to lose weight. Great! How about giving him a gift? A free barbecue coupon for a year? As long as he passes by, he will definitely not be able to escape. At this time, Mikoto also felt a little distressed. Holding the washed clothes, looking at the sunny corridor. Usually at this time, Itaki would lie there lazily basking in the sun, but since Fugaku came back he would go out to exercise early in the morning every day, and would come back very late with a tired face. He is still just a child. Does he need to lose weight? As Itaki's mother, Mikoto felt very distressed when she saw it. But she hesitated and glanced at Fugaku, who was holding his hands and closing his eyes, and didn't know what to say. After all, Fugaku is Itaki's father. He is also doing it for Itaki's good. Itaki is also very sensible. He wants to train himself and become an excellent ninja. Therefore, what else can a mother say? With a helpless sigh, she began to fold the clothes she had just received. Suddenly, looked up at Fugaku who stood up, puzzled, what's wrong? The guard team has something to do. I'll go out first. Fugaku said expressionlessly, I'll be back soon. After the words fell, Without saying anything more, he walked out with his hands folded. The guard team isn't it a break today? Mikoto looked at Fugaku's back strangely, but didn't think much about it, shook her head, and continued to fold her clothes. She still believed in Fugaku very much. However, unexpectedly, Fugaku didn't go to the guard team. Instead, after going out, he hesitated for a moment and walked towards the back mountain. There is a simple training ground here. Many Uchiha children sometimes come here to train. Not long after walking, hearing the movement there, Fugaku slowed down his pace and quietly walked back. When he saw the two little figures who were training seriously, a faint smile flashed across his expressionless face. As if the smile just now had not appeared, he returned to his expressionless face. Itaki is very talented. Even if he is fat, he can still jump around on the tree flexibly. Just like the group of fat squirrels in the back garden of the clan. Although fat, but very flexible. The kunao throwing technique is also well trained. It seems that Itaka has been training very hard recently. He looked at it for a while, seemed a little hesitant, and finally took out two colored slips from his arms, threw them over, and then left quietly with a blank expression. As if he had never been here just now. And after a while, Izumi, who was training, seemed to notice something. He looked at the colored paper under his feet. "Hey?" he asked in confusion, squatted down, picked it up, and was immediately surprised. He waved to Itaki, who didn't notice this side. "Itaki, it's a free coupon for Fuya barbecue. There are exactly 2 coupons. I don't know who lost them." After the words fell, Itaki, oh. Suddenly, his hand movement stagnated, and his small body trembled slightly. 125 I heard that Danzo is very valuable. A few days after returning. After explaining the matter, Orochimaru also came to a secret laboratory under the secret guidance of the Root Ninja. As one of the 3 ninjas and the old man's student, Orochimaru is also familiar with the Root organization that carries the darkness of Konoha. But after returning this time, that Shimura Danzo actually asked the Root Ninja to pick him up directly, and everything was very mysterious. It seems there is something big to do. Of course. He didn't think that Danzo asked him to come here to let him join the Root organization. After all, this is simply impossible. Therefore, the only thing that the old man could take a fancy to him was probably the knowledge in his head. Orochimaru instantly analyzed what the old man was going to do with him, and he could see clearly the ambition of the guy. But he was just a rat who stayed in the sewer all day, so he didn't care. And he also knew that Shimura Danzo had risen to 1 billion during this period. After all, this was unprecedented in the history of the ninja world. You know, the ninja god back then was not so expensive. We know this from the 2 terrible ambushes Shimura Danzo suffered some time ago. If it wasn't worth it, why would anyone take the risk? Therefore, it's no surprise. The old man is probably scared. He longs for power. He longs for the power to suppress everything. Only in this way will others not attack him. And Konoha. Just so happens that there is such a terrible power. The wood escape of the ninja god. In order to reproduce wood release, the old man conducted human experiments, but the cost was too high. After wasting countless manpower and material resources, there was still no gain. In addition, the secret experiments were known by Tsunade, and many clansmen died in it, so they had to stop in the end. But all the information was saved. So, there is no doubt. The old guy must have set his sights on this power again. It's really interesting. Orochimaru licked his tongue, narrowed his eyes slightly, and had a meaningful smile on his face. After all, he was also very curious about the secret of wood release. As for whether this would offend Tsunade and make the old man mind, he didn't care. Because he was pursuing the ultimate secret of the ninja world. As for the rest, it didn't matter. And at this time, Just when Orochimaru was thinking about what to do first. Should he dissect and analyze first, or do human experiments directly? Suddenly, swish! Several root ninjas came. He held a sealed iron box respectfully and carefully. No need to say. The cells of the god of ninja world must be in it. The former disciple of the second Hokage is really brave. The smile on Orochimaru's face became more and more brilliant, and his eyes were fixed on the box, as if he was a python staring at his prey. And the root ninja did not hesitate, and opened the box with a click. A faint smoke with a hint of coldness came out of the box. It seems that they kept it very carefully. Tell Danzo that I promised, don't worry, I will definitely. Orochimaru stared at the slowly opening box, and when he was about to agree to cooperate, his smile suddenly froze. He stared at the box with his eyes slightly narrowed. It seemed that he saw something incredible. Hashirama's cells. Like this? Why does it look a little sticky? Deteriorated? And what is the powder on it? Is this the secret of the first Hokage's invincible ninja world? Orochimaru was completely stunned. Just as he was about to say, it's worthy of being the cell of the god of the ninja world, his brows furrowed again. He felt that the Hashirama cells in front of him were a little familiar. It seemed that he had seen something similar before, especially with that faint smell. He hesitated for a moment, stretched out his hand, and carefully touched the Hashirama cells lightly, and the root ninja didn't seem to stop him. Then, he just handed it to his nose and sniffed it. Smell, it seems that he is not worried about being poisoned at all. But his eyebrows are getting tighter. This smell. It's a bit familiar. His face froze, as if he remembered something, and he directly put the red sticky substance on his fingertips to his mouth, stretched out his long tongue, and licked it gently. Suddenly, the whole person was stunned. Isn't this the barbecue sauce from Fuya Grill? He has eaten it before. What's going on? Could it be that the first generation of Hokage has also eaten it? And this sticky did the whole person soak in the barbecue sauce directly? Before Orochimaru came back to his senses from his confusion. The temperature is correct. The time is correct. There is no change in color. There is no smell. Mission accomplished. After the root ninja finished speaking in a calm tone, he looked at Orochimaru again. Lord Orochimaru, Danzo hopes that you can crack this barbecue sauce as soon as possible. The sooner the better, it must be cracked perfectly. The words fell. It's really barbecue sauce. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, and his smile was very forced and gloomy. He didn't hear it wrong. What did the old man ask him to do? Crack the barbecue sauce? A cold light flashed in his eyes. Shimura Danzo seems to be quite valuable. Hetshu. Shimura Danzo rubbed his nose, but he didn't care. After all, he had more important things to do now. Looking at his best friend sitting in front of him in deep thought, he quickly poured him another cup of hot tea, and then said with great confidence, "What are you still thinking about? This is all money. As long as we start one step earlier, we can make more money. But we have never done the barbecue business." Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shimura Danzo with a wry smile. "We have never done it before." "So what if you haven't done it before? Did that Uchiha kid do it before he opened his first store? He still hasn't done it. Isn't it so hot now, and how much money has he made? Can the two of us join forces to be worse than him? But I am the Hokage. So what if I am the Hokage? Now there is a chance to make a fortune in front of you, and you are still hesitating? Hiruzen, you will regret it. I am the Hokage. I didn't talk to you about anything else, just business. Come on. Let's do a job together. If I didn't have enough funds, I wouldn't look for you." The tone became more and more gloomy. Finally, Iokai. Hiruzen saw his best friend's serious expression and knew that he was serious about opening a barbecue restaurant this time. It reminded him of that year. It was drizzling. He asked Danzo to help him bear the darkness, and Danzo agreed without hesitation. Therefore, how could he refuse Danzo this time? And Danzo was right, if Uchiha could do it, why couldn't they? He was suddenly excited. Okay. I'll work with you. How much money do you have now? I still have 80 million that I saved with great difficulty. After the words fell, the atmosphere was silent again. The momentum just now seemed to have disappeared. Danzo looked at Hiruzen calmly until he was too ashamed to look him in the face. Then he sighed, the root organization has more than 80 million left. I will also take out 80 million. We will split it equally. Don't worry, I have prepared more than 100 stores in the Land of Fire. As long as the funds and formulas are in place, we can open stores immediately. Then won't the money come? This hearing Danzo's big move, Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little shocked. The hand holding the pipe trembled slightly. At the beginning, won't the step be a little too big? Not much. You know, we are a little late to that kid, so we have to be quick. I have already thought about it. When the time comes, I will learn from him. Discounts. Coupons. Free beer. Take all the business first. And with your billboard and the characteristics I thought of, we will definitely do better than him. After the words fell, Danzo seemed to have light in his eyes, looking forward with a confident smile on his face. As if a beautiful tomorrow is coming. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen on the other side was infected by his smile and also put on a confident smile. That's right. How could the two of them fail together? Suddenly, the chest was filled with ambition. It will definitely succeed. A month later, in the Land of Fire, more than 100 chain barbecue restaurants in the country route barbecue bar all officially opened on the same day. This is the first barbecue restaurant in the ninja world with the Hokage as the spokesperson and specializing in ninja barbecue theme. For a while, the people of the entire Land of Fire became curious. 126 Root Barbecue. Today, the weather is fine. The clouds are light and the wind is gentle. It's a good day for barbecue. The Oi family was like this. They originally thought they could just deal with it casually, but they didn't expect the barbecue restaurant endorsed by the third Hokage, which was constantly promoted a month ago, opened. I suddenly became curious. After all, who is the third Hokage? The strongest Hokage of Konoha, the strongest ninja in the ninja world, the chief of the strongest ninja village, Konoha. Today, he actually came out to endorse a barbecue restaurant? You know, this has never happened before, so how delicious is that barbecue restaurant? Otherwise, how could the Hokage endorse a barbecue restaurant for no reason? It must be delicious. For example, the one in the town Jiafu barbecue, every time he passes by, he feels itchy inside, so now he just takes a detour and dares not go that way. It doesn't matter if he feels itchy, the problem is he's running out of money. Don't think about it. If I think about it again, I'll feel itchy inside. Mr. Oi looked at the Root barbecue flyer in his hand, which featured some ninja-themed barbecue features, which sounded very special. After all, the third Hokage is the strongest Hokage. Ninja barbecue recommended by ninjas. And the grand opening promotion, 100 off for 100, 1000 off for 1000, 3000 off for 3000, and free beer. The discount is even greater than the opening of Fufu barbecue. Double the discount. So, if you don't take advantage of a bargain, you're a bastard. Looking at the dense crowds of people around him, all of them were looking forward to the barbecue that even the Hokage said was delicious, and sighed again, it's really worthy of the Hokage. Everyone came here with great expectations when they heard that it was recommended by the Hokage. He lowered his head and looked at the kind old man eating barbecue in the flames at the bottom left of the flyer. Wearing Konoha's divine robe and Konoha forehead protector, he looked calm but kind, especially with his mouth slightly raised, as if flashing with confidence. He is indeed the Hokage of Konoha. He is still so handsome even when he is old. There is also a sentence written next to it, even the Hokage said it was good barbecue after eating it. Look! How delicious must it be? To make the Hokage say so? Mr. Oi was already full of expectations. With a slurp, he sucked up the saliva from the corner of his mouth and touched his son, who was also looking forward to it. Maybe this is unimaginable deliciousness? However, Oi, who was looking forward to it, didn't know. This advertisement was just something that Shimura Danzo thought of from Obito's billboard, and then, considering that his best friend was more famous and had a higher prestige than Obito, and he didn't have to spend money, he directly asked his best friend to be the spokesperson. After all, this time he spent so much money, and teamed up with Hiruzen again, so he absolutely could not lose. Therefore, it can be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen had never eaten the so-called root barbecue before he was hung up. At this time, Danzo, who was in the root base, was staring with a serious face, as if he was looking forward expressionlessly as usual. But only he knew he was still a little nervous at this time. It is necessary not to be nervous. The 80 million that Hiruzen hid plus his 80 million, even if not all of them were used up, but if he failed his ambitions would be blocked. Blocked by money. Especially the 80 million he borrowed it from Uchiha, that stinky boy, by selling himself for experiments. Once it was gone, the experiments would have to be suspended. So, who knows how much he paid? Suddenly, Danzo felt sad and wronged. He started to suffer from insomnia last week. As soon as he closed his eyes, he kept thinking about his plan in his mind. Although he didn't know how to open a barbecue restaurant, he understood surrounded by Fuya barbecue, he must have his own special talents. Therefore, after continuous research and modification of ninjutsu, he came up with the so-called ninja barbecue, and borrowed a lot of clansmen from Hiruzen. And what about Hiruzen? What does he know? He knows nothing. He only tells him all day long, don't be too impulsive, it's too big a step, open 1 or 2 to test the water first, how about I secretly ask Fuyu? It's really annoying. Hiruzen has become nagging and cowardly. How could he know how much pressure Shimura Danzo is carrying? He is more nervous than him. At this time, Danzo, who was originally worried with a sluggish face, suddenly raised his head and looked at the root ninja who suddenly appeared in front of him. There seemed to be a hint of nervousness in his cold tone, but he pretended to be calm and said, "How is it?" "Full. Unprecedented full." The root ninja bowed his head respectfully and seemed to be a little excited. "Even if we haven't opened yet, the door is already crowded with people. Everyone is looking forward to it." After the words fell, Danzo was stunned, then ha ha ha, a series of hearty laughs, and finally, he shouted, "Good!" Sounding and powerful. It seemed that the whole person was relieved a lot. Holding his right hand tightly, he walked back and forth, and after a while, he stared at the root ninja again. "Quick! Go! Go tell the Hokage! Our era is coming! Yes! And please count the sales after 1 hour of opening, and send it over quickly. Yes! That's it!" Danzo, who felt relieved, smiled and sat firmly on the central stone chair. However, his shaking right foot and clenched right fist showed that he was still a little nervous. He was waiting. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to how much the turnover would be in an hour. Time passed by little. Soon. Finally, it was time for Root Barbecue to officially open. Everyone was excited. You can see that. The Hokage's appeal was still quite strong. Many people were looking forward to it because of the phrase even the Hokage said it was good barbecue. But there were too many people. It was too enthusiastic. It was full all at once. Therefore, we could only enter in batches. Very lucky. The Oi family successfully became the first customers of the opening. Looking around. The interior is simply decorated, but it seems to have a strong ninja atmosphere, such as the ninja forehead protectors, ninja kunao, and ninja vests on the wall, and the classic words of the third Hokage, the will of fire. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue to grow. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. He simply read it in his heart, and suddenly he felt a great passion. This is the passion of voluntary sacrifice for the future. Even an ordinary person like him can understand it. Of course. The most important thing about coming to a barbecue restaurant is how good the barbecue is inside. Nothing to say. Observed the surroundings, and then looked at the menu in his hand. It is indeed full of ninja atmosphere. After a simple calculation in his heart, looking at the children and wife who were also looking forward to it, he waved his big hand generously, "Give me a jonin set meal." Looking at the child's excited smile, his heart was burning like the will of fire. As for the special jonin set meal, elite jonin set meal, consultant set meal, and Hokage set meal above, I can't afford it, I'll try it next time. Very quickly. After placing the order, a ninja dressed in ninja costume, but wearing a forehead protector that was not a Konoha forehead protector, but a forehead protector that looked like a branch, came over. Prepare to put on the charcoal stove. At first, there was no difference, just put on the charcoal stove like the rich barbecue bar. So, what about the ninja theme? Is that all the costumes? That's a bit disappointing. And Danzo, who is determined to do big things, will certainly not disappoint customers. Therefore, after the charcoal stove was put in place, under the expectant eyes of the customers, the strange ninja directly pinched a seal. Fire escape? Root barbecue charcoal secret technique. After the words fell, puffed up his cheeks, and then under the doubts of everyone. Ah! A small spark came out of his mouth, just like spitting, and fell directly on the charcoal. Then, the ninja smiled gracefully, wiped his mouth, and said calmly, "Please." After doing all this, he turned away gracefully, leaving only a confused customer. "Excuse me, is it too late to cancel the order now?" 127 Who? Subscribe. Give some support. Boss, the business at the grill has dropped significantly today. Really? Fuyu checked the system, and then ignored it. He also knew that the root barbecue was open. From the endorsement of the third Hokage and the strange name of the store, he guessed who the boss behind it was. But, Danzo, are you also going to stop being a ninja and change your career to do business? Then boss, should we take this opportunity to do some activities? The manager of the barbecue bar next to him said in distress, "Give a discount and send out some coupons to grab customers." "No need, just look at it." Fuyu shook his head, "We are doing a legitimate business, how can we engage in a price war with others? Who is the person behind it? Do you know? Be careful that you will be taken away as a spy later." Although the two old men may not have as much money as him, it has to be said that it is a bad idea to engage in a price war. Besides, he has always relied on the system to do business, so why does he need to do these dirty moves? At the beginning, the discount was just a publicity. As long as you know it, you will feel itchy to go in and try it when you pass by. Now there is really no need to engage in any price war. Who in the ninja world doesn't know the reputation of Uchiha Obito? So, opening the same business as him is simply courting death. When others want to eat barbecue, as long as they think of the 4 words Fuyu barbecue bar, they will feel itchy and want to try it. Therefore, speaking of this, he should thank Danzo for helping him open up the market. How about closing the shop for a day today? Fuyu sighed with emotion, patted the manager of the bar, comforted him, and let him go. Then he lowered his head and looked at the flyer of root barbecue. To be honest, I didn't expect that the third Hokage would actually cooperate with Danzo to open a barbecue restaurant, and let himself be the spokesperson for publicity. If I had known, he would have tried to invite the third Hokage to be the spokesperson. Of course. Now Obito is not bad either. It's famous enough, and it doesn't cost money. Ninja-themed barbecue. I don't know who came up with it, but there is no doubt it's really an idea. It's worthy of being a brand created by Shinobi-an and Shinobi Seong. I heard that there are real ninjas in every store. Time passed bit by bit. When it was time to open the store, Danzo's heart was in a knot again, and his legs shook even more violently. There was no way. You can only succeed and not fail. If he fails, he will not only lose face, but also lose all his money. Of course. He is quite confident in his own ideas. The people in the ninja world are full of fear and admiration for ninjas. When Ninja Barbecue opens, they will definitely be curious. Coupled with Hiruzen's reputation, it will definitely be a good start. Especially, his shop is more unique than Fuyu Barbecue, and the barbecue sauce is also stolen from Fuyu Barbecue. Therefore, he has everything that Fuyu Barbecue has. He also has everything that Fuyu Barbecue doesn't have. How can he lose? Thinking of this, Danzo's mouth curled up slightly, as if he began to imagine the future. What to do when he makes money? Putrenovate the root base? And give the root ninjas a raise? They have been with Shimura Danzo for so long. We have all worked together to save Konoha. We really can't treat them unfairly. And the most important thing: double the bounty on him. Let those guys bear everything he has to bear. Then we can increase the ninja training and the research on Hashirama's cells. I heard that he was a little unhappy when he asked Orochimaru to research barbecue sauce last time. Think he humiliated him. What a pity. Who else knows his plan? Without money, he can't do what he wants to do. Humph. A bunch of short-sighted guys. Danzo snorted coldly. As he thought about it, he became more confident. He began to plan what to do when he got rich next. Then, with money, with strength, who is his opponent? Ha ha ha. The smile became more and more cold and gloomy, and the root cotters below were so scared that they didn't dare to raise their heads. At this time, the time is up. Danzo frowned, his tone seemed a little unhappy, and he muttered, "Why hasn't anyone sent the statistics yet? Is it because there are too many people, so the statistics can't be counted?" Just as the words fell, "Danzo, sir!" The root ninja rushed in and knelt on one knee, not daring to speak again. Suddenly, Danzo raised his eyebrows and had a bad premonition in his heart. But after thinking about it, it was impossible. The barbecue sauce came from Fuyu Barbecue Bar, and today was a big opening promotion. Even if it was bad, it couldn't be that bad. So, what's going on? How? Danzo's low voice sounded, "How is the sales volume for 1 hour? He spent so much money and wasted so much manpower and material resources of the root ninja, not to see you silent. Could it be that the sales volume of a few barbecue restaurants nearby in 1 hour can't be counted?" Just as the words fell, the root ninja raised his head in a hurry, with some hesitation and fear in his tone. Finally, looking at the cold eyes of Danzo, he gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and said quickly, "Danzo, sir. The turnover of 1 hour has not been counted yet." Oh! Hearing the words of the root ninja, Danzo's mouth corners also slightly raised, his eyes were no longer cold. Looking at the root ninja below, it seems that there are too many. Naughty. I didn't expect the root ninja to start being naughty. Pretending to be so nervous to scare him? However. No, said the root ninja. Hey! Danzo frowned and said. Returned the order. Not long after the opening, most customers returned the order. Just left. The root ninja finished speaking. What did you say? Danzo was stunned. The breeze was blowing, the birds were singing, and the flowers were fragrant. Today is a really good day. After handling government affairs for the whole day, Hiruzen also took a rare break, smoked a cigarette, drank a cup of tea, and then, looking at the sunset outside the window, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. The sun was about to disappear, and the sky was about to get dark. It is estimated that the business of the grill bar was good. Just like the news that the Root Ninja just sent hot. The simple 2 words made him feel a lot more relaxed. After all, he paid 80 million, and he didn't even know about Lake Biwa, so his heart was actually quite simple like Danzo. But then, he was not nervous anymore. The first hour's turnover should be coming out soon. Stay up late tonight, and tomorrow, we will probably be able to get today's total turnover. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of hot tea leisurely, with a smile on his lips. Sure enough, how could I lose if I and Danzo act together? He is the light of Konoha, and he is the darkness of Konoha. When the 2 of them work together, no difficulty can stop them. Should we let Danzo hold a celebration party later? At Fuuo, that won't do. We have to hold it at Gen no Barbecue this time. Just as the words fell. Knock, knock. There was a rapid knock on the door. Hiruzen, who was imagining the future, frowned, looked at the door unhappily, and shouted faintly, "Who?" 128. The pattern is small. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the pipe was shaking a little. He just started to think about what to do for the celebration party tonight. What happened? Danzo actually came to tell him I lost a lot today? I'm very disappointed in you. My dear friend. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed his trembling hands, took a deep breath, and made himself less nervous. After hesitating for a while, he said, "How about let's stop the loss in time? There's still some left. Don't open the store. We are not suitable." However, Danzo snorted coldly and looked at him gloomily. "I've also lost money, why are you so anxious? You're too cowardly. Hiruzen. You don't understand. Danzo. If we stop now, we'll lose money. It's embarrassing. So what if we lose money? At least it won't be too serious. Cowardly. You'll regret it. Hiruzen. I'm the Hokage. Danzo. It's not the Hokage's business now. Let me tell you. One failure is nothing." Danzo glared and looked at Hiruzen seriously. "We still have hope. You saw it before the opening, how popular it was. Your reputation matches my wisdom, believe me. We will succeed. I am very skeptical about your wisdom now." Hiruzen's mouth twitched, but he thought of the huge crowds before the opening in the morning, and felt that what Danzo said was a bit right. But why is it so? He pondered for a moment. Have you found out why? Some people think that spitting fire and water jutsu from the mouth. It's unhygienic. And it's not safe. Fire jutsu, water jutsu. Isn't it just spit out from the mouth? That is chakra conversion or water that mobilizes the environment. It is clean. We know. But those idiots don't know. There are indeed cognitive errors between ninjas and ordinary people. It seems that it is indeed our misunderstanding. Hiruzen sighed, looking at Danzo with a cold face again. Then what are you going to do? We did not fail. The hot scene before the opening proved that we were successful. Danzo's eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, as if with a confident smile. Exclude fire and water styles. I have studied the boy's business methods. If he makes a mistake, he will directly call his family and give some worthless little things. It's really petty. We also apologize, call our family, first appease the guests' grievances, and then, give things, but we give meat plates. Top quality beef plates. One for each table. Will this cost too much? Giving money and top quality black beef, these hundreds of stores together, more than 100 million is not a loss. Although the amount of money can only be consumed on the same occasion, Sarutobi Hiruzen still feels a little painful. Hesitated for a while. Why don't I apologize in person? After the words fell, Danzo shook his head in disappointment. Too small. Too small. The pattern is small. Hiruzen. At this point, he slapped his hand on the table and looked at Hiruzen seriously. Believe me. How could the cooperation between the dark and the light of Konoha fail? Do you remember that year? With memories in his eyes, even his tone seemed to be full of emotion. That year, the spring was warm and the flowers were blooming. It was drizzling. You let me carry the darkness and believed in me. Why don't you believe in me this time? Isaratobi Hiruzen stared at Danzo in front of him in a daze, and his eyes seemed to be full of memories. Finally, he sighed and nodded. I believe you. Danzo. Hiruzen. Best friend. Best friend. Then do it. Do it. In order to thank new and old customers, Gen Z Barbecue not only offers the original discount, but also gives each table a free black beef platter, whether you spend 100 or 1000. All are free. Thank you for your family's support. Today, it is still sunny and windy. Mr. Oi listened to the promotion of Gen Z Barbecue and his curiosity was revived. Yesterday was really a bit disappointing. That is the ninja theme? He brought his family and children to consume. As a result, the water he wanted to drink came out of his mouth, and the fire he lit also came out of his mouth. Is it hygienic? It makes me lose my appetite just by looking at it. Is this the barbecue that the Hokage said was good? Would the Hokage have charged for it? So, he finally cancelled the order. I didn't expect that Gen No Barbecue would apologize directly today and give away a free beef plate. How about try it again today? You know, this is the barbecue that the Hokage said was good. I didn't try it much yesterday. Since it has been rectified today. After thinking about it, I brought my children and wife to take a look again. After all, that is the Hokage. Who is the Hokage? How could he lie to them? So I came here out of curiosity. At this moment, just like yesterday, the surroundings were full of curious people. It seems that everyone believes in the Hokage. Dying walked in with the child with expectation, and then, like yesterday, he came to an empty table under the guidance of the waiter, and then, he ordered the Jonin set meal from last night. After a while, just like yesterday, a waiter dressed in ninja costume came to the charcoal stove, but he didn't spit directly like yesterday but directly the boiler was lit. Then, there was no fire escape and water escape from yesterday. Although I was relieved, I seemed a little disappointed. That's it. Is this the ninja theme? Next. The dishes came one after another, and they were arranged similarly to yesterday, with a ninja forehead protector, nothing special. Many people frowned, but they didn't care. Maybe the barbecue will be really delicious? This is the barbecue that even the Hokage said was good. With anticipation, Ui picked up the meat clip and looked at the child, then let's grill. After saying that, hurry up and put the fresh meat on the table. After a while, the aroma of barbecue filled the air. It looks pretty good. Oi picked up the barbecue with a smile, shared it with his children and wife, picked up a piece for himself, and then dipped it in the barbecue sauce of Gen No Barbecue and put it in his mouth. Carefully chewed it. The Hokage said that the barbecue was good after eating it. How delicious would it be? Suddenly, he was slightly stunned, and there seemed to be a trace of doubt on his face. He muttered to himself, why does it taste a bit like the barbecue sauce of Fuya Barbecue Bar? After hesitating for a while, he picked up another piece and dipped it. After a while, a trace of doubt flashed through his mind, will Lord Hokage really take the money? At the same time, Danzo, who received the news of today's hot reopening, smiled with a gloomy face, nodded, and said to himself, sure enough, how could I fail? After the words fell, he waved his hand again, staring at his subordinates, remember to hand over today's sales to me as soon as possible. Speaking of this, he stood up heroically, waved his hand, I'm going to the Hokage now. Hiruzen is too timid. I've been worried all the time, and I kept sending people to ask how it's going before the business started. Too small. The pattern is too small. 129 You rewrite. This is a small step for Root Barbecue, but also a big step for us. You're right. Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with emotion, picked up the barbecue on the side, dipped it in some barbecue sauce. It was indeed similar to the one in Fuita barbecue. So, as Danzo said, they have money and barbecue sauce, and they are no worse than Fuita barbecue in any way. How could they not be better than Fuita barbecue? Hey? Why do I feel itchy the more I think about Fuita barbecue? Forget it. Let's not think too much. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the lively customers around him, his mouth slightly raised, with a faint smile of relief. This wave is stable. Looking at the confident Danzo in front of him. That's right. With Danzo by his side I feel much more at ease. Even if they lose money, what's the harm? He and Danzo are like the first generation Hokage and Uchiha Madara like fish in water. Work hard for each other, make progress together, support each other, even if there are some misunderstandings, it will not affect the bond between them. Now that I think about it, he is indeed, as Danzo said, small-minded. Even Danzo dares to use his own body to borrow 100 million, what is there to be afraid of as the Hokage of Konoha? Small. 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 Raised the beer in his hand and looked at Danzo, come on. Danzo. Hiruzen. Danzo. Hiruzen. For a while, the air was filled with a strong bond. And at this time, at another table not far away in Root Barbecue. Not bad. The taste cannot be said to be exactly the same, but it is indeed similar. Fuita picked up the barbecue grilled by Ling Ian with some surprise. Who is it? So talented. What's the matter? You still want to go pirated, leaving Fuita barbecue with no way out? Don't you know that he relies on the system? Not delicious. Not as delicious as Fuita barbecue. Ling Ian pouted in displeasure and said angrily, you actually stole our barbecue sauce. She glared at Fuita with a stingy tone. Fuita is really something. If you want to eat barbecue, go to Fuita barbecue. Why come here? What's so good about this place? Fuita barbecue, I want to eat it as soon as I think of it. Is Fuita not angry? Old-fashioned. Fuita nodded seriously. This shop is mainly based on the ninja theme. But I heard that an accident happened on the first day of opening. Now they are giving away money and meat. It seems that old guy Danzo has invested a lot. Could it be that he even put down the money he got from selling his body? Fuita can only pray in his heart now those two people don't invest so much, otherwise, no matter how strong their bond is, it is estimated that it will not be enough to compensate. Bang! The ninja who was serving dishes with shadow clones next to him dispersed the shadow clones directly. This is also the feature of the ninja theme. Serving dishes with clones. Fuita quickly served some meat to the angry female secretary. Come on. Let's eat. Eat as much as you want today. Let's eat as much as you want. I'm so angry. I can't eat anymore. My boss isn't angry, why are you angry? Eat a little. Then Ling Ian's face was a little red, and she hesitated for a moment and whispered, eat a little bit. I'm still a little hungry. After the words fell, Fuita smiled and nodded, eat a little bit. The opening of Gen Z Barbecue got off to a very good start. Although the turnover was not high, and even strictly speaking, it was a little loss at the beginning, there were many customers. So, this is victory. Danzo was very satisfied with this, and after accepting the statistics of the first day, he asked someone to give it to Hiruzen. And Hiruzen, seeing the running losses, he still felt a little pain in his heart, but since Danzo said that he would make a loss for 3 days to attract customers, and after 3 days, the opening activities would end, and then he would start to make money. Let him think about that Uchiha kid. In just a few years, he opened so many milk tea shops and barbecue shops from a small milk tea shop. You can imagine how high the profit is. So, Hiruzen felt that Danzo was right. First make a loss to attract customers, and then make money. No wonder Danzo dared to invest heavily in this. It turns out that he had already prepared. He is really a close friend. Today, it is sunny and windy. It has been 3 days since the opening, which means today has to start making money. After dealing with village affairs for a whole day, Sarutobi Hiruzen leisurely sipped hot tea and looked at the sunset outside the window. Today's sunset is still so beautiful. The feeling of making money is so comfortable. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his mouth slightly and put down the teacup stretched lazily. I don't know what to do. We have to have a celebration party tonight. Otherwise, I'd better go to Fuya first. How can I go to Fuya barbecue? He frowned and shook his head with a serious expression. That won't do. Every time I think of Fuya barbecue, I have to go to Genzi barbecue. Really? Every time I think of it, I feel itchy. This is absolutely not okay. How can I think of anything else? Danzo will be angry. Just as the words fell, suddenly, knock knock. Another rapid knock on the door. Hiruzen Sarutobi's smile froze slightly, and the hand holding the teacup trembled as he looked at the door that made the knock. In his heart, suddenly, he had a bad feeling. Time moved forward a little. The grand occasion of the first day made Danzo full of confidence. The first step to success represents a better tomorrow. So, the next day, after seeing the statistics, Danzo nodded very satisfied, but said calmly, not bad. Although it has dropped a little, it doesn't mean anything. Some people like it, and some people don't. We are still losing money. It means that there are customers. Everyone is convinced. You are really worthy of being Danzo. You make sense. The third day. After seeing the statistics of the second day, Danzo nodded very satisfiedly, and said calmly again, although it has dropped a little, it doesn't mean anything. Some people like it, and some people don't. We are still losing money. It means that there are customers. I believe we will succeed. Let Hiruzen rest assured. Everyone nodded. You are really worthy of being Danzo. We still have customers. The fourth day. After seeing the statistics of the third day, Danzo took a deep breath and nodded. Although his face was a little blue, he still said calmly, although it has dropped a little bit, it still doesn't mean anything. Some people like it, and some people don't like it. Today's loss is not much, maybe it will start to make a profit. This means that there are customers. I believe we will succeed. Let Hiruzen be patient. Everyone hesitated and nodded. Danzo said it well, even the pauses were more than yesterday. It's the fifth day. Yesterday, the opening event officially ended. Looking at the statistics of the fourth day, Danzo was silent. Where are the people? Where are the customers? Why are they all gone? Did you make a mistake? No mistake. After the words fell, Danzo stood up expressionlessly, but his right hand holding the handrail was shaking a little, his left hand was covering his chest, and his tone was also shaking a little. Hurry, take me to find Hiruzen. And at this time, Fuyu looked at the smiling Ling Ian beside him, and then looked at the analysis report in his hand, with a distressed face, but with a faint smile on his lips, he murmured, this time we have to lose tens of millions. 130 This is an accident, please subscribe. Hiruzen. Please believe me. It's because I believe in you that I am like this now. Sarutobi Hiruzen's face looked a little serious, and his hand holding the cigarette was even shaking. Almost tens of millions have been lost in 3 days. Wouldn't it be better to do something else with this money? He embezzled how long can the money he saved with great effort last? So Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the cigarette in his hand, looked at Danzo who had a particularly bad face opposite him, and said earnestly, "Danzo, stop the loss in time. It's just a little accident." Danzo shook his head, still looking at Hiruzen with a dark face. "I just didn't investigate it clearly this time. Who knows, those guys will actually run back to Fuya Barbecue after the discount ends. What's good there? What Fuya Barbecue has, he also has Gen Z Barbecue. What Fuya Barbecue doesn't have, he also has Gen Z Barbecue. And how can the third Hokage be inferior to a mere pervert? Why is that?" Danzo crossed his hands and placed them in front of his chin, and said with a gloomy face, "After my observation, I found that maybe ours was too fancy. Just a simple barbecue? Why the ninja theme? Not only is it a waste of money, but it also disgusts ordinary people. Ordinary people have more or less misunderstandings about ninjas. Maybe that's it." His eyes glared, as if there was a light of wisdom. "It's not my fault. It's not your fault, Hiruzen. It's just that we made it too complicated. I don't know if I should say something." But seeing Danzo's crazy eyes, Hiruzen's mouth twitched, and he decided not to say it. He frowned, thought for a while, and said, "Maybe you are right. But I still think it's time to stop the loss. Sell the store. If you really want to try, we can open 1 or 2 to try. It's too small. It's too small. The pattern is small. This is cautious. You have become a coward. Hiruzen. You can't make a lot of money like this." "I don't want to make a lot of money. You will regret it." "Hiruzen. I am the Hokage. Danzo. Do you really want to give up?" Danzo roared, looking at Hiruzen with disappointment in his eyes. "This will make people laugh. We even stole the barbecue sauce, but we can't beat them." After the words fell, Hiruzen's face became uncertain. After all, that ad. Damn it! It's definitely him. If this fails, it's really embarrassing. If I had known, I wouldn't have let Danzo expose me. At that time, Danzo made a solemn promise, and as a close friend, I had no choice but to believe it. However, seeing Hiruzen's tangled expression, Danzo also smiled, with a slightly confused tone. "The two of us. How can your reputation match my wisdom? This time is just an accident. Hiruzen. The light of Konoha and the darkness of Konoha. How can the two of them fail together? Impossible. Think about us at that time. The teacher handed over the position of Hokage to you in danger. At that time there were so many families in the village who excluded us, and there were also major ninja villages outside who were eyeing us. Under internal and external troubles, you came to me. Let me help." I agreed. We joined forces. In the end he opened his hands and raised his head excitedly. "We succeeded. Successfully developed this beautiful ninja village. The current problem is just a small problem." After the words fell, Hiruzen silently picked up the cigarette beside him, but his hands were still shaking. When he was about to take a puff, he almost hit his nose. He looked at Danzo in front of him. He thought of that day again. It was drizzling. The teacher gave him the task in a critical moment, and he took over the position of Hokage. Although he had the help of Mito-sama, it was still as Danzo said. Internal and external troubles. Countless people were ready to laugh at them. Finally, he found Danzo, held his hand tightly, and shouted, "Help me." Danzo said without hesitation, "Okay." So, they succeeded. Just as Danzo said, the light of Konoha, plus the darkness of Konoha, how could he fail? This time may really be an accident. Don't give up. Don't give up like you did last time. Danzo said earnestly, "Believe me. Believe in yourself too. Give me trust once. I'll give you a blue sky." "What are you going to do this time?" Hiruzen's eyes condensed, showing the heroic temperament of a ninja, and looked up at Danzo. Continue to run it. No. That's a shame. An industry that can't make money is a useless industry. Danzo sneered, this failure can't be recovered. Continuing to recover can only continue to lose money. He made a decisive decision without any hesitation. So, there is no need for us to continue. What are you going to do this time? Do you remember what the Uchiha kid did at the beginning? Last time was a lesson. A good lesson. It's not the work of a ninja to start directly without doing a good investigation. Danzo's eyes seemed to be shining, with a low and confident tone, this time. I have already done a thorough investigation. I'm ready to copy directly. No more nonsense. After the words fell, Hiruzen was shocked and felt that what Danzo said made sense. The barbecue restaurant must be like this because it was messed up. It's not their fault. It's the lack of information. So, Danzo. Hiruzen. Please. Leave it to me. At this moment, the two of them looked at each other for once, and it seemed that there was only each other in their eyes. This is a bond. A deep bond. Today, it's no longer drizzling like the previous times. Of course, Orochimaru doesn't care about the weather. At this moment, he is in a good mood. Is it finally starting? Danzo. Orochimaru licked his tongue and followed the root ninja to the secret research institute again. After being teased a few days ago, he was a little dissatisfied, but as long as he could study Hashirama's cells and discover the secrets of the ninja world, it would be enough. As for the rest, he has no interest at all. After arriving at the research institute, I waited quietly for a while, looking forward to the appearance of Hashirama's cells. At this time, like last time, a group of root ninjas came in carefully and cautiously carrying boxes. But Orochimaru believed that this time would never be like last time. This time, are Hashirama's cells finally coming? And the root ninjas didn't let Orochimaru wait for long. After carefully putting down the box, they slowly opened it. It's really exciting. Orochimaru licked his tongue with anticipation, his eyes burning, looking at the box as if there was a flame. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth twitched again. Silently looked at the familiar cups in front of him, especially the 4 words rich milk tea on them. I heard Shimura Danzo is worth 1 billion? Soon another month passed. The original root barbecue was renovated into root milk tea. The decoration style, atmosphere, and even the menu looked similar to rich milk tea. Of course, there are also differences. For example, the advertising sign next to the store. An old man, the third Hokage, with a confident smile, held a cup of milk tea with root milk tea in his left hand and gave a thumbs up with his right hand. Next to him was a string of familiar words. The Hokage said the milk tea tasted good. Suddenly, it attracted the curiosity of many people. 131 I'm a little panicked. Are you here? Here. Hey? Why is it different today? Isn't this the root milk tea that was unlimited half price some time ago? How do I buy this? How do I buy this? We have no money. Lord Madara doesn't allow us to buy things randomly, it's so annoying. This store is also cheating. They said it's unlimited half price, the first cup is 10 cents, the second cup is 5 cents, the third cup is 2 cents, the fourth cup is 1 cent. I asked him for 100,000 cups, but he refused, and the most he could offer was 1 cent. Liar. Liar. Damn. He doesn't seem to want to drink it. It's so weird, we don't need to eat, drink, or poop. Why would we buy rich milk tea? Is it an illusion? Ugh. I don't want to drink it. One white zetsu vomited, and the rest of the white zetsu vomited one after another. Then, looking at the white zetsu that bought it, the white zetsu was immediately scared and trembled. We have no money. Lord Madara will beat me to death. Some white Zetsu died, but they are actually still alive. That's right. Our survival means that you are alive. That makes sense. Baizetsu scratched his head. How about buying a cup? That way everyone can drink. Then I'll drink. I'll drink. I'll drink. The Baizetsu started arguing again. After a while. Hey! Hey! Stop arguing. We still have a mission. The smart Baizetsu shouted, and the other Baizetsu remembered Madara-sama's mission. Damn! That Fuyu milk tea must have something in it. Yes. Yes. Hey? Did that guy notice us? Impossible. Impossible. He seems to have really looked over here. The Baizetsu were all surprised. How is it possible? Fuyu, what's wrong? No. Fuyu also frowned, always feeling like someone was thinking about his money, but he didn't find anything. Is he too sensitive? It seems that he has become a little sensitive since the last upgrade. However, Suzune looked at Fuyu worriedly. Is it because of the milk tea business? Recently, the sales of milk tea have dropped significantly. It seems that Fuyu is still a little worried. As for why he smiles every day, he definitely doesn't want to make them worry. Ah? Milk tea. Oh. Milk tea. Fuyu nodded. He is indeed worried. It has been a month, and the two old men are still able to hold on. Sure enough. I underestimated the Sarutobi family and the Shimura family. It's just that. Who is the idiot who came up with the idea of unlimited half price? Although it is not really unlimited half price, he feels a little painful to see the loss. Awesome. Generous. If it is other industries, if the loss continues for a month, it may really attract customers, but he relies on the system. At worst, he can break even. When the discount is no longer available, it is estimated that all customers will come back, and even with their help, there will be more customers. Danzo good man. Hiruzen good man. It's just. Fuyu sighed, it's a huge loss. After he finished speaking, Ring-Ian panicked and asked quickly, did you lose a lot? I guess it's tens of millions. The situation is very good. Everyone has seen the loss of Fuyu milk tea customers. So, there is no doubt. Their plan is successful. It's just the loss is a bit too much. But it doesn't matter. After a while, relying on so many customers, they can get back what they paid. At this time, in the Hokage's office, a jubilant atmosphere. The situation is good. Midaman Yan said with a confident smile, pushing his glasses, this shows that our speculation is correct. As long as we continue to squeeze the customer space of Fuyu milk tea and let them drink it here at Gen Z milk tea, when they develop a habit, most customers will become loyal customers of Gen Z milk tea. Unexpectedly, Hiruzen and Danzo actually went into business secretly. Really? Why not call them? At that time, Gen no Barbecue was a little skeptical. I didn't expect that it would take so long before he and Utane Koharu came to plan together. Indeed. 1 month is indeed enough to develop a habit. Even if Fuyu milk tea has been established for a long time, if it continues, it will dilute the influence of Fuyu milk tea. Utane Koharu nodded with a smile, but after a while, he frowned again, it's just that this is not good for Fuyu. After all, Uchiha Fuyu still loves the village very much. When he was a student, he had a strong will of fire. Let's talk business. Humph. Danzo snorted coldly, failure is failure. Okay. Danzo will pay attention to the degree. Hiruzen took off the cigarette from the corner of his mouth. Hearing what Yan and Koharu said, he was relieved in his heart. Who knows how much he lost in the past month, and his hands and feet are shaking. Finally, after thinking about it, he asked Midaman Yan and Utane Koharu to come and help. I didn't expect it. It's really good. As expected of the Hokage advisor he chose, the four of them talked and suddenly everything became clear. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the two smiling people and sighed, "Luckily you two are here. Just as Fuyu said last time. You two are my dragon and phoenix. It makes me feel at ease. Hiruzen has gone too far. You have gone too far." Mito Kato shook his head seriously. "What happened between you and Danzo is ours. We are all partners." "Yes, yes, yes." Hiruzen laughed, put down the pipe in his hand, nodded, "Don't worry. We are all partners. If there is nothing else, Xiao Chun and I will go down first. Go and get busy. Go and get busy. These are all private matters." After the two left, Hiruzen was still smiling, turned his head and looked at Danzo with a serious face. You. Why are you looking so bitter? Aren't we about to succeed? The pattern is small. Be happy." However, while Hiruzen was laughing, Danzo was still solemn, raised his head and stared at Hiruzen, and said lightly, "I'm running out of money." "Running out of money? I'm running out of money." How big? Before he finished speaking, Hiruzen was stunned, crossed his hands, sat down again, and said seriously, "So fast? Impossible. Danzo. Someone is corrupt? I hate corrupt people the most in my life. Tell me. Who reached out?" "No one reached out." "Who dared to reach out if there was a root watching?" Danzo shook his head and sighed, "It's just this is buying land, renovating, researching secret recipes, and discounts in the past month. I have already paid a lot." "In that case, why don't we start?" "Don't talk nonsense." Danzo roared, slammed the table hard, and interrupted Hiruzen directly, "Now is not the time. Fuyu milk tea still has a lot of customers. If it ends now, everything we have done before will be wasted." Hiruzen's face became uncertain, his eyebrows were tight, his eyes were moving, and he seemed to be entangled in something. Finally, he sighed and looked at Danzo, "But I gave you all the money here. I can't take out a penny. I have also spent all my money." Danzo also frowned, looking quite distressed, muttering to himself, "Are we going to give up like this? Hateful. It's broken here? If there were some Funshi Shimura, Danzo would definitely succeed." He clapped his hands fiercely, and was stunned again, as if he remembered something, staring at Hiruzen with fiery eyes. "Hiruzen! What are you doing?" Hiruzen's hand trembled, and the cigarette almost burned his thigh. He looked at Danzo with a panic in his heart. Once Danzo had this expression, he was very uneasy. Sure enough, Danzo sat opposite Hiruzen with fire in his eyes and a slight smile on his lips, and said in a calm and matter-of-fact tone, "I heard a few days ago, the funds from the daimyo prefecture have been transferred?" Hiruzen's hand trembled. "What did you say? Say it again." "I'm a little panicked." "My dear friend, why don't you sell yourself?" 132 Misappropriation of public funds. Time passed bit by bit. Gen no milk tea seemed to have gradually gained a foothold, and more customers came. Originally, Fuyu estimated that they would only last for a month, but unexpectedly it's already the second month, and they are still holding on. Sure enough, the Shimura family and the Sarutobi family are really worthy of being the big families of Konoha, with a deep foundation. And there was a reason why the Sarutobi family could send so many jonin during the Fourth Ninja War. After all, it's impossible to embezzle public funds. It's just a joke. How could the third Hokage do such a thing? Uchiha Fuyu hummed a few times, let Suzun's hand go a little lower, and then hummed comfortably again. During this period, he always felt that someone was watching him, but he didn't know who it was. Could it be that someone was thinking about his money? After a moment of hesitation, he continued to enjoy Suzun's craftsmanship, put away the letter in his hand, and said, "The cinema will be built soon." The letter was sent from the daimyo of the Land of Fire. After all, Uchiha Fuyu is now more or less a rich man, so he made some arrangements at the daimyo, and with the name of Uchiha, he also got a good reputation. It's ready. Suzune glanced at the letter in Fuyu's hand curiously, and then didn't care. He frowned, thought for a while and said, "Is Fuyu ready to open?" "It's all done. It's time to open. And the film has also been prepared by the system. System upgrade. The technology of cinemas and cinemas will be opened. Therefore, either pay to customize it from the system, or shoot it yourself. Of course, if the system is done, it will definitely be more expensive than shooting it yourself." After thinking about it, Fuyu decided to try the system for the first part. "Is the Kirigakure Shinobi village almost done?" "According to the news sent back, it's almost ready for business." Ling Yian nodded. The Kirigakure Shinobi village seems to be very satisfied with this mission commission. How can they not be satisfied? The Kirigakure Shinobi village is not feeling well after this war. Fuyu smiled and shook his head. He made an internal estimate. If both the Kirigakure and the Kumigakure were open, perhaps he could upgrade again. It's a pity. There's still no chance at the Sand Village. Perhaps. Can you find some time to go to the Sand Village? But they always believe that the third Kazekage died at the hands of Konoha. If I, an Uchiha, go there, will I be kicked out? He sighed helplessly, and then didn't care about it. He continued to close his eyes and enjoy Suzune's craftsmanship. Suddenly. "By the way, someone from the Uchiha is coming." Suzune seemed to remember something and said, "I want you to go back to the Uchiha." Fuyu was stunned. He asked in confusion, "Why are you looking for me at this time? Itaka has gained weight again?" "No way. I haven't seen Itaka for a long time. I don't know." Ling Yian shook her head and smiled faintly, "Maybe Chief Fugaku missed you." "Ha, tisk tisk." Fugaku pouted, smiled helplessly, and stretched, "In that case, I'll go there in a few days." "Just right. I can also send 2 movie tickets to the elder. I heard that their dance troupe has restarted recently. Every morning, a group of people have returned to the back mountain to dance. It seems that they feel that the atmosphere in the dance hall is not right. It still feels good to dance in the sun." Jiraiya has not been seen for a long time. Some time ago, he took Shisui out to collect materials. The next day, Shisui blushed and ran back by himself. "I heard that he was in a daze even in class recently. And the last book club meeting, it seems that Jiraiya was very unhappy because all the people who came were male fans. He vowed never to hold a book signing event again. So, he didn't leave the village alone in disappointment, did he? Alas! It's not easy for everyone." At the same time, the daimyo prefecture. "Is Konoha asking for money again? Didn't they call them some time ago? They are ninjas and have to rely on themselves. Since the war, they have allocated funds twice. Why is it so fast? If it was during the war, it would be fine. The price of the detonating tags has increased, which can't be helped. But now it's a peaceful time, haven't they resumed the task commission yet? Humph. Maybe it was embezzled by Konoha's Hokage? I said that ninja villages shouldn't exist." After the words fell, everyone was silent. About 2 minutes passed. "Ha ha ha." Laughter came. "Don't joke. Lord Kazuma. That's the Hokage. That's right. How could he do such a thing? I know Sarutobi Hiruzen is a kind, loving gentleman, upright, how could he do such a thing? I doubt it. I will report it to the daimyo later." "Forget it, Lord Kazuma. Don't anger those ninjas with this. This is simply a humiliation. The third Hokage is highly respected, it's impossible." However, under the dissuasion of everyone, a black-haired young man stood up unexpectedly and walked out expressionlessly. "A bunch of idiots. Today, the weather is good. Uchiha Fuyu brought Suzune to the Uchiha clan. Although he didn't know what Fuyu was doing, he still came and bought a lot of snacks for his nephew. After hearing the words Master Fuyu, he walked in. When passing by the corridor, he saw a certain mouse taking a nap, walked over happily, pinched it, and sighed, "Look! How thin the child has become." After saying that, Itaka suddenly woke up. Looking at Fuyu in front of him, he was suddenly stunned. Then, he stood up in a panic. "This child, see, his uncle is here. Look, how happy." Fuyu rubbed it a few more times happily, and then stuffed the snacks into his hand. "Come on. Don't be nervous. This is what your uncle bought for you." Result: when Itaka was like a panicked little hamster. Ahem. A cough came from the room, and Fuyu also walked in happily. See. Fugaku, who still had a paralyzed face and folded his hands, was sitting inside. So, what was he looking for? Could it be that he was really asked to come for dinner? When he was wondering, "Is Fuyu here?" Sister Mikoto came out. "Please wait, dinner is almost ready." However, Fuyu was stunned, looking at Sister Mikoto's slightly bulging belly. His second nephew? No wonder he was asked to come for dinner. Is that so? I suddenly realized and looked at Fugaku, whose eyes were floating and his expression was expressionless and a little embarrassed. I understand. I will definitely give him a big red envelope later. After thinking for a while, he took out 2 movie tickets and stuffed them into Fugaku's hands. Seeing Fugaku's puzzled eyes, he said happily, "The cinema will open in a few days, brother and sister-in-law will come to support it." He patted his chest. "Don't worry, Itaka will take care of it. You don't have to worry. Go relax. This is what I am most worried about." But Fugaku still snorted coldly, took the movie ticket, put it away, and then took a sip of hot tea and said calmly, "The 3rd generation Hokage is going to retire." Fuyu looked at Fugaku in confusion. Didn't he just start a business with Danzo and lose money? Why is he retiring? Is he planning to devote himself to business? Do you think you are old? So, are you ready to retire? However, Fugaku did not answer immediately, but took a sip of hot tea and looked at Fuyu with a slanted eye. Misappropriation of public funds. After the words fell. Hey? Fuyu looked at Fugaku in shock. 133. My hands were shaking. Grand Elder, you look like a young man with white hair and a refreshed spirit. I guess you have had a good time during this period. You brat. You are so outspoken. What nonsense are you talking about? The Grand Elder, who was basking in the sun in the courtyard, slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Fuyu, and closed his eyes again. Why did you come to see me? Send me tickets. Fuyu stuffed 2 tickets into the Grand Elder's hand in the middle. He smiled meaningfully. You know. I don't understand. The elder collected the tickets expressionlessly. Then, the two smiled at each other and laughed hee-hee together. After a moment, he returned to a calm smile. The elder raised his head and looked at Ling Yian beside him, nodded, and looked at Fuyu. Tell me. What do you want to see me for? Nothing. I just came to see Itaki and gave him 2 tickets. Really nothing. Really nothing. In that case, get out. It's dark, I'm going out to dance. This old man is shameless. Fuyu rolled his eyes helplessly and turned to leave. The old man's voice came from behind. Stay still recently, don't run around, especially if you have something messy in your body. I know. Fuyu smiled helplessly, looked at the back of the elder who walked into the room, and shook his head without saying anything. It seems the 3rd Hokage abdicated and it was time for the election of the next Hokage. So, the elder was telling him to stand in position? But how is Orochimaru? Now even the 3rd Hokage has started a business with Danzo, so if Orochimaru gets close to Danzo, will he be excluded by Sarutobi Hiruzen? And the third Hokage embezzled public funds? No matter how you look at it, it seems like slander. Although many people despise Sarutobi Hiruzen as a person, no matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem like the kind of person who would embezzle public funds and be discovered. As for Uchiha Hanyu, it seems to be news from outside, and now I guess many families should know it. But who would believe it? At this time, in a cave, the Hokage is corrupt? Ridiculous. Madara sneered, listening to the news of the ninja world today by White Zetsu, that Senju Tobirama would not choose such a fool. To be honest, when he heard the news, he was a little shocked. But after thinking about it, how could this be possible? It is probably a group of useless guys who spread it to discredit Konoha. However, as soon as the words fell, the wrinkled head lowered and looked at White Zetsu, who was scratching his head in front of him. He twitched his mouth and covered his chest, almost unable to extend the life of the outer path demon statue. After a slight silence, really? He raised his voice a little, did that monkey really embezzle public funds? Lord Madara looks full of energy. White Zetsu looked at Madara, who could sing high notes in surprise. Shut up. Madara covered his chest again and took a deep breath. Hurry up and tell me. It's not embezzlement. It's just that the monkey borrowed a little money and made up for it later. That's right. That's right. How can borrowing be considered embezzlement? It's just that someone in the daimyo's mansion wants to attack Konoha, and it's intentional. It's all a misunderstanding. A group of White Zetsu talked at once. Madara fell silent. I really didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. There really is an idiot who did such a thing, and he's a Hokage? Has Konoha been rotten to this extent? Madara muttered, then his eyes condensed with a sharp light. Sure enough. I'm right. Hashirama. After the words fell. If there's nothing else, we won't disturb Madara-sama's rest. Let's go. Madara-sama, go to bed early. When a group of White Zetsu were about to slip away. Humph. A low cold snort sounded in the closed cave. All the White Zetsu were immediately frightened and trembled. However, Ban didn't care, but looked down at them with cloudy eyes and said lightly, "What mess did you embezzle the war money to buy again?" After that, the two White Zetsu of the first team trembled and hugged each other, saying with a smile, "Hee, that was borrowed." Yes, it was borrowed. Lord Madara. It's true. You really did it. Mito Kadoen's mouth twitched, and he looked at his silent friend in front of him with some surprise, and then sighed and shook his head. You are so confused. Hiruzen. I didn't. It's just some rumors. Hiruzen shook his head and took a puff of his pipe. They didn't investigate anything, it's just the war is over, and someone doesn't like Konoha anymore. That's true. Yuditen Koharu nodded and said solemnly, all the news came from the daimyo's mansion, but this time he hesitated for a moment, looking at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Root barbecue and root milk tea were caught by someone. After the words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand trembled, slightly lowered his pipe, and sighed, this time. It was indeed my fault. Who knew it was so pitfall? Danzo is deliberately trying to trick him, right? Fortunately, the business in the store seems to be good now, not too bad. Today, the event is over, maybe he can start a business with Danzo by then. Then Hiruzen Mito Kadoen hesitated for a moment and looked at Hiruzen, what are you going to do next? He has always been honest, he only sold a painting and won a prize once, so this rumor has nothing to do with him. It seems that I have to be careful next time. This time. Could the rumor be related to the 8,000 taels that were lost last time? Forget it, let's not think too much. But Hiruzen has some troubles. However, just when Mitamanen was struggling. It doesn't matter. Hiruzen smiled and shook his head, stood up, stretched, I am old too. I feel a little powerless during this period. It's time to leave the opportunity to the young. When he said this, he looked out the window with emotion. Where the leaves are flying, the fire will continue. The flames will continue to illuminate the village and let the new leaves sprout. After the words fell, with his hands behind his back, his grey hair fluttered in the wind. The whole back looked particularly bleak. Hiruzen. X2. Midaman and Anudat and Kohara behind him looked at Hiruzen with emotion. My old friend. It has always been like this. It has always been for Konoha. Even now, he is still thinking about Konoha. Konoha can have such a development, thanks to Hiruzen. That's it. A man stood in front of the window, looking at the village outside the window with nostalgic eyes, and the two people behind him looked at his back with sad and emotional eyes. The atmosphere fell silent for a while. It seemed particularly heavy. I don't know how long it took. Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen felt his legs were a little sore and was about to sit down and write a retirement letter to the daimyo. Suddenly. Knock knock. The hurried knock on the door sounded again. Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand holding the pen began to tremble again. 134 Goodbye. Trust me. Hiruzen. Get lost. With my wisdom and your reputation, there is no way we can fail. Look. Aren't there still many customers left? Get lost. I suspect he drugged us. Otherwise, how could we fail? Get lost. Lend me some money. I'll give you back a vast ocean. Get lost. Hiruzen. You're making me sad. Can you say something else? Get lost. You'll regret it. Hiruzen. I'm still the Hokage now. Danzo. You. Bastard. Bang. The door slammed angrily. Hiruzen looked at the closed door, his face turned blue, then red, and finally, he sighed with melancholy, picked up the cigarette next to him, and took another deep puff, and then he seemed to relax a lot. He lowered his head and looked at the head of Ten Danzo next to the table, muttering, I can't let him go on like this. Danzo, he's too persistent. He was almost going crazy with his persistence. If this goes on, Konoha will really make him sell himself. At this time, Danzo, who was cruelly rejected, was also full of anger. Hiruzen, he was still too timid. He even rejected his request. It was obviously not like this before. It was obvious that as long as he was tough, Hiruzen would hesitate and nod his head to agree. Now it is really too angry. He was actually rejected toughly? Danzo took a deep breath, looked at the closed door of the Hokage's office with determination, and muttered to himself, Do you think I can't do it without you? I, Shimura Danzo, don't need to rely on anyone. I will never talk to you again. Just as the words fell. Suddenly. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. Danzo was immediately frightened. After all, how could he not panic after being robbed twice in a row? If he hadn't been more careful, he would have been dead long ago. The ninjas guarding Danzo were also nervous. They didn't even notice the sudden appearance. If something happened to Danzo, their 10 lives wouldn't be enough to compensate. Help! Fuck! However, before he could finish his words, the figure in front of him quickly appeared in front of Danzo, and quickly bent down, saying sincerely, Danzo, please let me join the Anbu. After the words fell, everyone was stunned. At this time, they came back to their senses and looked at the figure in front of them. Konoha Anal Konoha Thunderfinger, the hero of the 3 wars, Uchiha Obito? Why is he here too? Please let me join the Anbu. Obito said seriously again, don't worry. I, Uchiha Obito, will never let you down. Kakashi has been mysterious during this period, and sometimes he can't be seen. At first, he thought Kakashi was hiding it from him and secretly dating Lin. As a result. No. Rin is also alone. So, what is Kakashi doing behind their backs? Obito is very curious and angry. He is angry that Kakashi is still hiding it from him. Is it their bond? Is that all? Finally, after his own secret investigation, he found that Kakashi actually joined the Anbu. Even with a mask, he still recognized Kakashi's silver hair. So, since Kakashi has joined the Anbu, he, Uchiha Obito, must not lose and must join the Anbu. And Danzo-sama is the head of the Anbu training department. Therefore, if you want to join the Anbu, you need Danzo-sama's consent. It's just that Fuyu doesn't know. If he knew, he would definitely beat him to a pulp. He worked hard to raise Danzo to 1 billion, but the people here keep approaching, looking for trouble. However, Danzo, who tidied up his clothes a little, calmed down and started from the roots of ninjas. He walked out of the encirclement, with a majestic face, and glanced at him calmly, "You." He paused for a moment, and said calmly, "Unqualified." Obito was stunned, his eyes widened, as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. "Why? You should know that he, Uchiha Obito, is now the #1 figure in the ninja world. How can he be unqualified?" However, it has a bad influence. It is easy to be exposed. With Obito's face sluggish, Danzo led his subordinates to move forward again, but just after going downstairs and turning a corner. Suddenly, another green shadow appeared in front of him. "Danzo! Please let me join the Anbu." Danzo's mouth twitched, looking at the Kappa boy in front of him. Might guy. More talented than his father, he became a chunin with physical skills. But why do all the cats and dogs want to join the Anbu today? He was a little impatient. Obito finished speaking. "Ah? Did someone want to join just now?" Might guy was stunned. "Uchiha Obito. I believe you know him. Even he was rejected by this old man. Do you think you are just a middle?" Danzo didn't finish his words. "Obito also wants to join." Might guy was stunned, then turned his head without hesitation. "Sorry. Goodbye." Danzo was confused, as if there was something stuck in his chest, but he couldn't say it out. The new generation of Konoha, that's it. Hiruzen. It's so infuriating. On the other side, after being rejected, Obito walked out of the Hokage building with a sad face, looking at the sunset. The breeze was blowing, and the leaves were flying. Only him. Finally, he clenched his fists angrily. Damn it! I actually lost to Kakashi here. No matter what, he must join the Anbu, not lose to Kakashi. Kakashi has been busy during this period. He is very upset when he can't see him every day. How can he be so relaxed when Kakashi is so busy? It's really hateful. So, he also wants to join the Anbu, and be with Kakashi, even busier than him. Uchiha Obito raised his fist with a firm light in his eyes. "I will definitely join." However, he didn't know. At this time, Kakashi was lazily lying on a table in the milk tea shop. "Kakashi, I don't seem to have seen you recently. You are very busy." Kakashi raised his head and looked at Asuma, who came over, and pouted speechlessly. "Not bad." "Busy?" "Yes, he is very busy. But I don't know what he is busy with. He always stays in the forest and stares at the surroundings, not letting others enter. Staring all day, nothing happened. Now he probably guessed why the Anbu senior refused to say more last time. What the hell? Now he wants to quit the Anbu. However, Asuma and the others didn't know, but looked at Kakashi with envy. "What about the Anbu? I heard that not everyone can join. Will you treat us to a cup of milk tea?" After the words fell, "Everyone is here." Might Guy's voice came over, especially when he saw Kakashi. "Oh, Kakashi is here too. Let's have a youth duel. I just went to find Danzo-sama, but I didn't expect Obito to want to join the Anbu. Hearing Might Guy's words, Kakashi raised his eyelids. Now he wants to quit even more. And at this time, it's Lord Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru is coming in too. Someone suddenly shouted loudly. 135 Love. Orochimaru has had a stomachache recently and almost killed that bastard for money. What kind of people are these? The hero of Konoha, the dark ninja of Konoha, the boss of the route actually went into business? What's wrong with him? Of course. He doesn't care about these, it's just a hobby. For example, although he is a ninja, he also likes to study some strange things. But it's not right to deceive him again and again. What the hell is he asked to study? Barbecue sauce formula? Milk tea formula? It's so asshole. It's too much. And what about Hashirama's cells? I haven't seen them for so long. Is he not going to study them? If it weren't for the fact that the bastard was still useful, he would have let the snakes swallow him directly. And recently, it seems that the old man was found out for embezzling public funds and was about to step down from the position of Hokage to prove his innocence. Since he had nothing to do, he just came out for a walk to save face. Orochimaru doesn't really like being Hokage. It was a boring position that he really wanted, but being a Hokage would make his experiments much more convenient. As for the embezzlement of public funds, others might think it was impossible, but as the old man's student, he knew very well that this kind of thing, let alone, the old man could really do it. If he thought it was good for Konoha, he would definitely not mind embezzling public funds. For example, to study wood release. He was afraid of Uchiha's ability and worried about the power of the Nine Tails, so he secretly conducted human experiments without Tsunade's knowledge. Later, many members of the Senju clan also participated in the experiment and sacrificed, and with the death of Nawaki, Tsunade hated this place so much that now I don't even want to go back to the village. Of course. No matter how you look at it, it's impossible to embezzle public funds this time. It can't be for a milk tea shop, right? The old man wouldn't do such a stupid thing. Therefore, it was probably spread deliberately by someone in the daimyo prefecture. Orochimaru licked his tongue, squinted his eyes, and smiled slightly. Suddenly, he felt an itch in his heart and stopped. Looking up at the rich milk tea shop next to him, he murmured in a feminine voice, "It's amazing." Even he would be tempted when he passed by. If he hadn't studied the recipe inside and was sure that he hadn't been hit by an illusion, he would probably doubt in his heart whether this store had put something indescribable. Maybe it's really delicious. But why can't the secret recipe he cracked achieve this? What's missing? Feeling a little thirsty now, Orochimaru simply walked in. For a while, it immediately attracted the attention of many ninjas in the store. There's no way. Who told him to be one of the 3 ninjas of Konoha? He attracts attention wherever he goes. Nodding to the ninja next to him, Orochimaru looked at the waiter and said with a smile, "Excuse me. Strawberry sundae." Just as he finished speaking. "Hey, Orochimaru is here too? I haven't seen you these days. I'm very busy." Orochimaru rolled his eyes, smiled helplessly, looked at the white hair, and said, "I don't miss you. Dancing all day. Want to join us? Let's go clubbing tonight. I'll buy you a drink." "No. Okay. It's actually quite fun." Jiraiya shrugged and shouted to the waiter, "Same old. Full." The tone was quite heroic. Then, he lowered his voice, leaned close to Orochimaru's ear, and said, "The old man embezzled public funds, did you know?" Orochimaru rolled his eyes, indicating that he didn't want to say anything. Jiraiya continued to talk, and he didn't know how long he had been talking. Suddenly, he sighed with emotion, "I didn't expect the old man would do such a thing. His thoughts are corrupt and degenerate." He seemed to be gloating, "Forget it, I'll leave the village in a few days. No matter what, I just don't know what Fuyu has come up with. It looks like it's quite lively there. I'm really curious. Just as he finished speaking. Movies. Fuyu's voice came over, and he walked in front of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, smiling and said, "This is a groundbreaking thing. Of course, there are branches in the land of fire. When it opens, Jiraiya-sensei can go and see it." "Is that so? That's really lucky. I thought you would leave the village after the war." Orochimaru said sarcastically, "I didn't expect you to dance for so long." "Ha ha ha. Everyone is so enthusiastic." Jiraiya laughed without caring. "Orochimaru, do you want a girlfriend? Do you want your girlfriend?" The dream of Dashiwan's poisonous tongue, and the holy generation, a sense of satisfaction appeared in my heart, and the itchy feeling disappeared. I nodded with satisfaction and looked up at the wealthy with a smile. There is a kind of urge to try. However, love. Said Piety and said without hesitation, "It is love." "Thank you very much." He pointed to the calligraphy of the will of fire given by the third Hokage on the wall, with a sincere look on his face, and looked closely. "When I was still a student, I was thinking about the love of Konoha. The love of the third Hokage. The true meaning of the will of fire. Until the end, due to various reasons, I left the ninja and started a business, but unexpectedly it became bigger and bigger. These years have been so hard and I have encountered so many difficulties, but I have survived because I have love in my heart. I understand the love of Konoha that the third Hokage said, and it has always supported me to come here, so I want everyone who tastes my food to feel the love in it, even if there is only a trace, as long as everyone gives a little love." After the words fell, everyone applauded. Mr. Fuyu said it well. Even Jiraiya was full of emotion. No wonder Fuyu wrote such a good article, he is really good at talking. Only Orochimaru, hearing Fuyu's words, his face froze slightly, and then he returned to a faint smile and looked at Fuyu. "I don't believe you. The power of love? Stop joking." But he still looked at him meaningfully and said with a smile, "It's really interesting. This guy is not simple." Then he picked up the sundae in his hand and turned away. Orochimaru Jiraiya sighed and shook his head, "Sorry. Fuyu. I don't think he deliberately cracked your secret recipe." "It's okay, I still have to thank him." "Oh, nothing." Fuyu took out 2 tickets and stuffed them into Jiraiya's pockets. "Teacher Jiraiya, take them. You can go and have a look when you have time. You will never be disappointed. Don't worry, these 2 tickets are special tickets. You can use them anywhere. You can also exchange them for a free portion of popcorn and ice cream. Well, thank you very much." "You're welcome. When Jiraiya travels, remember to promote Fuyu milk tea and roasted bar. Do you want a vertical billboard? Just stick it on your car, Toad." "I will." As for the billboard, Jiraiya smiled awkwardly, No, no need. This. Really unnecessary. 136 Undercurrents. The next day, Jiraiya quietly left. The ninja world is still waiting for his disciples to save it, and his disciple who saves the world has not been found yet. How can he continue to stay in the village? In addition, the materials in the village are also being taken, so it is time to leave the village, otherwise, there will be no inspiration. And the village. The news that the third generation Hokage is ready to abdicate to prove his innocence has also spread, and he will go to the daimyo's mansion in a few days to discuss the successor to the next Hokage. For a while, Orochimaru's reputation was greatly shaken. After all, Tsunade-sama ran away, Jiraiya-sama also slipped away. There were only a few people who had the hope of inheriting the position of Hokage, and among them Orochimaru-sama had the highest hope. As for the third Hokage's embezzlement of public funds, everyone sneered at it. How could the third Hokage, who was so kind and loving, do such a thing? Absolutely impossible. So, At this moment everyone focused their attention on who the next Hokage would be. Even Danzo is the same. What is his dream? It has always been to become the man of Hokage. Then, let the teacher know that he is stronger, better, and more suitable to become Hokage than Hiruzen. Everything is reasonable and all in his plan. But now, something unexpected happened. His value is getting higher and higher, and his busyness is getting worse and worse. So, it is estimated that he can't be the Hokage for the time being. According to his speculation with Mitamonen and Koharu Udaten, it would take about a month for those guys to get used to it. Not to mention that he gritted his teeth, borrowed money, embezzled public funds, and persisted at a loss for 2 consecutive months. Why did he fail? Same taste, same decoration style, same price, what went wrong? Is it really because Fuyu milk tea has been in business for a long time and has a deep-rooted reason in the hearts of customers, so it is not easy to be defeated? There is no reason. Danzo was very distressed. After 2 consecutive failures and losing so much money, he began to doubt whether he really had no talent for business. With my wisdom and Hiruzen's reputation, it is absolutely impossible, so what is the problem? Suddenly, Danzo remembered the Uchiha kid who wanted to join the route that day, and his eyes suddenly became uncertain. Could it be that Hiruzen is not as good as A? Are the people in the ninja world so curious now? No. Absolutely impossible. Just when Danzo was struggling. Danzo-sama. The root ninja hurried in and said respectfully, Sama Orochimaru is here. After the words fell, Danzo also came back to his senses, knocked on the armrest with his right hand, nodded, and said calmly, let him in. Yes. After the root ninja retreated, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he murmured in a low voice, since Hiruzen you don't want to, then I will come to get it myself. He will definitely prove it to Hiruzen. He will not fail. Hetshu. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his nose and frowned slightly. Could it be that he had caught a cold because he had too many worries recently? Otherwise, why would he sneeze for no reason? But after a while, he no longer paid attention to it and continued to think about the next successor to the Hokage. Since the day when he and Danzo failed to start a business together, he has been much clearer. He is a Hokage, why do those messy things? Can't do business? What's the problem? No problem. Sure enough. I still trusted Danzo too much, so 80 million is almost gone. How much money is that? Now he doesn't dare to tell Biwako, worried that she really thinks he is embezzling or misappropriating public funds. You know, he is the Hokage. Forget it. In recent years, I have been a little overwhelmed. After retiring, I can still dance with Biwako. I heard that she hugged other handsome guys when dancing, and I felt a little scared inside. The handsome guy's name seems to be Shui. I don't know which bastard he is. During this period, if nothing happens, Biwako will dress up and go out to dance. Although she is old and has a simple disguise, she still feels quite dangerous. And it has been a long time since I accompanied Biwako. Thinking about the past few days, the angry Biwako even complained that he spent more time with Danzo than with her. Really? He has to watch over Danzo after all, I'm worried. Then in the end let's choose an excellent successor to the Will of Fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head with emotion. Originally, Jiraiya was the most suitable. Unfortunately, he has already slipped away. I guess he also realized that it's not a good idea for him to stay here. As for Orochimaru, I originally valued him very much, and Orochimaru is also an excellent ninja. He has been very excellent since he was a child, and he likes to think more than Jiraiya. But I heard that he has been too close to Danzo during this period. Danzo's a close friend, he can guess that after failing to get money from him, he must be thinking about supporting Orochimaru to become Hokage, so that he can do whatever he wants. So, as a teacher, he must not watch Orochimaru go down the wrong path he has taken. This is a road of no return. Only a close friend is worth 1 billion. Otherwise, if that guy cheated him of 80 million, he would have killed him long ago. Now I can only hope that my best friend can stop the loss in time and not make any more mistakes. Sure enough, it is not so easy for a rich man to make so much money in such a short period of time. They are still too self-righteous. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and reflected deeply in his heart. At the same time, he thought that once Orochimaru became Hokage, if these two people were in collusion, it would definitely be a disaster for Konoha. So, in his heart, the next Hokage must have the will of fire in his heart, and at the same time, he is not familiar with Danzo and cannot borrow his money. Otherwise, it is too dangerous. Who is it? Sarutobi Hiruzen flipped through the information. Uchiha Obito. Really? Why do you put everyone up there? Even if Uchiha has the ability to become Hokage, this guy can't do it. After all, Konoha also has to save face. Suddenly, the helpless face was slightly stunned, as if he thought of something, and then took a puff of his cigarette. Maybe he is suitable. Time passed in a flash. Soon, the day of the 4th Hokage confirmation meeting came. Today, the weather is still sunny and windy. The representatives of Konoha have also arrived in the capital of the Land of Fire to attend the meeting, ready to wait for the establishment of the next Hokage. At the same time, the entire ninja world began to surge, and undercurrents surged. After all, Konoha's 1 billion also left the village. The Land of Fire. A milk tea shop in a city. A guy carrying a big knife and a familiar figure in front of him who ordered 2 cups of milk tea stared at each other. Finally, I don't know how long it took. The two smiled at each other. Cooperation. Okay. 137. Don't say it. Actually, I don't want to be Hokage. There are undercurrents outside. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo had already made preparations. After being robbed twice in a row, how could they not be prepared in advance as the light and darkness of Konoha? Of course. This might be the last thing Hiruzen could do for his best friend. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed inwardly, looking at Danzo who was talking eloquently in front of him and introducing his disciple Orochimaru to the daimyo. Sure enough, Orochimaru is still not good enough. If Orochimaru becomes the Hokage, Danzo will definitely be unscrupulous, and it will be troublesome if they are in collusion and spend money recklessly. So, he still insisted on his idea. Those who are familiar with Danzo are definitely not good enough. Therefore, he slammed the table hard, interrupted Danzo's words, took a puff of cigarette seriously, and said, Orochimaru is not suitable. After the words fell, everyone was shocked. After all, Orochimaru is his disciple of the 3rd generation. This time was rejected by the 3rd generation? Even Orochimaru was confused. Who else here is more qualified than him? And he didn't seem to have done anything recently. Why did the old man reject him? It can't be because he helped Danzo research barbecue sauce and milk tea. So, what's going on? He frowned and looked at the old man. And Danzo came back to his senses from his daze. He didn't expect Hiruzen to refuse his disciple to take over his position. Why? Hiruzen, you. Orochimaru is indeed not suitable. Hiruzen interrupted Danzo again, without giving him any chance, and continued to say seriously, in my heart, he is not qualified to take over because he is my disciple. As the 3rd generation Hokage, I must not show any favoritism. You. In order to prevent me from borrowing money, you are so determined? As a close friend, Danzo was shocked and saw Hiruzen's plan at a glance. Of course, he was more sad in his heart. The sadness of not being trusted. It was clearly agreed. With his wisdom and Hiruzen's reputation, no difficulty could stop them, but unexpectedly Hiruzen no longer trusted his best friend after losing only 80 million. You should know that he also lost more than 80 million. Danzo took a deep breath and stopped thinking about it. He looked at Hiruzen coldly. Who do you think is suitable? Orochimaru. A hero of World War II. A Konoha man with a bright future. A hero of the Third Battle of Kikyo Mountain, who has made great contributions to Konoha and is deeply recognized by Konoha. Who is more suitable than him? After the words fell, the people around him also nodded. There is indeed no one more suitable than Orochimaru. Oh, no, there is another one. Lady Tsunade. She is suffering from mental illness now and is not in the village, so, at present, there is indeed no one in the village who is more suitable for the position of the fourth generation than Orochimaru. As for Jiraiya, two are similar, but his temper is not as good as Orochimaru's. However, Hiruzen was not panicked at all, took down the pipe, and said with great honor and selflessness, Konoha Jonin, Namikaze Minato. Jiraiya's disciple, a hero of the three wars, his achievements are not weaker than Orochimaru, and he has the will of fire in his heart, so he is the most suitable successor to the will of fire. You are making a fuss. How can Namikaze Minato compare to Orochimaru? Danzo was furious. Where did I fool around? He's still young. Hiruzen said righteously. You just like him when he's young, right? What's wrong with me liking him when he's young? You're ruthless. You're cruel. You're unreasonable. You're doing it because of me. How am I ruthless? How am I cruel? How am I unreasonable? How am I doing it for you? The two looked at each other. For a moment, the officials of the Fire Country daimyo were stunned. They had heard that the third Hokage had a deep bond with Shimura Danzo. Today, it's true to his reputation. It's just a little weird. After a while, Danzo also noticed that the situation was not right now. It was not the time to argue with Hiruzen. He took a deep breath again. Hiruzen. You are confused. How am I confused? Remember Uchiha Obito. You are going to make Konoha a laughing stock. Uchiha Obito is quite good. He is quite good. Konoha is a warm-hearted young man who often helps old ladies cross the street. At the same time he is also a hero of Konoha. He is quite good. He doesn't have the virtue of ninjutsu. He doesn't have the virtue of ninjutsu. It's not like Minato doesn't have the virtue of ninjutsu. Namikaze Minato is his old teacher. What's wrong with the teacher? Minato Namikaze is handsome, young, kind-hearted, and an excellent Konoha ninja. I doubt. You doubt? What do you doubt? Do you still doubt that such a sunny and handsome guy would read some abnormal books? I think. Don't think so. I panic when you think. What's the matter? Do you still think that such a sunny, handsome, and married guy would go to collect materials? Everyone watched the two quarreling around Minato Namikaze. One thought that his disciple did not talk about the virtue of patience and specialized in people's weaknesses. He must not be a good person. One thought that the disciple's fault should not be attributed to the teacher. A teacher has a disciple who is good at collecting materials. Could it be that his teacher is also a guy who likes to peek at the bathhouse? Impossible. Then, everyone couldn't help but shift their attention to Minato. Minato also came back from the original shock, twitched the corner of his mouth, and looked at the two big men of Konoha with a smirk. Hokage-sama, can you stop talking? Actually, I really want to say one thing. I really don't want to be Hokage. I thought about it before. Now. Sorry. I'm not interested anymore. Also, if possible, can you let me go back to the village first? I suddenly remembered that I didn't lock the door when I went out. Hokage-sama, Minato. Just listen. Hiruzen looked at Danzo righteously. You will be the fourth generation today. I didn't. This is none of your business. This is a matter between me and Danzo. After the words fell, Danzo's face turned cold again. Do you have to do this? He is the most suitable. You will regret it. Hiruzen. I am still Hokage. Danzo. Hiruzen looked at Danzo without showing any weakness, and said earnestly, stop it. Danzo. If you don't believe me, ask others, who is more suitable. Humph. Ask if you want. All of a sudden, everyone looked up at the sky. This matter. It's better not to get involved. Ahem. Mizudaman saw 3 pairs of eyes staring at him, and he coughed twice, wiping the cold sweat on his forehead with his right hand trembling. Namikaze Minato is indeed an excellent ninja of Konoha. He is young, handsome, and has made great contributions. Before he finished speaking, Danzo said sinisterly, that painting. Of course Orochimaru is not bad. He is not weaker than Minato, and he is Minato's predecessor, and he is also strong. Therefore, you two are also excellent ninjas of Konoha. You are an indispensable part of Konoha. One slurp. Mizudaman finished speaking quickly, then shook his head with emotion, and sighed regretfully, if I were to choose, I would also be in a difficult position. They are all good guys. Then what the hell are you talking about? And at this time, it seemed that a guard said something in the daimyo's ear. The daimyo, who was originally having a headache, was slightly stunned. He opened his folding fan with a snap sound, and then made a strange sound, kukukuk. It is really difficult to choose between Minato Namikaze and Orochimaru in Konoha. Since all the ninjas can't choose, let's ask others. The words fell. Everyone was puzzled. Suddenly, creaky, the door was opened. A figure bathed in the sun, directly illuminated the entire conference room. The handsome appearance shone directly into everyone's eyes, and everyone couldn't help but close their eyes. Just saw. He said lightly with a gentle smile, hey! Everyone is here. The words fell. Everyone was confused. How did this guy come? 138. Who dares to stop him? Phew, why are you here? I came here for business, and I was invited here. After the meeting, he followed the people of Konoha. At this time, Uchiha Fuyu seemed a little surprised, and then laughed. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. The system was upgraded yesterday. Therefore, there are new industries that need to set up base stations, so I went out to check the surroundings and find a suitable place, and bought a few plots of land in the Land of Fire. Originally, I thought about acquiring Danzo's store, but since he didn't say anything, I, a village-loving businessman, couldn't say anything. Looking at Minato in front of him, he said happily, congratulations. The 4th generation. Of course, this 4th generation was not what he said. In any case, even if the 3rd generation Hokage really embezzled public funds, if Sarutobi Hiruzen insisted on making Minato the Hokage, the daimyo would agree with his opinion. Because he is still the 3rd generation Hokage. Therefore, Fuyu just showed up to join in the fun. As for him becoming Hokage unless Konoha really went bankrupt and liquidated, and then he came to buy Konoha. Haha. Minato laughed embarrassedly, and then said with a wry smile, I didn't expect it to be like this. Really? He almost ran away directly, otherwise, if he continued I guess he would have to wear a mask with Obito after returning to the village. This Hokage meeting was really unexpected. But since the 3rd generation entrusted Konoha to him, he would never let others down. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked over, smiled at Fuyu, then pulled Minato aside, and said in a serious but low voice, Minato, as the 3rd generation, let me say a few words in the end. Please speak, 3rd generation. Minato said respectfully. If Danzo asks you to borrow money in a few days, don't hesitate and refuse directly. Although he is still the Hokage's advisor, you must remember that you are the Hokage. Hokage-sama, I don't understand what you are saying. Minato was a little confused. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to speak earnestly, a few days ago those who understand understand, and those who don't understand, I can't understand it even if I say it. It's too complicated, you will understand it in the future. He paused, shook his head with emotion, don't say more, don't ask more, just refuse directly. I understand. Minato's heart condensed, and he didn't ask any more questions. The third generation is for Konoha. It seems. Should it be the indescribable darkness of Konoha? It's not easy for the third generation either. That's it, remember? You are the Hokage. After saying that, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Uchiha Fuyo with complicated eyes. I didn't expect this kid actually got a noble title by relying on Uchiha. Is this the power of money? Because he trusted Danzo's wisdom too much, the 80 million he worked so hard to earn was gone without a splash, and he was almost charged with embezzlement. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen is feeling very complicated. The milk tea shop is exactly the same, how could it collapse? Forget it. I'd better go back to dance. He sighed and shook his head, great. Rich. This is all guided by the will of fire. You are really an excellent young man from Konoha with a deep will of fire. Third generation sir, you are too kind. Do you want to go back to the village together? Thank you, third generation sir, the road is not safe, sorry for the trouble. No problem. You are very talented as a ninja, it's a pity that you missed the past. At this time, Minato asked again in confusion, where is Danzo-sama? Danzo-sama. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with melancholy, took a deep puff of cigarette, and looked particularly helpless and lost, still complaining. Before he finished speaking, suddenly, bang! A loud noise came from not far away. Everyone's face changed, as if they thought of something. Konoha-ten Danzo-sama is in danger. Without any hesitation, they looked at each other and quickly rushed towards the explosion. However, there was a figure. Before everyone could react, he had already rushed over. Time moved forward a little. After being rejected by Hiruzen, Danzo felt very angry. Therefore, he angrily set off back to the village with the root ninja alone. He swore in his heart. One day, he will not only let his teacher see that he is better than Hiruzen, but also let Hiruzen know even if he goes into business, he will not lose. The first 2 times were just accidents. It is an accident. You Hiruzen are blind and do not trust your best friend. When he makes money tomorrow, he will definitely throw 100 million in front of Hiruzen. The remaining 20 million are for you Hiruzen. I must laugh at him when the time comes. Danzo snorted coldly and muttered to himself, humph. Just 80 million. With my worth, would I care? Just as the words fell, suddenly, the root ninja in front stopped. Danzo frowned slightly, and was about to roar twice unexpectedly. Protect Danzo! The root ninja roared. Danzo also reacted, his face changed, looking at the only root ninja in front of him, retreat. Swish, swish. Several figures appeared in front of him. There were ninjas from various villages, and many rebel ninjas. They were surrounded. Especially the Kirigakure ninja village beheading sword Biwajozo. Danzo looked at him coldly, why are you stopping me? Don't make things dark for the Kirigakure ninja village, and don't leave. Hee hee. Biwajozo sneered disdainfully, raised the beheading sword in his hand, the Kirigakure ninja village can't control me. After the words fell, he glanced at the surrounding ninjas again, and looked at his temporary partner Kakuzu on the side, take the people away first. Okay. Kakuzu nodded calmly, and paused for a moment, the other rats will be dealt with after they go out. Kirigakure rebel ninja. Shut up. The ninja with the sand ninja forehead protector said in a deep voice, take the people away first. The Konoha ninjas are just ahead. If they are late they will be in trouble. After all, this is the land of fire. Without any hesitation, do it. The words fell. Everyone rushed forward. Danzo's face changed. You are a defeated army and you dare to come and capture me. Aren't you afraid that Konoha will declare war on you, Sand Village? You belong to Sand Village. Give me the life of the third Kazekage. Ridiculous. What does the disappearance of the third Kazekage have to do with Konoha? No matter. You are from Sand Village. This is a bit unreasonable. But seeing the enemy who had already taken action, he, as the Dark Ninja, did not stop at all. After letting the Root Ninja take action quickly, he also took action. If you want to capture me, it depends on whether you have the ability. Wind escape. Sand escape. Ninjutsu and taijutsu are constantly connected. Danzo's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Drag. Just a little longer. Hiruzen is coming. Thinking of this, he smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't expect he would eventually need Hiruzen to save him. However, Danzo's strength is just like that now. How can he be an opponent of many ambushes? Especially. Today I'm here to take back my money. Kakuzu rushed over first, looking at Konoha Shiba. I can't save you this time. This guy is much worse than the first generation Hokage. Countless black lines stretched out, just when they were about to catch Danzo. Fire escape? Dragon fire technique. A low roar. Kakuzu frowned slightly and retracted his black lines. Suddenly, in front of him, a figure suddenly appeared. The third generation Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen. His tone became serious. You can't save him today. Everyone gathered around. For the peace of the ninja world. Hand over Shimura Danzo. Yes. There are so many people here. A mere group of Konoha ninjas can't stop them from capturing a person. Even Danzo looked at the figure helplessly and moved. It was always him. He saved him in time. What a pity. Haven't the others caught up yet? However, as soon as the words fell, see. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not hesitate at all, stepped forward, put his arm around the confused Danzo's shoulders, and said calmly, I'm going to take him away today. Let's see who dares to stop me. The unparalleled momentum surged out, showing the domineering power of the third Hokage. Suddenly, everyone was shocked and looked at that figure. It was as if they saw the momentum of the ninja hero who dominated the ninja world back then. What an admirable bond. Note, please subscribe. Please subscribe. 139 You don't understand me. Sarutobi Hiruzen was unparalleled in domineering power. Although his hair was a little grey, his hunched body still stood up straight, without destroying his reputation as a ninja hero. One with the 5-element escape technique and the inherited monkey stick, he could come and go freely. What a pity. We were outnumbered. After such a rage, he was soon out of breath. He is still a little old. And Danzo the hero of Konoha is too weak. Even if he still has his hands, he has no Sharingan and no wood release. His strength is just so-so, far inferior to Hiruzen. No wonder he became the second sacrifice of his second nephew's pretense besides a certain artist. Sacrificed. Although his second nephew has been beaten, he still has some strength. Now, this 1 billion was almost cashed out. Fortunately, Minato arrived quickly with the remaining Konoha ninjas. As long as they are not extremely strong or have strange abilities, no matter how many people there are, they are useless in front of Minato. The Sand Village began to want to retreat. Unexpectedly. This time they failed again. Sure enough, Konoha's protection of Shimura Danzo is no weaker than that of Jinchuriki. The Sand Ninja's eyes condensed. This news must be passed on to the Kazekage. On the other hand, the 3 generations of 4 people except for the 3rd generation who is a little higher, the other 3 Mightymen N, Yuta and Koharu, and Shimura Danzo are all about the same strength at this stage. At most, Danzo is more proficient in using wind escape. Helpless. Kakuzu can only rely on the other party's lack of information about him to involve Minato, and lowered his voice, "Do it. Reach out after you've robbed them." "Okay." Biwajozo nodded. As an assassin, he knew that the best option now was to retreat, but thinking of his current situation, if he retreated, he would be wanted by Konoha and Kirigakure, so he had to leave the 5 great nations to escape. But now he wanted to try again. Maybe it worked? It would be easier to escape with a few 100 million at that time. Quickly avoided the enemy and rushed towards Danzo. However, they did not have a strong pillar. Only Danzo, Mito Kato-en, and Udaten Koharu could stop him, plus Orochimaru, who was laughing beside him. This time, the action failed. Sofuyu, who was peeking at the side, shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that it was not easy to spend his 1 billion. Sure enough, the bond between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo was too deep. If you want to kill Danzo, you may have to step over Sarutobi Hiruzen's body. Why did Danzo die later? Because the man behind him was no longer there. This is the traditional bond of Konoha. The tradition that has been passed down from the first generation of Hokage. Why did Hashirama die at that time? Because he also felt that the man behind him was no longer there. After seeing that the other party had no hope, as a merchant who loved the village, it was his turn to take action. He stepped forward and said, "Let's stop here. This battle is over. You have no chance." After saying that, everyone was stunned. Who is this guy? A Konoha ninja? And Minato and the others looked at Fuyu in surprise, feeling a sense of emotion in their hearts. Fuyu actually had the courage to stand up at this time. What a strong spirit of the will of fire. Interesting. Orochimaru looked at Fuyu with a smile, his eyes flickered slightly, as if he had discovered something interesting. "Fuyu, leave here." Minato's face condensed. This is a ninja war. However, Fuyu roared righteously, "It doesn't matter. A few low-level ninjas dare to covet our village Shimura Danzo, it's ridiculous. Are you looking down on us, Konoha? Even if I am a merchant, I am not afraid. If you have the guts, bring more people next time." Although it makes some sense, why does it sound weird? Especially Danzo, his eyelids were twitching. This kid, couldn't it be because I haven't paid back the 100 million yet? Rich? Uchiha rich? Kakuzu frowned slightly, looking at the rich in front of him, the owner of Rich Milk Tea. As he always buys the second cup at half price, he still knows the owner behind Rich Milk Tea. A mere businessman dares to get involved. You are worthy of being Uchiha. But his tone changed, becoming more gloomy and cold. "Boy. This is a ninja war." After the words fell, 2 stacks of detonating tags were taken out. Everyone was silent for a while, and Kakuzu's face froze. Looking at the businessman in front of him. Rich man. Although the war is over and the price of detonating tags has been eased, it is still lower than usual. He can take out 2 stacks of detonating tags without hesitation at this time. This guy is not ordinary. However, seeing that everyone was indifferent, Fuyu hesitated for a moment, and took out 2 more stacks. Isn't this guy afraid of blowing himself up? Even Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen were watching with their eyelids twitching. Sure enough, without complete ninja training, he would do such a stupid thing. So many detonating tags, what a waste. My teeth hurt after seeing them too much. And at this time, the sand ninja sighed helplessly, thinking of his own ninja village, the Sand Village, which had lost 3 wars and was located in a remote area. At the same time, the daimyo had cut off financial assistance, so you can imagine what would happen. I didn't expect it. Konoha is so rich. Even a businessman could take out so many detonating tags without any hesitation. How abominable! They have no chance. They lost. They didn't lose to the ninjas of Konoha, but to the rich Sand Village. Retreat? Without any hesitation. How can you come to the land of fire whenever you want? A Konoha ninja roared, and was about to rush forward when he was stopped by Minato. Minato-sama. Don't pay any attention. Minato shook his head and said firmly, protect Danzo-sama first. Absolutely no chance of error. After the words fell, even Hiruzen agreed. Danzo, absolutely no chance of error. Interesting. Kakuzu glanced at Danzo calmly, I will keep my 1 billion in Konoha. After saying that, he turned around and seemed to stare at Fuyu deeply. In his eyes. Is that a look of hatred for Fuyu? Fuyu was speechless. And Biwajozo also looked at Fuyu in a complicated way. A mission far beyond the S level was commissioned by this guy from the Hidden Mist village. Originally, everything was fine. But I didn't expect that the traitor Zigwashan Puffer Ghost was promoted. It was really hateful. The flatterer and the guy who is good at flattering got promoted. And he, an honest man, was always scolded. The Kirigakure ninja village is hopeless. Without saying a word, he left after a few jumps, and then many people left quietly. Since then, the crisis is over. The Konoha ninjas also breathed a sigh of relief. Danzo looked at Fuyu's back with a complicated expression, with a bitter smile on his face, and clenched his fists. Unexpectedly one day he was saved by a businessman. Perhaps Hiruzen is right. Not everyone can succeed in business. At this time, Danzo, Hiruzen. The two they looked at each other in a complicated way again. I don't know how long it took. Danzo's heart trembled slightly, and he remembered Hiruzen who just put his arm around his shoulders and wanted to take him away in the face of many enemies. He opened his mouth and finally said calmly, "Thank you. This is what I should do." Hiruzen also smiled slightly, then hesitated for a moment and said with emotion, "Stop it, Danzo." After the words fell, "Impossible. I will succeed." Danzo roared. "We have failed." Hiruzen smiled bitterly. "With my wisdom, plus your reputation." "Shut up. Stop talking about your wisdom. Do you have to do this? I can't watch you go the wrong way. Come dance with me. I'll be your dance partner. I misjudged you. You will regret it." Hiruzen. "I'm retired." Danzo. Hiruzen. Danzo. All the Konoha looked at this strong will of fire with emotion. Only Orochimaru and Fuyu. One licked his tongue with a smile, and the other had a stomachache. "Or if there's nothing else, I'll leave first." 140, Come and be my son. It was a few days later when I returned to the village. Then the succession ceremony of the fourth Hokage was held. When they saw that Namikaze Minato became the fourth Hokage, many families were really surprised. Perhaps they couldn't understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't choose his own disciples, but chose his own grandchildren. Lord Orochimaru, in what way is he inferior to Lord Minato? But since Lord Minato has become the Hokage, there is no need for them to say anything. After returning, Fuyu comforted Suzuan, who had been looking at him with a smile and a hint of sarcasm since he came back, and then participated in the opening ceremony of the cinema. Fortunately, he also caught up with the opening of the cinema, otherwise, Suzuan would probably be very angry. After all, they had already made an appointment to watch a movie together. It was a sunny day today. It's suitable for watching movies. After cutting the ribbon, Fuyu began to receive the clan leaders of various tribes. It can be clearly seen that since Minato became the Hokage, the clan leaders of various tribes seem to have become more friendly to him. It makes sense when you think about it. He was already close to people, and now he has a good relationship with the Hokage, so he must be more likable. "Come on. Everyone, please come in. There are seats on the movie ticket, just sit according to the seat. If you don't know, you can ask the waiter inside, and oh, the movie ticket can be exchanged for a drink and a bucket of popcorn, don't forget. At this time, Stinky Boy, the elder, also came. Nodded seriously, patted Fuyu on the shoulder, and said calmly, "Not bad." Then, he entered with Beiwa Sr. beside him. In a hurry. It was as if he was hiding from something. "It's just that those two old guys. Hee hee. You haven't seen it before. This thing is a movie. It's made by the Uchiha Juniors. Are you jealous? You Hyuga don't have it. Don't worry. Maybe it will belong to our Hyuga family in the future." "Damn it. Impossible. The Uchiha Juniors will never do such a thing. Hyuga, stop dreaming. Do you know what a movie is? Do you know?" "Of course I know." He was very proud. "Then what is a movie?" He sneered calmly. "You don't understand even if I tell you. Forget it, I won't say it anymore, you will understand later. Hurry up and bring the ticket. You can exchange it for food and drinks." Hee hee. It's really worthy of being the Uchiha ancestral tsundere. Fu was speechless and shook his head. The great elder should have no hope. Looking at Ling Yian, who was laughing beside him, he thought about it and was about to go in. Humph! A cold snort. Fuyu turned around suspiciously, looked at the figure in front of him, and was stunned for a moment. Second elder. Why is this old guy here? Could it be that his eldest brother's affair was discovered? Here to catch the adulterer? No wonder the first elder was sneaking around just now. I saw Uchiha Ishizawa with a few Uchiha juniors, looked at Fuyu calmly, and walked past him. A low voice sounded in Fuyu's ears, "Not bad." After the words fell, the second elder looked at the Uchiha juniors again. "Go buy some tickets." What a boring thing. How can a Uchiha junior do such a stupid thing? Another Uchiha tsundere. Fuyu smiled helplessly, looking at the back of the second elder, who came to show his support and made some sarcastic remarks. He shook his head and looked at Ling Yian, who was worried for no reason. "What's wrong?" Elder Shi and Ling Yian hesitated and lowered her voice. "He and Elder Beiwa are also in there." "It's okay." Fuyu shrugged his shoulders, pondered for a while, and whistled. "Don't worry, Nono's medical ninjutsu is pretty good. I'll send someone to tell Nono later." After the words fell, when Ling Yian blinked her crystal eyes in confusion. "Does Fuyu need my help?" A gentle voice came from behind. "No, sister." The two turned their heads. "I heard that the cinema opened, so I came to support it." Nono smiled shyly. "Sorry for disturbing you. Thank you for your support." Fuyu smiled slightly, then looking at the quiet little boy with silver hair next to Nono. He was stunned. He forgot his name and parents, so I named him Yaeshi. Sure enough. Nothing. Fuyu smiled slightly, "Just he is handsome." Why does it sound weird? Nono stuck out his tongue, and seemed a little embarrassed. "Do is a little nearsighted, I am going to buy him a pair of glasses, so when I saw the cinema opened, I just came here to relax. Now the orphanage has money, so it doesn't have to be as stingy as before." Looking up at Fuyu, who suddenly looked at Do with a serious face, he asked puzzledly, "What's wrong?" Fuyu. "Nothing, just there is an important opportunity in front of you now. Boy, as long as you call me Dad, I will take you as my adopted son and treat you like my own son. 100 years later, my property will give you the qualification to inherit the estate. Come and be my son." After the words fell. X3. The three of them were confused. The pharmacist Kabuto, who had been calm, suddenly became confused. Is this guy a psychopath? Fuyu Nono was also frowning. He had heard that Fuyu liked to be called Dad everywhere, but he didn't expect to meet him today. Looking at Fuyuo with a smile, "Don't scare Kabuto," and he pushed his glasses playfully with embarrassment, "I'm ready to adopt him." "That's a pity." Fuyuo shrugged, then smiled slightly, and stopped joking. He took out 2 tickets from his arms and handed them over. "I still have tickets here, let's go. The movie is about to start, we'll all go together." "No." Nono smiled gently and shook his head. "Kabuto and I won't bother, we can just buy the tickets ourselves." "It's okay. Watch whatever you want." Fuyuo said indifferently, "I have a lot of tickets left here." This. Before Nono finished speaking. "It's okay, let's go together." Ling Yian also said with a smile, "It just so happens that I haven't seen Sister Nanoya for a long time. After watching it later, we can have dinner together." "Okay." Nanoya followed in with a bitter smile, looking at Ling Yian's back with a strange look. At this time, Ling Yian hesitated for a moment, got close to Fuyuo, and said softly, "Fuyuo likes children very much." "No. It's annoying." Fuyuo shook his head and said casually. However, Ling Yian's fair face was tangled for a moment, then lowered her head and whispered, "Dad, Dad. Little girl, you are not right." Fuyuo raised his eyelids, gave a chestnut, looked at Ling Yian who was covering her head with a red face and covered her head with a "wa" sound again, and said unhappily, "What nonsense are you talking about? There are children here." At the same time, not long after Fuyuo went in, 2 figures also jumped out. "Kushina, why didn't you let me in just now?" Minato smiled bitterly, looking at Kushina who had a smirk on her face and seemed to have discovered something. "Fuyuo is right in front, it would be bad if you didn't say hello. You big idiot." Kushina knocked on Minato's head, and said angrily, "It was so embarrassing when we went up just now." "Isn't that Fuyuo? What's embarrassing?" "However, forget it, hurry up and buy tickets, buy seats in the back, behind Fuyuo and the others." Kushina didn't explain, just raised her fist, squinted her eyes, and said with a smile, "Today maybe I can really watch a good show." 141 Big Crisis, please subscribe. This cinema has been modified by the system, so it looks a bit modern. The tickets he sent out are all in the same viewing room, so Fuyuo looked at the first row in front. The Great Elder and Hyaga White Flower Elder. After all, he was worried that the 2 would be old and dizzy, so he gave them seats in the front row. Now that I think about it, it seems that I also harmed the Great Elder. After all, I don't know if it was a coincidence or luck, the second elder was in the second row, but the Great Elder who was obsessed with women didn't seem to notice his stupid Ou Douda behind him. The 2 old guys have been bickering since they came in, but Elder Beiwa seemed very calm, and only the Great Elder was smug. The Uchiha traditional tsundere. As for the deep-minded second elder, maybe he thought that his eldest brother's dog-licking appearance was too embarrassing for Uchiha, and his face seemed to be more gloomy. After all, he couldn't still think, big brother compromised for Uchiha, Hyaga is really hateful. I should have chosen a more remote position for the Great Elder. The kind of corner position with empty space around. When Fuyuo sighed and gloated. "Fuyuo, what's wrong?" Ling Yian on the left asked curiously, and Nono on the right also turned his head curiously. Actually, she was a little embarrassed at this moment. However, nothing. Fuyuo shook his head and said cheerfully, "The movie has started, everyone watch." After he finished speaking, everyone looked up at the huge screen. But they didn't know. Behind them there was also a group of people staring at them. Patriarch Fugaku. Minato smiled awkwardly. Kushina was caught peeking at her brother by her brother, so she quickly pulled over the man who was lying behind the front chair. Kushina, who was gloating on his back, said to Fugaku with a wry smile, "What a coincidence." "Hokage-sama." Fugaku nodded. "Now is not the past. He is the 4th generation Hokage. So, he should give due respect. But it is indeed a coincidence. It is actually in the chair next to him." Fugaku directly folded his hands and sat down with Mikoto, Itaki, and Izumi. Next to him was Mikoto, and next to Mikoto was Kushina. At this time, Mikoto seemed to notice something, and the gossiping housewife immediately resonated with another gossiping housewife. Are Suzuan, Nono and Fuyu in front? Yes. Yes. Kushina nodded. I felt something was wrong from the beginning. What should we do? Maybe they will fight. Who does Fuyu like? I don't know. Whispering, Minato felt embarrassed. He scratched his head and looked at the head of the Fugaku clan. When he saw Itaki, he smiled gently. Itaki has lost some weight recently. It seems that Uchiha will have another genius. After the words fell. Although he didn't know what the relationship between losing weight and Uchiha's genius was, Fugaku still nodded, thank you. The topic ended immediately. The girls next to him were talking at once, but the man here seemed a little embarrassed. As for Itaki, in fact, he wanted to bask in the sun in the corridor, but his mother pulled him up and took Izumi out with him. So, he yawned quietly. At this time, the lights on the big screen lit up, attracting their attention and easing the embarrassment. Products from the system must be top-notch. It looks like the lighting has a sense of watching a blockbuster movie, and everyone looked up with anticipation. A shining black screen started. This movie is sponsored by Fuyu Milk Tea. When I drink this cup of milk tea, you have already lost. There is nothing that a Fuyu barbecue can't solve, if there is, then too. Fuyu Dance Hall, be the most handsome guy in the village. Fuyu basically put all the ads that can be put on, and the effect looks good. At least this novel advertising method has attracted a lot of people's attention. Even if someone made a TV at this time, the resolution is not as high as his movie. As the picture slowly passed by, everyone's attention was also cast on it. The deep feud between Uchiha and Hyuga during the Warring States period. The elder was slightly surprised, looking at the boy with the Uchiha clan emblem and the girl with the Hyuga clan emblem on the screen. The boy is also a bit handsome when he was young. But what is that brat up to? Is he going to stir up conflict between the two families? After all, as the plot develops, the two families keep fighting and arguing. If that's the case, why did he invite Beiwa to come? It's better for him to watch it slowly at home alone. The elder smiled awkwardly. How about we don't watch it anymore? Watch it. Beiwa continued to look at the screen without looking back. It's quite interesting. At this time, many people behind him were also puzzled. Is this Uchiha Fuyu really going to stir up the feud between the two families? Even Minato and Fugaku frowned. This is not right. However, as the plot develops, this movie is a bit weird. During the Warring States period, the two families kept rubbing against each other, but Uchiha Romeo and Hyuga Juliet secretly developed emotions for each other. Fuyu was also confused. After spending money to buy a drama from the system, he ignored it. I didn't expect it. The movie ticket also says the first movie in the history of the ninja world. It is probably an advertisement to attract people's curiosity. Now. Awesome. It's just a ready-made script, but you want 10 times the price of shooting it yourself. The system is too black. Fuyu was watching this ninja version of Romeo and Juliet with relish. Suzuun next to him was also immersed in it. She grabbed the chair with her little hands and watched nervously. As the two progressed, Uchiha Romeo accidentally stabbed Hyuga Juliet's cousin, a member of the Hyuga main family, to death. The relationship between the two was also discovered, and the genius of the rival Senju clan also appeared. The tangled love triangle made everyone's face turn green. Many people were worried about the protagonist's sadomasochism. And Hyuga/Uchiha, shit. What is this? How could the Hyuga, Uchiha, clan fall in love with the enemy? This is a shame. The elder, are you filming my past story? No wonder the protagonist is so handsome. But what kind of rival is here? This rival can go to hell. And why don't you ask me to film it? The more I watch, the angrier I get. He was so angry that his Sharingan started to spin. But everyone was attracted by the plot, only the second elder behind him nodded with empathy, looking at the red light. Big brother, do you feel ashamed too? What is that guy Fuya doing? Humiliating Uchiha? However, time passed bit by bit. Everyone couldn't help but calm down and watch the movie, attracted by the tense plot. But this is a tragedy. In the end, Hyuga Juliet got the secret medicine from the Nara clan and prepared to fake her death to pursue love, but Uchiha Romeo got the false news, killed his rival, and then drank poison to commit suicide. After Hyuga Juliet woke up, she saw the scene in front of her and pulled out Uchiha Romeo's kunai to commit suicide. It was a tragedy. There are also Easter eggs in the ending. In the end, the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan jointly created Konoha, reducing the tragedy and misunderstanding. Fuyu thought it was very interesting. The change was really good, but the fee was a bit expensive. Rubbing his eyes, stretching, looking at the red-eyed Suzuan, I'm a little hungry, let's go for barbecue. However, no. Suzuan, who has always been kind and considerate, refused without hesitation, and then stared at Fuyu angrily, raised his fist. Fuyu. Hate. What's wrong with this? Hyuga Tsundere? Before Fuyu came to his senses, he suddenly trembled all over, as if a bad feeling came out of his heart. Stinky boy. I asked you to die for love. I asked you to be my rival. Stop and don't run. This is the anger of the great elder. Fuyu turned his head and looked over, and a pair of scarlet eyes immediately caught his eyes. 142 Great Elder, it's not easy for him. Today's wind is very noisy. Fuyu stretched his body and sighed at the lively crowd outside the window. Although Konoha had some misunderstandings about him and he almost knelt down a few days ago, as a rich man, he didn't care. It's okay to make money. No matter how fiercely those guys quarreled, they still had to go to his cinema to buy tickets to watch the movie. What a big deal. I heard the Great Elder has watched it 3 times in a row. So, it's not a big problem. No matter how much abuse there is, it's just heat. I'm afraid there's no heat at all. This time the first movie screening in the ninja world was very successful. It is estimated that it will become an important milestone in the ninja world movie. Just now is a peaceful era, fighting and killing is wrong after all. Only when everyone is in a good mood and talk, the ninja world will be full of truth, goodness, and beauty. Squeak. The door was opened. Fuyu showed a self-proclaimed handsome smile, looked at Suzuan who came in, and shook his head lightly. Aren't you going to take a break today? The words fell. Hinata Suzuan, number. She glared at Fuyu fiercely, then said that she didn't want to finish talking to Fuyu now, and lowered her head to deal with things angrily. Sure enough, he is still too emotional. It's just watching a movie, what's the big deal? Is it necessary to be so angry? Fuyu shook his head in melancholy. The female secretary was very angry. Today's craftsmanship could not be relied on, so she had to pour herself a glass of water. He also felt a little sad. If he was so emotional, I guess he would have opened the Mangekyo now. The Mangekyo Sharingan can only be opened after experiencing huge negative emotions and producing special chakra. Sure enough. These are all child's play for him. If he wants to experience a huge emotional impact, he can only open the Mangekyo after he goes bankrupt, right? As for the Uchiha Great Elder, Fuyu's mouth twitched, thinking of the red eyes that day. If he hadn't revealed a little bit of his strength and escaped quickly, he might not have seen the birth of the little pillar. The Great Elder, could it be that he felt the same way? After all, it was the same Warring States period, and he also had a good impression. It's just that in the end, the protagonists died, and the Great Elder missed the best of youth. Fuyu shook his head and didn't think about it anymore. When he thought about it, the red eyes that day appeared directly in his mind, so, adhering to the principle of respecting the old and loving the young, he didn't think too much, lowered his head and looked at Ling Yian. By the way, is Elder Beiwa married? The words fell. Ling Yian, number. She glared at Fuyu again. Damn it! Why can't the protagonists live happily? But after thinking for a while, he lowered his head expressionlessly, and whispered with a hint of melancholy, married. What a sin! Nothing. Where is Elder Beiwa's husband? Fuyu twitched his mouth and touched his chin solemnly. He didn't expect the elder was quite brave. Could he be going out on a date with a married woman? He wasn't beaten to death by the Hyaga clan? Dead. Ling Yian lowered her head, staring blankly at the file, and said with emotion, she died in the early days of Konoha. Later, Elder Beiwa has been alone until now. I see. Fuyu nodded. As for the elder, an old virgin. He only had the revival of Uchiha in his heart, and put his mind on Uchiha, so he never got married. He sighed and stopped caring about the elder's first love. He looked at Ling Yian, who ignored him and puffed up her cheeks with an expression of I'm angry, and smiled slightly. Do you want to eat ramen? She looks a little cute. After the words fell, Ling Yian's long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her cheeks turned slightly red. She suddenly felt a little hungry. Her little face looked particularly tangled. After about a quarter of an hour, she said weakly and softly, yes. However, after saying that, he paused for a moment, looked up at Fuyu, and said leisurely, but do you dare to go out now? Fuyu's smile froze, and then he smiled awkwardly, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and laughed. The elder shouldn't he have gone out yet, right? However, at this time, a big event for the Uchiha family. The head of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Fugaku, the elder of the Uchiha clan Uchiha Shiin, Uchiha second elder Uchiha Ishizawa were all in a closed space. It seemed like there was something secret and important to discuss. Brother, your eyes. Uchiha Ishizawa looked at the elder opposite him, hesitated for a moment, and said with some excitement and expectation, could it be that it really awakened? The words were not finished yet. The elder nodded calmly, and didn't seem as excited as imagined. On the other hand, Uchiha Fugaku looked at the elder with some surprise in his eyes, and didn't say anything else, but those deep eyes seemed to have a hint of worry. Great! It's the legendary eye of Uchiha. The stern second elder was excited when he saw his elder brother admit it. That means our Uchiha will really rise. At this point, he held his elder brother's hands tightly. Brother, you don't have to flatter the Hyaga clan anymore. Why do we Uchiha clan so lowly? He still remembers that day in the cinema. Because of the humiliation of Uchiha in the movie, and the fact that Uchiha committed suicide for a mere Hyaga girl, his elder brother was furious and rushed directly to the shame of Uchiha, Fuyu. Unfortunately, that kid dodged it. But it can also be seen that the elder brother is so angry about the smear in the movie. The Uchiha will never commit suicide for a Hyaga girl. So, he looked at his elder brother deeply, and felt that his elder brother had finally gotten his reward after suffering. Uchiha Fugaku's mouth twitched, and he didn't say anything. He looked up at the ancient wooden ceiling. Uchiha ceiling is really well built. When Uchiha Shiin heard what his own Oyudaoda said, he also smiled awkwardly, pulled out his hands, looked at his own Oyudaoda's admiring, emotional and sad expression, opened his mouth, and didn't know what to say for a while. Stupid Oyudaoda, are you right? Stupid Oyudaoda, are you wrong? Anyway, the elder felt that his heart was quite bad. Why did he open the Mangekyo at that time? Romeo died for love, and he is old after all. How similar. The elder sighed, patted the second elder on the shoulder, and said with turbidity in his eyes, what do you think of the current Uchiha? The second elder was stunned, opened his mouth, and seemed to be hesitant. It seems that you also know it. Thanks to the efforts of Fuyu, who constantly made discounts and established good relations with various clans, many clans in Konoha began to understand us. The elder sighed, Ishizawa. The water here is too deep. Both you and I are old, and we can't grasp it vaguely. Even with the Mangekyo, I still think the water is still so deep. Now this is the era of young people. Brother, you that's it. Fugaku will tell the Hokage later. The elder stood up with sadness in his unfathomable and walked out of the door with his hands behind his back. Only Ishizawa looked at his brother's desolate back with a shocked face, and whispered to himself in a low voice in melancholy, "Brother, still feel that you can't grasp it." Fugaku next to him was also thoughtful. He pondered for a while and roughly understood what the elder meant. When he was about to stand up and leave, suddenly, the eerie voice of the great elder came from outside the door, and Fugaku, remember to let the brat come to me in person. After the words fell, Fugaku. 143 Employment relationship. The movie is still fermenting. According to the feedback from outside news, it seems that the civilians outside are also very interested in this first movie. At the same time, there are also many people secretly cursing the pedantry of the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan. If it weren't for the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan, how could Romeo and Juliet be so miserable? It's just that there were more tragedies in the Warring States period than this, and there were countless more miserable ones than this. It was an era full of blood and tears. Many people know it. If the network is set up now, there will be many discussion posts on the internet, or even analysis by the gods. Of course, these have nothing to do with wealth. The higher the popularity, the more people will notice it, and the more people notice it, the higher the profit will be. At the same time, the customer flow of Fuyu milk tea and Fuyu barbecue has also increased significantly during this period. It seems that this wave of advertising is well played. There are just too few movies. Fuyu sighed with emotion, looked at Minato beside him, talked about Uchiha for a while and then didn't care. After all, Mangeki Minato's disciple had already opened it, but it seemed a little unstable, and Obito didn't know his own strength yet. So, Obito's space-time ninjutsu is indeed from the power of Mangeki, and Mangeki may indeed cause inner changes. Minato sighed with emotion. Now thinking about it, Obito seemed to be a little wrong after opening his eyes for the first time, but then it got better, then it got worse, got better again, and then it got worse again, and finally he had given up Lin and stayed with Kakashi. It looks like this. Uchiha Mangeki is really scary. Minato's mouth twitched. Is there any way to change all this in Uchiha? Psychological counseling, or maybe it can broaden his horizons. If not, just let him get used to it. For example, Obito. He got used to it after losing a lot. Fuyu shrugged and said, otherwise, find a time to vent. That kind of vent. Fuyu looked at Minato in confusion. What did you say? Nothing. Minato smiled awkwardly. This Fuyu is really abominable. He even set a trap for him? With a helpless smile, by the way, please be careful recently. The main family of the Hyuga clan has already responded to me and hopes to ban your movie. I'm worried that they will do something dangerous. Is it the head of the Hyuga clan? Noise. Then it's okay. Fuyu shrugged. It was no big deal. It was just a bounty. He didn't believe it. The Hyuga clan had such a strong bond between Sarutobi Hiruzen and Danzo. After the bounty was issued, I guess they wouldn't even dare to leave the clan. He stretched and finished his ramen. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Fuyu looked at Minato in confusion. He was the Hokage. Why did he come to a businessman like him for so many things? Really borrow money? No. Minato looked at Fuyu with a black face. Mahjong competition. Mahjong competition. Have you forgotten? I remember. It's just too troublesome. Are you really going to invite people from other villages to Konoha? Aren't you afraid of problems? The Nine Tails keeps pestering me, and I can't do anything about it. Minato smiled bitterly and pointed at his dark circles. I haven't been sleeping well with Kushina recently. And I'm also the Hokage now. Speaking of this, he seemed particularly confident, as long as it's like the Chunin exam, there will be no problem. You didn't become Hokage just because of this, did you? Nonsense. I have Konoha in my heart. It's just that the nine-tailed fox is really annoying. Do you know how hard it is for Kushina and I at night? It seems it's not easy to raise a vixen. Hokage-sama. Get lost. Minato looked at Fuyu's back unhappily, his mouth curled up slightly, shook his head, and continued to eat ramen. Fuyu, Obito, Shisui, Fugaku, Shien let him know that Uchiha is not that scary. Oh, no. The corner of his mouth twitched. Obito is still quite scary. It has been a few days since the premiere. Therefore, the popularity has also dropped a lot. It is not a big problem to go out now. Everyone is just emotional at the moment, and it will be fine after it passes. However, I heard that the Hyuga and Uchiha sides kept sending people to invite him to thank him for promoting the reputation of the family. He went to have a meal. Especially the great elder, he had sent people to look for him 2 or 3 times, but he refused them all with the reason of I'm busy with work and can't leave. I guess the great elder is very happy now. This is both an eye-opener and the protagonist, it's a double happiness. However, how could he not know what's good for him if the old man was polite? Therefore, there was nothing to say, he could only refuse. Fuyu returned to the milk tea shop and looked at Ling Ian, who was busy, and Ling Ian seemed very happy to see him coming. As for the I don't want to care about you, a few days ago he had solved it with a little ramen. Ling Ian is still quite easy to coax. Fuyu. Ling Ian came over with a letter in her hand and said seriously, it's a letter from outside. It came with the caravan. Because you are not here, I put it with me temporarily. Thank you. Fuyu took the letter and looked outside. This spiral pattern and beautiful handwriting were sent by Chanel. What's the matter? Is there any progress in his research on the Nine Tails chakra? He frowned slightly, pondered for a while, raised his head, and was stunned. He saw that his eyes were discovered when he peeked here, and quickly turned his head back, pretending that he didn't see it, and his ears were red. Fuyu smiled helplessly, and didn't say anything. He opened it directly and read it carefully. After a while. Good. He roared excitedly. After roaring, he was stunned again, looking at the curious Ling Ian, who came over at some point, with crystal eyes. Shua. Ling Ian's face was also slightly red, and her little hand pinched the hem of her clothes shyly, and she said a little embarrassedly, is it Fuyu's friend? Yet. Fuyu nodded righteously. A woman. Yet. Partners in cooperation. Just like you and me. Fuyu flicked Ling Ian's forehead, who was a little disappointed, and said righteously, it's a clean employment relationship. Just like the boss and the female secretary. Like us. Ling Ian narrowed her eyes and nodded, and there seemed to be a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. Fuyu, do you want a massage? Okay. Fuyu nodded happily. Ling Ian was very angry some time ago, and the consequences were very serious, so he stopped for a while. It happened that his skeleton was a little stiff, so he took off his coat and lay down. After a while, feeling the slender and soft little hand wandering on his back, he couldn't help but humming, yes, yes, hum. In a few days, hum, 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 hum. This cry made Ling Ian blush. Do you want to stop for a while? Hum. Fuyu squinted his eyes comfortably. Suzun's cooking skills improved again. Just when he was about to say something. Creaky. The door was opened. No. Don't stop. Fuyu just said. Fuyu, I heard from Minato that you were going to I told you. Don't do this kind of thing in this place. Bang. The door closed again. Fuyu stood up speechlessly, ignoring Suzune who was tidying up her clothes with a red face, and tidied up his own clothes. It's said that it's a clean relationship between the boss and the secretary. And Minato, can you take care of your wife and the vixen? At the same time, the land of rain. The rain continued. Biwajozo, who escaped here, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Since the last plan failed, the Kirigakure shinobi village also got news of him. Therefore, he couldn't stay in the land of fire anymore and had to leave. Finally, he decided to come to this country that has always been in chaos, the rain country. After all, the more chaotic it is, the less likely he is to be exposed. But where is this rain country? Isn't it a remote area? It doesn't look chaotic. Look, what did he see? Rich in milk tea? Biwajozo looked at the familiar billboard with a confused face, and his heart suddenly itched. Just when he was about to go in. Suddenly. The forward protector of the hidden mist village? No, is it a traitor? A plain voice sounded. It scared Biwajozo, and he couldn't help but raise his head, looking at the figure floating in the air with surprise before he could come to his senses. Tianyan of Wangxiang. He also flew up. 144, subscribe, time flies. It has been a while in the blink of an eye. Today, the weather is suitable and sunny. It's a good day for dancing. However, this has been dancing for too long. How can Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has small arms and legs and is not young anymore, withstand such torture? He sighed with emotion, took a puff of his cigarette, and then put it down, looking at the brown-haired figure with a hint of resentment in his eyes. How can these old ladies dance so well? They never stop dancing? Now, he no longer cares whether the old man in Biwako's arms is him or not, it's too torturous. Since he retired from the position of Hokage, he would follow Biwako to the back mountain to dance sooner or later, and he didn't rest for a day. At first, he was a little surprised. After all, there are so many people here, including old men and old women from major families, but here is nothing to see, all with wrinkles on their faces. I heard that Jiraiya had stayed here for a while. What beautiful scenery. The result is just like this? Just like this? In this regard, Sarutobi Hiruzen expressed that he was very melancholy that guy Jiraiya. Could it be that he fell in love with such an old guy? Is it because the white flowers in the bathhouse are not beautiful, or the whimpering in the red light district is not pleasant to listen to? Otherwise, why did he stay here for so long? Every day he dances, and when he is tired, he takes a break. When he takes a break, a group of old ladies start talking about the younger generations of the clan, or the movies and mahjong made by the rich, and they can talk about one thing 7 or 8 times. I don't know why Biwako likes this place. Anyway, Hiruzen feels I can't get excited at all. And I don't know if it's because he hasn't seen Danzo's face for a long time, so he always feels very tired and doesn't want to move at all. I should have taken the bounty on the package table earlier. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed with emotion, and muttered with some complaints, it's all Danzo's fault. He didn't even come with me. He has been working so hard to protect Danzo, but now he doesn't even want to accompany him to dance. Stingy. Looking at the sun that was about to set, Sarutobi Hiruzen stretched, stood up, and shouted to Biwako, who was chatting with a group of old ladies not far away, Biwako, I'm going back first. Okay. I'll go back later. Biwako was a hot-tempered person, so she waved her hand and said twice, then looked at her old sisters and said happily, although your Obito is very talented. But he just went astray, this must be changed. Otherwise, he won't be able to get a girlfriend. Oh my! A certain old woman screamed strangely, her eyes seemed to flash with something strange. and she clapped her hands. No wonder Obito has been acting strange recently. He doesn't like the girl he liked before anymore, and he keeps following a boy. That boy should be very handsome. Yes. What's wrong? Then you have to be careful, he must be heartbroken by a breakup and starts to dislike girls. Is that so? A certain old woman was completely stunned. This Hokage's wife is so understanding. On the other side, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who really wanted to go back to wash his eyes, strolled on the streets of Konoha, bathing in the afternoon sun, and felt much more comfortable. Minato was very good. He didn't lend money to Danzo randomly, so he still trusted Minato very much. And Orochimaru, it seemed that because he was rejected last time, he had been in the research institute recently, and he had been in frequent contact with Danzo. I don't know if he was breaking the rules again. The secret recipe to unlock Fuyu. It's useless. That will only make you lose money. What a pity. Danzo just won't listen. He always thinks he can do it, which makes him a little worried. Don't let him lose everything. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the villagers who came out of the Fuyu cinema next to him. These guys probably went to see that movie again. It's just that there is only one movie in it. At first, I thought it was quite strange, but after watching it several times, I lost interest. Some time ago, this movie seemed to have caused dissatisfaction among the Hyuga and Uchiha clans, but in the end, I don't know why it was dropped. Maybe there are some paintings of the first generation of Hokage. But it is undeniable. Fuyu's business is really getting bigger and bigger. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed, put his hands behind his back, and continued to walk forward with his cigarette. Fuyu milk tea. Fuyu barbecue. Fuyu dance hall. Fuyu cinema. Fuyu internet cafe. As soon as he came over, he felt itchy inside. If it weren't for the last time, he would have gone in long ago if he didn't have much money in his pocket. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and shook his head. Just when he was about to run forward without looking, he suddenly... What was that coming from? He was slightly stunned, looking at the new store in front of him. He didn't pay much attention to it just now. He didn't expect Fuyu to open a new business again. Fuyu Internet Cafe? What is this for? He took another puff of his cigarette, frowned, and seemed to be wondering what the so-called Internet Cafe was. And he just stopped like this. Hello. Welcome. He has appeared at the door. Sarutobi Hiruzen came back to his senses and looked at the door and the waitress in front of him in horror. Pretty. Much more pleasing to the eye than a bunch of old ladies. Hey. No. Slipped away. Slipped away. I don't have much money on me, only enough for a bowl of ramen. Why am I attracted again? However. Are you here to surf the internet? The waitress said with a polite smile. Do you need to turn on the computer for you? Surf the internet? Turn on the computer. There is a computer inside, where you can chat, play games, watch movies, and do all kinds of things. One costs 100,000 taels, and we provide free door-to-door installation. If there is any damage within 3 months, we will only replace it but not refund it. If there is any problem within 1 year, we will provide free door-to-door repair. The waitress looked at the old man in front of her with a twitch in his mouth, and continued, Don't worry. If you think the price is too expensive, you can also experience it inside. It's only 10 taels per hour. 10 taels per hour, it seems not expensive. Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned, took a look inside quite excited, and seemed to be curious again, touching the money he was going to use for a bowl of ramen. More than 10 taels, 1 hour is still okay. At this time, seeing the old man hesitate, the waitress's eyes lit up, and continued, Do you need to turn on the computer for you? After the words fell. Come for an hour. Sarutobi Hiruzen had already taken out the money, his face stiffened slightly, and he sighed and walked in. Forget it, I'm going to relax. Fuyou industry can always capture the curiosity of customers. Perhaps this is why Fuyou can become bigger and stronger. It's impossible for Danzo to defeat Fuyou and take over his business. He sat down with a look of emotion. Under the explanation of the waitress, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned on the machine. 145 for 648. The computer market is very successful. 100,000 ryo. Although it is not a small amount, many ninjas can still afford it, and those who can't afford it can go directly to the internet cafe to try it out. The business is popular and comprehensive, and there is always a way to suit you. It's a bit like in 2000, most children who didn't have computers at home generally went to the black internet cafe next to the school secretly, and even some of them who had computers at home went there. After all, the atmosphere of playing games in the internet cafe is different. Until 10 years later, computers were no longer very expensive and gradually entered every family. It was just that the network fee was expensive at the beginning, the delay was serious, and the after-sales service was troublesome. However, at this stage, civilian computers are still a bit ahead of the times for the ninja world. Fuyou glanced at the income report and closed it, muttering to himself, it seems that the mainstream in the early stage is still the internet cafe charges and recharge charges. Civilian computers and even laptops did not appear in the ninja world until Boruto, but it seems that there is no internet access yet, and they are basically used for data analysis and file organization. Later Raymond Electric, the Prince of Rai car company, proposed wireless communication and successfully used hot air balloons to experiment with long-distance short-term communication. It is estimated that mobile phones should appear later. So, in terms of communication, the ninja world seems to be developing a bit slowly. As for handheld games, they were still digital games, Super Ninja Hero Wars, at that time, and the style was similar to the Game Boy played in the past, with card-inserted Pokémon, and a gold finger cost 50 or 60 yuan. Those who could take out such a huge sum of money at once were either rich people or it should be the new year. So, in fact, when Boruto was released, the internet had not yet appeared, and wired telephones had just begun to appear, and they were developing towards wireless communication. Of course, this is not about military technology, anyway, ninja technology is a bit lame. And the ones made with the system, suddenly there is no LCD display, and the processor can play any game without any pressure. It would be a big loss to sell only 100,000 taels now. That is, there are not many types of games. After all, there are no system, game developers, etc., so I can only rely on the system on my body for the time being. It is better to empty the ninja families in the ninja village as soon as possible. Then, skip the wired communication and start the development of wireless communication. Then it will be the peak period of development. Don't look at those guys who are stingy all day long, but those families are actually quite rich. And the immersive virtual world is an important development in the future, but this rubbish richest man system is probably gone, so I still have to do my own research? Start a business? After the words fell. Ding! A familiar voice. Fuyou looked at the chat interface that popped up and was slightly stunned. Record, Fuyou's female secretary? Looked up and looked at Ling Ian, who was blushing and lowering her head. Is there anything that can't be said directly so close? Looking at the message from the ninja software above. Want to eat ramen? That's it? Just like that? How come it's like having an affair? He raised his head and looked at Suzune, who was secretly looking at this place, and then quickly lowered his head and pretended that he was handling official business. Fuyou smiled helplessly, then lightly typed eat, and then raised his head again and looked at Suzune, who seemed to have bright eyes and was laughing. This feeling is actually quite interesting. Boring. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyelids and sighed melancholy. He actually lost? This luck is too bad. What a bad hand. The 4,000 beans given were all gone. He casually closed the first charge window that popped up. Just for this game, he, the Light of Konoha, had to charge money? Don't be kidding. If he, the Light of Konoha, the hero of Shinobi, and the strongest Hokage, charged a penny in this useless place, he would be an idiot. Boring. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the time. There were still 15 minutes left, and when he was about to leave, he suddenly found that there was actually a report button. He smiled. The smile was calm and natural, and he muttered to himself, "That's right. How could the Light of Konoha lose? No doubt. The opponent must have cheated in the game of Landlord. No doubt. Report." Sarutobi Hiruzen skillfully controlled the mouse and silently clicked the report button. Then, leaning back comfortably, he stretched his waist. Just when he was about to take a puff of cigarette. "IOOUXX. How dare you report even your Uncle Asuma?" A roar sounded in the internet cafe. After the words fell, Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent. It turned out to be his second monkey. Forget it, forget it. Forget it today. No more beating the child. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was about to sneak away, suddenly stopped. "The Light of Konoha? I am the darkness of Konoha. Don't let your Uncle Asuma know who you are, otherwise, I will beat him up and make him call me daddy." "What? You still want me to call you daddy?" He raised his eyelids, his face darkened, and sat back in his seat. "What's the matter? Why run away when the father reports his son? This is all for the good of the child. Why run away?" So, he sat down again, continued to lean against the backrest, and took a deep breath calmly. Then, "Smelly boy! Come here!" The voice was so loud that it was deafening. Just saw. Asuma, who was interrupted, turned his head with an unhappy look on his face, wanting to see if that bastard was so arrogant. The result. He shuddered all over. His father? Asuma was almost scared to shrink under the computer desk. But then he thought. That's not right. He didn't go to any messy place, he just surfed the internet, why should he be afraid of his old man? He ran over happily, "Old man, come surf the internet too. It's no big deal. Let's play together." As Asuma has been surfing the internet here for a while, he feels that he is qualified to teach the old man what to play. So, he didn't say anything, nor did he ask why the old man's face was so dark. Isn't it normal to be dark? When the old man saw him, his face was mostly dark. It's not a big deal. He took the mouse directly, swiped it up, and saw the opened Ninan, and he was immediately happy. "Oh, okay. The old man has registered? Come and add me as a friend to steal each other's food." After saying that, "Open it directly." Then, he broke out in cold sweat on his forehead, and his hands holding the mouse began to tremble. He lowered his head to look at the old man who was looking at him calmly, and then raised his head to look at the nickname on Ninan. Finally, "Dad." Asuma knelt down suddenly, without hesitation, and hugged Sarutobi Hiruzen's thigh, crying in pain, "I don't dare anymore." Sarutobi Hiruzen's mouth twitched. How could his child become so shameless? "Don't. I should call you Dad. I was wrong. How about I top up 648 for you? You dare to top up so much money on such a mess, you can eat so much ramen." Hearing Asuma's random top up, the frugal old generation Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his eyebrows and his face turned cold again. He remembered the 80 million taels that he didn't even splash, and he felt pain. If it weren't for the random spending, how could he be now? "Why are you so stingy? Get up. Come back with me." "Okay." Asuma stood up cheerfully, with a shameless look, as if nothing had happened just now. "I thought you would play Ninja World OL. There is a guy from Konohagakure who topped the list in just one day. I heard that even the first generation of Hokage has 5 stars. At this point, he turned off the phone. Let's go back. He didn't finish his words. Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly became serious, and his body that had stood up slowly sat down again. Konohagakuer. Yes. Super arrogant guy. He also posted that no one knows the ninja village better than him. What's wrong? Don't you want to go back for dinner? What to eat? What to eat? I still have 10 minutes here. Didn't I tell you not to waste it before? Why don't you tell me where Ninja World OL is? I have nothing to say. Asuma's mouth twitched, but he still helped the old man open the game. I can't afford to offend him. It's only 10 minutes anyway. Just wait. As for his machine, Asuma didn't turn it on again, sitting aside yawning and waiting quietly. After a while, feeling someone pushing him, Asuma, who was a little tired of playing games, rubbed his eyes and opened them in confusion. When he saw that face that suddenly became kind, he shuddered all over. What's wrong? Old man, you look so disgusting. Quickly asked carefully, okay. However, after the words fell, I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen patting Asuma's shoulder with relief, and whispered, you said you would help me recharge 648 just now. Didn't you say not to spend money indiscriminately? 146 I built it. Please subscribe. How much do you get for your first deposit? I'll give it a try. What's the point of charging 6 taels? That's a waste. Just give it 648. This kind of virtual thing feels fake when you charge so much. Just show your appreciation. What's the waste? Yesterday, an old man asked his son to charge 648, and he drew 10 times in a row. 5-star Senju Hashirama. 5-star Uchiha Madara. They all came out. Shocked the whole internet cafe. Instantly opened the bond. Invincible in the early stage. Cleared the map very quickly. Is he so lucky? Yes. I heard that he is about to be promoted to the 10-star god of the ninja world. I regret not charging 1888 directly. Then I'll give it 648. After a while. Hey? Where are my 5-star Senju Hashirama and 5-star Uchiha Madara? Why are there none? Bad luck, maybe it wasn't your son who charged it. Damn it. Fuyu also opened a computer in the internet cafe. After a while, the internet cafe is now very popular and has a full turnover. And he sold a lot of computers. Of course, he knew who bought each one. After all, there were only so many people in the village. Among them, Danzo bought one, Minato bought one, Midaman and Udatan Koharu also bought one, and the Great Elder and Hakyuka Elder also bought one. Are these two old guys not chatting about ninja every day and stealing each other's vegetables? Just don't know why Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't buy one. Sure enough. For such a determined old man with a strong will of fire, it is not so easy to remain silent on the internet. Anyway, new technologies have gradually integrated into Konoha, and the income is increasing, even almost surpassing the milk tea shop at one point. As expected. Science and technology are the primary productive forces. It's just that the computer production base is in the land of rain. After all, that's his base camp, and with Nagato and Yahiko watching, he is quite relieved. Fuyu took off his ear and smiled slightly, let's go and have a look in a few days. He is one step closer to being the richest man in the ninja world. However, since the upgrade, although he still has the same 3 megatama, his chakra and perception have become stronger, and the feeling of being remembered by others has become stronger and stronger. Until he found out. There are creatures under the floor. It was only then that he realized that he was probably being targeted by Uchiha Madara, but this group of white zetsus seemed to have a desire to consume. After following him into the internet cafe, he also started to use the computer. Fuyu glanced at the 5 black-haired girls who were surfing the internet with a strange expression. Maybe by then. Will White Zetsu also connect the internet cable to the hole? He smiled helplessly, then shook his head and ignored them. However, at this time, it's really interesting. A soft and familiar voice suddenly came from beside him. Fuyu was slightly stunned, turned his head, and looked at Orochimaru, who had turned on the computer beside him at some point, then, without paying attention, said with a smile, "Lord Orochimaru. Good afternoon, Boss Fuyu." Orochimaru smiled slightly, but his smile seemed a little cold. It seems that Boss Fuyu's business is really getting bigger and bigger. Small business. Small business, he said politely. However, Orochimaru still looked at Fuyu with a smile. I just recharged 648, but after 10 consecutive draws, there was not a single 5-star. I wonder if I can refund it. You are already a Konoha Sunin, and you want to refund 648? It's too tasteless. Fuyu's smile froze, as if he didn't understand what Orochimaru in front of him wanted to do, and he pondered for a while, of course. When Orochimaru was still smiling at him. No way, he said firmly. Suddenly, Orochimaru's smile froze. Then, Fuyu smiled and said, "You can't withdraw. It's a small business, and I just make a little money." When he saw that Orochimaru's smile was about to fade, he lowered his voice and continued, "I will ask the backstage to do a benefit later. Lord Orochimaru just needs to go back and enter VIP 666666 to get a 1888 super value gift package for free. Remember not to tell others." He looked at Orochimaru with a face full of loss. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, looking at this stingy rich boss. Rich. Stingy. After a while, he resumed his smiling smile. "Thank you, rich boss." "You're welcome." Fuyu waved his hand generously. "It's all for my family. It's getting late. I'll go back first. I'll try VIP 666666 later. I won't let you down." Fuyu waved his hand and watched Orochimaru leave. When he disappeared from his sight, he shuddered. It seemed that Orochimaru was very interested in him. He kept looking at him with a smile. Is it because of the computer technology? Or did he find something? Or did he hold a grudge against the last Hokage meeting? It's impossible. He had no interest in Hokage at all. He just wanted to facilitate the experiment. If it was Orochimaru who betrayed the village, Fuyu would be very interested in doing it with him. A deal to see if I can exchange some Hashirama cells for research, but now forget it. And I don't know how Danzo's Hashirama cells are doing. Will the original rebellious village rise again? Fuyu shrugged and stood up. Now he is going to go to Uchiha to ask the elder if there is a spare Sharingan to study. If you want to control the future, then you must be ahead of everyone. The next movie is about to start, and then, I will open up the market in a few days, and also go to the rain country to take a look. Fuyu sighed with emotion. It seems that he is still very busy recently. At the same time, rain country. It is still raining today, and it is a little heavy. This is a prison somewhere in the rain country. Biwajozo has been here for a while, and he found that this prison is a bit strict. He doesn't know about other ninja villages, but it is stronger than the Mist Village, one of the 5 major ninja villages. How can such a small country build such a strong prison? There is money? Or is it because this place has always been in chaos? The corridors are winding around, and each door is guarded by a ninja. The keys are extremely complicated, and the floor is very solid. It is difficult to sneak out or dig a hole. Especially now that the chakra is sealed, it was sealed by a red-haired woman, and it is very difficult to extract it now. But no. He can't stay here anymore, he must escape. Biwajozo, who was taking a walk, looked at a red-haired boy not far away. Years. During this period, after his observation, he found that there were many ninjas from other ninja villages imprisoned here. The Rain country is so bold? Isn't it worried that other countries will know about it and cause a war? Especially the 5 major ninja villages. If the traitorous ninjas are caught and not handed back to the 5 major ninja villages, the 5 major ninja villages will definitely be angry. Of course. It is precisely because there are ninjas from various villages here that he is confident to escape. Talents. Each of them is a talent. Especially not far away the taciturn red-haired boy at the place. I don't know if he is too lonely, it seems that he is always alone. But it's good this way. It won't attract too much attention. Biwa Zhang hesitated for a moment, then walked towards the red-haired boy naturally. This is a puppeteer. If you want to escape from here, you need his help. When he got close to the red-haired boy, Biwa Zhang glanced around obscurely, then lowered his voice and whispered, "Want to escape from here? I have a way. But I need your help." However, after the words fell, the red-haired boy raised his head and looked at him calmly, and there seemed to be some contempt in his eyes, and then he snorted, expressing disdain, and said nothing, and lowered his head to continue working. Biwa Zhang raised his eyelids. What does it mean? Don't believe him? After hesitating for a while, he continued, I really have a way. As long as you listen to me, we can then. However, the words were not finished. Don't think about it. The red-haired boy said lightly, you can't escape from here. Such a sure tone? Why? Before Biwa Zhang could ask his question, the red-haired boy didn't even raise his head. While working slowly, he said expressionlessly, this prison I built it. The words fell. Hey? 147. This is not what I'm asking. Come on. Eat more. Eat more. Look how thin the child is. Brother, I have to criticize you here. You're just a child. Is there anything wrong with eating more? Fuyu picked up some food for the thin Ataki with a heartache, while burying eye looked at Fugaku, who had a dark face and wanted to kill people, with resentment. I originally planned to meet the elder, but it was still early when I looked at the time. I guessed that the elder would not wear his bell-bottom pants to dance in the middle of the day. Besides, I watched Ninja when I went out. The elder was online and did not leave. So, I came to Fugaku's place to eat lunch and pinch Ataka's round face. It's just that the cheeks, which were already well proportioned, are now less comfortable. Poor child. He was forced to lose weight at such a young age. He is not a human. An Atakath child has no rights, and he is not the fool in the future, so he can be rubbed casually without resistance. Just eating, I am not used to it. Look. The fatter the nasolabial folds are much lighter, unlike Fugaku, who has a paralyzed face. How cute! I like fat hamsters. What's wrong with my paralyzed face? What's wrong with me not liking to laugh? Fugaku's mouth twitched, looking at Fuyu, who looked regretful and sorry. Is it me who is his father? Or are you his father? It's rare that Fuyu comes here. Fugaku should stop looking cold. Mikoto on the side smiled helplessly, then looked at Fuyu. Fuyu likes children very much. However, no. Too annoying. X3. The two were silent for a while. If you don't like him, why do you ask people to be your sons everywhere? Hokage is married too. Mikoto's originally frozen smile laughed again. Fuyu has a good relationship with Hokage. Do you have a girl you like now? When are you going to get married? Fuyu looked up at Sister Mikoto in surprise, and suddenly felt like being chased by the elders when he went home. He burped, added some more food to Itaki, and smiled gently, don't waste food. Itaki. He looked up at Uncle Fuyu expressionlessly, then lowered his head to look at the bowl the food piled up. He had something to say but he didn't know whether he should say it or not. But after thinking about it, he decided not to say it. Eat. Just like a little hamster that hoards food, he puffed up his cheeks and continued to dig at the rice with his head down. And Fuyu put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, "I'm full. I have something else to do next. I won't bother you anymore." He stuffed some pocket money into Ataka's pocket. Although he guessed that it would be taken away by Sister Mikoto with "save it for you to use when you get married," he still had to keep this habit. "Itaki. Your father won't give you food. Come to uncle. Uncle will give you food. I'll feed you and make you fat and white. Get lost." Fugaku raised his eyebrows, looked at Fuyu who left with a big laugh, and finally shook his head helplessly, saying calmly, "This stinky boy. I don't know what he wants to do. Fuyu is pretty good. I told you about you at that time. He came to see you the next day." Fugaku thought of the master Fugaku that time, and his mouth twitched. He would rather this stinky boy didn't come. Shameful. It's just Mikoto, who was originally smiling, shook her head helplessly again. "I didn't expect that Fuyu, who is usually very open and generous, would be so shy." She smiled, "He actually ran away directly." The words fell. Fugaku next to him narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he thought of something, and his expressionless face raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "And the weasel?" He was quietly paddling the rice, his little head resting on the bowl, his long chopsticks held by his fleshy hands, his crystal eyes looking at his father in confusion. There were still a few grains of rice on the corners of his mouth. He looked so cute. "But father looks very happy. Master Fuyu." He walked smoothly all the way, refused the tribe members to report in, and walked in directly. This was the power given to him by the great elder, probably because he was worried that one day the second elder would come, and it would be convenient for him to sneak away. As long as he didn't report, no one knew he had been here. Soon he entered the door of the great elder's house. Before he entered the door, he heard strange shouts coming from inside. "Hee. This is the welfare code that Fuyu gave me. You can't use it. Want it?" "Humph." Sundara snorted coldly, "As long as you say you want it, I will let that stinky boy later." However, the words were not finished yet. "What? You can use it too? That kid must have given me a copy because he saw your relationship with me. The elder is still the same. He is still a dog who wants to save face. However, it seems that it is beyond the elder's expectation that the elder Beiwa on the opposite side did not show an expression of envy, jealousy, and hatred, which made the elder very happy. Instead, he did not give the elder any face at all. What? You have already reached the 5-star Hashirama Senju. 5-star Uchihamadara. 5-star Tobirama Senju. And Hashirama Senju has reached the maximum level, and the plot has reached level 50. Damn! You didn't charge money. The rich man behind him twitched his mouth when he heard it. He really couldn't understand the elder's view of love. If you like it, just go for it. Confess. If confession doesn't work, use illusion. Even with the kaleidoscope open, he is still so arrogant, showing off every little thing he has. Is he trying to get a girl to say wow and say something envious? Are you a child? Fuyu looked at the great elder who became envious and jealous, and hesitated whether to go in now. Finally, he coughed fakely. Cough. Shua. Who? A scarlet light quickly passed over him, and then calm returned. You're here. I'm here. You shouldn't have come. The arrogant elder is too proud. Is he going to kill someone to silence him? Fuyu's mouth twitched, and he hesitated for a moment, then I'll come back later. Come in. The elder had ended the call just a moment ago, clapped his hands, and asked the servants to serve hot tea. What do you want to see me in the middle of the day? It's just a little thing. Fuyu sat down, took a sip of hot tea, and went straight to the point. are there any useless Sharingans in the clan? Get me a few pairs. What are you doing here? The elder looked at Fuyu in surprise. Don't you have a pair too? Experiment. The research materials on Sharingans are all in the clan. If you need to see them, you can. What do you want to study? It is a taboo to study the family bloodline privately. Just some small research. Fuyu looked at the elder and hesitated. You want to fool me with a mere virtual thing? The elder sneered. Ridiculous. Do you really think I am old and confused? I want to ask you something. If you answer honestly, I will give you 3 pairs privately. I don't want to study the family bloodline. I just want to do a small research. If possible, give me a copy of the family illusion. The words were not finished. The elder shook his head seriously. That's not what I want to ask. It's just a small matter. Please tell me, elder. Why haven't I drawn Uchiha Madara in 10 consecutive draws? 148. Do you want authorization? Subscribe please. This is a metaphysical question, and it can't be explained clearly. The elder should not use the coffin book to charge money, use the welfare code I just gave. Okay. The elder sighed regretfully. I still want to synthesize the Manjiki Uchiha Madara. In this case, I can only give up. Put down the teacup and stood up directly. His eyes condensed, staring at Uchiha Fuyu, and his whole temperament seemed to have changed. But is there anything else? Is not enough? Fuyu looked at the elder in doubt, and before he asked. Go to my training ground. Let me see your strength. No need. Defeat me. Take the Sharingan. Can I use the detonating talisman? After the words fell, the elder raised his eyelids, looked at Fuyu who was full of expectations, and said unhappily, Get out. Helpless. For the family's Sharingan, he could only follow the elder to the training ground behind him. Although the elder was alone and didn't train much after he got old, the clan would still arrange for the elders to help him clean the training ground from time to time. Therefore, although the training ground had not been used for a long time, it was still clean and tidy. The two stood on the training ground. The elder leaned on a cane and looked at Fuyu opposite. He nodded with satisfaction and said, You were able to dodge my kick that day. It seems that you haven't given up the practice of ninja. Fuyu hesitated for a while and said cautiously, Forget it. However, the elder looked at Fuyu who was still hesitant. He thought he was afraid. He smiled indifferently and said with a calm temperament, Use your Sharingan. Don't worry. I will never use one. The words were not finished. The elder is old and weak. If he gets hurt, how can he go dancing in the evening? The elder's smile froze, and he looked at Fuyu with a glare, You little brat. You are so arrogant. Let me see how capable you are. Fire style? Great fireball technique. Even at an old age, his movements were still agile, and he quickly formed a seal. Suddenly, a huge fireball rushed towards Fuyu. What a pity. The great fireball can't kill people at all, so it has gradually become a test. Fuyu shook his head helplessly. Since he couldn't use the detonating talisman, he could only use ninjutsu and quickly formed a seal. Fire style? Great fireball technique. Suddenly. Wow! Uchiha Shiin stared at the great fireball, which was an inch bigger than his great fireball, in amazement. Fuyu, is he still from the Uzumaki clan? That doesn't make sense. Isn't it clear whether this is what he, the Uchiha elder, is doing? However, this chakra is not ordinary. But now he is more expectant in his heart, ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, yes. In this case, I can't take it lightly. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes turned wildly, and became 3 Magatama Sharingan. However, at this time, the overwhelming high-level shuriken, the Wind Demon Shuriken, shot directly over. Suddenly, another voice. You kid! You just don't let me use the detonating tag. Fuido looked at the elder who was still pretending, shook his head helplessly, and muttered, You didn't let me not use the shuriken. I'll embarrass you. Shuriken, Kunao he has a lot of ninja tool bags. Young people don't have the virtue of ninjutsu, they come to steal. To cheat. I am an old man in my 70s and 80s, and I have already said that when we spar, the key is to stop at the right time. If you stop at the right time, you lose. Otherwise, I will open my mangekyo and stare at you to death. Yes, yes, yes. The elder is superb in ninjutsu. No one can compare to him. If it weren't for you being young, I would have let you do it, and you would be in danger. Humph. The elder is superb in ninjutsu. Unify the Uchiha. Fuido looked at the elder with disheveled hair, a broken cane, and torn clothes, who was still arrogant, and said happily, Eyes. Old man, you want to save face. He understands. It's also thanks to the fact that the training ground is not spacious, you can't stretch out, and it's a simple sparring, he only needs to show a little strength, otherwise, if he really fights for his life, he will probably have to run away when the elder drives the Gundam. Get lost. The elder said unhappily, later. I'll have someone take it there. At this point, he looked at Fuido seriously, remember. Don't say anything nonsense. Don't worry. What happened today? I don't remember. The elder's cane broke by himself. Is that what I'm talking about? The elder blew his nose and glared. Isn't that it? Fuido looked at the elder in confusion. There is also this. But the elder sighed, don't talk about the Sharingan everywhere. The tribe also secretly collected it, and there were not many. After all, those who can open 3 Megatama are already quite talented. If other tribesmen hear it, it's inevitable that they will have wild thoughts. I know. Fuido nodded and said, in that case, I'll leave first. Go. Go. Hiss! The elder rubbed the iron blue at the corner of his eyes and murmured, it seems that I can't go dancing tonight. Shame. It's better to chat with Beiwa at home. The elder shook his head with emotion, looking at Fuido's back as he left. Thinking of what happened just now, his mouth twitched again. Who did this kid learn this ninjutsu from? It's too cheap. He hits wherever it's fatal, and he covers people with mud, and his shuriken are the same as free ones. That's the Fuma shuriken. It's not like the shadow clone shuriken technique, they are all real. And the elder looked at the big hole on the ground in confusion. Is Fuido really not carrying the blood of the Uzumaki clan? The quality has improved a lot. Fuido was also a little surprised at his own strength, and his pupil power has become much stronger, and he can even resist the elder's illusion. But even so, he hasn't opened the Mangeki yet. Could it be that he really suffered some mental damage? Brother. Fuido showed a sad expression on his face, then shook his head again, and didn't think about it anymore. He is the only normal person among the Uchiha clan. He must not fall into darkness just because of the pursuit of power. He pondered for a moment, glanced at the white Zetsu who was still following him, thought about it, took a long detour, and went to the internet cafe. Then he stood at the door for a while. After they all went in, he walked towards the milk tea shop with satisfaction. Let you follow? Go in and surf the internet. However, after walking for a while, suddenly, feeling that there were some abnormalities in the system, Fuido was stunned, stopped, and directly called up the system. Watching the system automatically call up the network coverage interface. Above, a bunch of green. These are the layouts of the lines he established in the Land of Fire, but in a more remote place. A little distance between the Land of Fire and the Land of Earth. A flashing red dot. Isn't that a place in the wilderness? Who is stealing the network terminal equipment there? Fuido looked a little strange, stopped and looked at the internet cafe behind him, and seemed to have roughly guessed who it was. Talented. Can you pull the network cable like this? He looked at the red dot and hesitated. Do I need to agree to the authorization? Say something. 404 not found. 404 not found. Open Resty. 149 are all integrated. At the same time. In a cave somewhere. What? Why is it not working? Could it be a mistake? Impossible. I studied it carefully, and even sneaked in and spent a long time peeking at how they did it. How could it be wrong? Is the computer broken? Didn't it boot up successfully? But I spent 100,000. How many milk teas can I buy with it? Then didn't you recharge the network fee? I recharged it. I recharged it. One of the white Zetsu smiled and raised his hand. I recharged it secretly. Fake pretending to be a waiter there, I charged for 100 years. Hehe, I didn't spend a penny. That's too much. Did you get caught stealing the internet fee? How can we invite professionals tomorrow? How is that possible? You're so stupid. That's right. It will be troublesome if others find out about our secret base. Hehe, we have to dig a hole again. That's not what I mean. What if someone finds out that we have been stealing the internet fee for 100 years and asks us for money? We are almost out of money. Then the words fell. The white Zetsu, who was originally talking a lot, was stunned for a moment, and then turned his head seriously to look at the smart white Zetsu. What's the matter? You're right. Said in unison. No money. No money. At this time. Suddenly. Success. Success. White Zetsu, who was fiddling with the computer, shouted happily, we succeeded. Now it's connected. After the words fell. Really? Really? A group of white Zetsu came closer and found that it was indeed connected, and they all laughed. It seems that their secret charge of 100 years of internet fees will not be discovered. And Madara, who had closed his eyes to rest behind him, slowly opened his eyes in the noise, then frowned slightly, looked at the strange machine called a computer brought back by white Zetsu with turbid eyes, and said in a low and calm voice, this is the machine you said that can understand the news of the fire country even if you stay in the cave. It is indeed a bit incredible. I heard that it was made by the Uchiha Shame. Humph. As an Uchiha. Not training well. Actually making such a boring thing. I want to see what's so special about this. He snorted coldly, stood up, and walked slowly towards the computer step by step. As a result, after sitting down, he looked at the dazzling screen and was completely confused. How to use this thing? Uchiha Madara was silent for a moment, feeling the dense and curious gazes behind him. For a moment, he felt a little weird and didn't know how to speak. At this time, the dog-legged spiral-faced Baizetsu seemed to see the dilemma of Madara-sama, and hurriedly came up and said with a smile, I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll teach Madara-sama how to use it. After the words fell, all Baizetsu were stunned. Then, I'll do it again. I'll do it. I'm the 5-star Madara-sama. The 5-star Senju Hashirama. And I've cleared all 20 levels of the plot. Hehe. Then I'll do it. I'm the 5-star full-level Uchiha Madara. Awakening Manjiki. The story has been cleared through 50 levels. Who are you? I am Uchiha Madara with 7 stars at full level. Senju Hashirama with 7 stars at full level. The story has been cleared through 80 levels. Madara-sama is riding the 9 tails. And the strongest bond has been opened. It's also white Zetsu. How come you are so powerful? Did you secretly give money? The words fell. The white Zetsu glared at the white Zetsu who seemed to have paid, as if they had forgotten about Madara-sama. This guy must have secretly paid money. Finally, Madara snorted coldly with an unexpected look on his face. This bunch of trash. It's really a failure. Then he shook his head calmly, and ignored them, turned his head and looked at the mutated whirlpool-faced white Zetsu, and said expressionlessly, "Come on." Okay. Whirlpool-faced white Zetsu was happy for a while, looked at the other white Zetsu proudly, and then, he lowered his head and said, "First Madara-sama, give yourself a nickname." Fuyu looked at the network coverage he had lit up, and his face was extremely strange. That's it? The base of Uchiha Madara was discovered just now? Why not tell this news too? But after thinking about it, he decided not to. After all, this was his important customer, and he had money to spend. Besides, he was just an ordinary businessman, how could he know so many secrets of the ninja world? So, he should just make money honestly. But they actually secretly recharged their own internet fees for 100 years. These white Zetsu are really talented. Not to mention stealing the internet cable, he even tampered with the internet fee himself. Great! Great! What a talent! Fuyu thought about it and changed the internet fee to 1 day. He will issue a notice later. The headquarters found that some employees may have entered the wrong input to recharge the internet fee. We hope that all store managers will strengthen employee quality training and do a good job of supervision and management. As long as the hole is not found, there should be no big problem. Since you want to go online, then recharge the internet fee honestly. Asshole! Just like this group of white Zetsu who have been following him, just go in and pay the money to go online, right? At this time. Hey! Fuyu glanced at the floor obscurely. Is he back already? Eyes flickered slightly. How about go to the internet cafe again? No money. No money. 10 taels of silver per hour, plus a cup of milk tea, so many white Zetsu, how can they afford it? The funds for this trip have been almost spent, and many white Zetsu have paid a little by themselves. Damn it! I have clearly decided not to go to the internet cafe. This bastard always passes by the internet cafe, and every time he stays at the door for a while. Did he find us? Impossible. The 9-tailed fox is not on him. That's right. That's right. How could a mere Uchiha find us? But there is no money. What should I do now? It's still more comfortable to be the white Zetsu who follows Uchiha Obito. Become his grandmother. Have a grandson to make money for him to spend. Comfortable. I heard that he drinks 8 cups of milk tea a day and it's not half price. We can only eat his spores to satisfy our cravings. Damn it. How about we go borrow some money from him? Is this okay? Yes. We are all white Zetsu. We are one. So, should we say it is taking? The words fell. The white Zetsu fell silent again, and then nodded in sudden realization. That's right. How can you say you are borrowing something that you take from yourself? Suddenly. Hey? That guy is up again. He's out. Where is he going? Be honest. Isn't it good to have a massage here? Yes. How can there be so much money spent? Just like that. A group of headache-inducing white Zetsu followed helplessly. No way. This is the order given to them by Madara-sama. A few days later. At noon. After sending white Zetsu to the internet cafe, Fuyu walked towards the Hokage building. You can't say it. It's worthy of being an organization that has survived for 1,000 years. They are rich. They have been online every day these days, and their wallets are still not empty. And looking at the consumption records of the past few days, it seems that a white Zetsu has spent 648. Rich people. Knocked on the door. After a while. Come in. Minato's tired voice came out. 150 should be in love. Sorry. I haven't slept well recently. Fuyu sat down directly and looked at Minato, who was yawning curiously. Is it because the 9 tails is eavesdropping on the wall? Speaking of this, he sighed, you also need to be restrained. Kuabai has been single for thousands of years, and suddenly he sees you and Kushina being affectionate. Showing affection in front of him. How wicked. He also has a temper. What if he makes trouble in Kushina's stomach? After all, raising a vixen is not such a simple thing. Minato rolled his eyes helplessly and said unhappily, Kushina's seal is still pretty good. Just use a move of King Kong to seal it, and Kuabai can't move. You guys are having a lot of fun. Minato looked at Fuyu confusedly, indicating that he didn't know what Fuyu was talking about, then he coughed twice, and rubbed his forehead with a headache, sorry. It seems that the mahjong competition is just a break. At this point, he clenched his fists in frustration, damn it. I have already promised Kushina. It seems I will be beaten tonight. Fuyu rolled his eyes at the face that was yelling hateful but smiling meanly. This couple really had a lot of fun. But... damn, are you really holding this mahjong competition for your wife? Such a sweet guy. Fuyu glared at Minato who was showing off his affection in front of him, don't forget. The Nine Tails will be angry too. Ahem. Minato came back to his senses, coughed twice, and said seriously, actually, it's because of the Nine Tails. That guy is too annoying. For the safety of Konoha, he must be appeased. You have become a qualified Hokage. You can even boast. Thank you. Minato said cheerfully, and it seemed that after chatting for a few words, the whole person was relaxed a lot, but in the end, he shook his head helplessly, with a tone of resentment. Advisor Mitaman and Enyutane Koharu disagreed with letting other ninja villages in now. They thought that with Advisor Danzo in the village, unless it was necessary, they should prevent people from other villages from entering and leaving Konoha. So it was them. No wonder. Fuyu nodded. If Sarutobi Hiruzen is the longest-serving Hokage, the two above are the longest-serving advisors. Even after Boruto graduated, the two are still in semi-retirement and show up from time to time. The seventh generation is also quite distressed. Not to mention now. Old but strong. Full of energy. Didn't you buy a computer a few days ago? In fact, if the Nine Tails wants to play mahjong, you can let Kushina apply for an account and play online. After saying that, Minato was stunned, then suddenly realized, oh, right. There is such a way. In this way, 10 Tails will have a lot of ninja beans. Kushina won't complain. He just didn't understand because he just started using computers. He understood it after a little hint. It's the mahjong competition, he sighed helplessly. It seems that I can only give up temporarily. Actually, there is a way. Under Minato's puzzled face, Fuyu took out a small note, lowered his voice, and said softly and firmly, Hokage-sama. I want to report anonymously Mito-sama's corruption and bribery. The words fell. Minato was stunned, took the note and glanced at it, then raised his head and looked at Fuyu with strange eyes. This guy. No wonder you made a fortune. After doing a righteous thing, Fuyu walked out of the Hokage building and suddenly felt refreshed. Perhaps this is the feeling of the soul being refined. Sure enough. Even if he, Uchiha Fuyu, is rich, he is essentially a pure person. He is not confused by money. Justice in the heart. Feeling that White Zetsu is back. On the way, Fuyu continued to stop by the entrance of the internet cafe, and even went in to chat with the network administrator briefly. Now it was quite lively in the internet cafe. Ninja World OL was a huge success and everyone recharged. The whole internet cafe was talking about 5-star ninjas. Even if you cleared less than 50 levels in the plot, you would be despised and refused to play with them. Just standing there for a while, I met several people who recharged 648. Seeing that White Zetsu had already logged in, Fuyu nodded with satisfaction, and even felt a little regretful in his heart. Why didn't 100,000 White Zetsu come? Although he, Uchiha Fuyu, was not a god of war, he was more or less a well-known person in Konoha. Just a few white zetsu, this is simply not giving him face. And just now I saw Obito walking out of the internet cafe with a lost face, holding curious the image of a kind father. I have to go out and ask now. Obito. Damn it. How can I see you? If you run again, the advertisement will hit the Hidden Mist village. When I become the Hokage, it will be the day you go bankrupt. Obito clenched his fists, stared at Fuyou, and said unhappily, "What's the matter? Don't be so angry. It's common to not get an S in 10 consecutive draws, especially for children. How can they waste money by 10 consecutive draws?" Fuyou looked at Obito earnestly. Obito looked at him in surprise and said with a pout, "I didn't expect you to say this." He didn't finish his words. "You should just draw 100 times. 100 consecutive draws guarantee a 5-star Hashirama Senju. How can I make money without charging?" Fuyou patted Obito's shoulder. "How can you become stronger without charging? Pa! Dirty adults!" Obito stared at Fuyou in amazement, and didn't know what to say for a while. However, Fuyou has not forgotten the image of a kind father. "Young man. What's bothering you? You can talk to adults. Don't dwell on it. Is it another broken heart?" "Humph. Women will only affect the speed of my ninjutsu." Obito raised his head arrogantly. "Kid. You understand." Fuyou patted Obito with relief. He was still worried that White Zetsu didn't use the internet properly and sneaked out to cause trouble again. "Tell me. What's bothering you? Talk to adults. Don't think about refusing. Some things adults may understand better." Obito, who was about to pout and refuse, suddenly stopped and looked at the hateful guy in front of him in silence. He also felt that what this bastard said made some sense. After all, this matter Asuma and the others couldn't explain it clearly. They could only say that they spent so much money and definitely charged 648. But Grandma, how could she do such a thing? This is absolutely impossible. So, he was also very worried. As for this abominable guy in front of him, although he is not serious and always cheats himself, he also gave him the stack of detonating talismans at that time, so he would not harm himself. Of course. When I become Hokage, you will go bankrupt. At most I will only let you open an internet cafe. After hesitating for a while, he sighed and said, "Recently Grandma has spent a lot of money. It seems that all the money I saved from doing tasks some time ago has been spent." With a worried tone, "I am not distressed about the money. I am just worried about why Grandma suddenly spends so much money. Is she hiding something from me? Or is she sick and needs to spend a lot of money? Moreover, if Grandma hadn't suddenly asked him for money, he wouldn't have found out. I asked Lin to secretly check Grandma, but there was no problem, so I was very worried. She is not sick. And she is so mysterious. And she spends a lot of money." Fuyou was stunned, touching his chin, with a strange look in his eyes. "This description is familiar. Your grandma didn't she join a pyramid scheme?" "Pyramid scheme? Just a joke." Seeing Obito's confused look, Fuyou quickly laughed. "It's probably impossible for Konoha to have a pyramid scheme now." Then before the nervous Obito could finish his words, Fuyou suddenly remembered the great elder. Also mysterious. Also spending money recklessly. Also an old man. "I know." He seemed to understand something, and said "oh" with sudden realization, then looked at Obito with a serious and complicated face. "Your grandma should be in love. You may have a grandfather." After the words fell, Obito? Looking at Fuyou in astonishment. "What did you say?"